Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. That is Chikoi the Maid, my favorite maidcore artist. Out today, Chikoi is actually dropping a new album later today. Where is it? My favorite. Right there. New album. If you like Chikoi, give it a listen. I like my maidcore, you know me. How's it going, ladies and skeletons? How's it going? Pancake Mix, Suburban High, Dogsplained. Let's get right to it, I guess. As usual, I don't know where to begin. I was just checking out my Twitch settings and just marveling at how much I hate ads and how I really handicap my earnings on Twitch by setting all the ad settings to the lowest possible allowable setting. Which is kind of funny, I guess. It's kind of funny in a morbid way. My hatred runs deep. Almost to my own detriment. Almost. Whatever. You're not here for ads. You don't want ads. You don't want 3-minute ads per hour, which is what they recommend. 3 minutes of ads per hour. Are you kidding me? It's unbearable. I considered doing a lolcow live update, but it's pointless. I watched the whole video. There's nothing to it. Keemstar is yelling at his wife. His wife is complaining about not being able to talk to other people or hang out with other people. So Keemstar is extremely controlling and doesn't let anyone do anything that he doesn't approve of. And one of the other lolcow live hosts recorded the conversation, and that triggered Keemstar. And now the other lolcow live hanger-ons are all blackmailing him with the recording. And he's like, we're married, so we're good. It's like, okay, dude. Sure. Also, that beard looks really, really weird. It's like it's literally the Jack Murphy beard, where you only dye the middle and the sides are all gray. I have a picture here of Jack Murphy. Let's see, where is it? Yeah. Look at that. Keemstar's... He's Murphy Maxing. He's a cock. But anyways, not worth watching the video, because it's still boring. Even when Keemstar is having a complete and utter life meltdown, it's still boring as hell. We all stop watching TV because of the ads. Hell yeah, I know. Whenever I see, a commercial on the TV, I'm like, do I listen back to my own streams? Yes, I do. You might notice that my voice sounds a little less crackly, a little less crispy, a little less fried. What do you guys think? I was listening and I was like, you know what? I can adjust these settings a little bit. I kind of like it though. That's the thing about streamers. No matter what, you just kind of get used to how they sound. It stops bothering you eventually. It might sound weird at the beginning, but the more you listen, the more it's like, it's whatever. I kind of like it. It set me apart from the videos that I'm watching. Static. How's it sound now? It's crazy. I turned the TV on in a hotel and I was shocked by all the fucking ads. I know, the radio too. The radio is just unbearable. I don't understand why people listen to the radio. I guess we could check Twitter if anything happened there. DSP, I think he tried to buy Marvel Tokon Battle and he ended up with an error, I guess. Pinned. Thursday is my final streaming day this week, and I'm playing Marvel Token Battle. We already got 5 to 7 minute segment ads. I know. Yes, we all hate ads. We can all gather around and share our hatred of ads. But, if we're gonna disable ads, we're gonna have to make money some other way. Just saying. We already got footage of LTG playing Tokon Battle and getting absolutely rocked. We're gonna watch that in a little bit. This might actually be fun. Whenever DSP starts a new fighting game, it's always kind of funny. Once you cut through all the labbing and all the blabbing and all the prep he does before actually going online. Once he goes online, he just gets destroyed. A weird thing just happened. I went to pre-purchase Marvel Token on stream and the ... The transaction just shows as pending, not going through. I put in a support ticket, but this could mean I can't play it on Steam. On Steam tomorrow. And I need to use PS5, which would suck. Guess we'll see. Comments are locked. Dude, comments are locked. What a great Twitter account. He's gonna do all the story modes first. Kill me. If you don't mind. Got a lot of tabs here. Got Big Ed, who's basically DSP with money. Kiwi Tapes, this isn't lolcow related tangentially, but it's still pretty entertaining. It's about like a 14 season show about Alaskan bush people, this whole family that like lives in the forest. And it's actually more interesting than it sounds. I'll go ahead and close this. Get out of here, GameStar. You suck. Here's LTG playing Tokon.
This game just makes me...
No, wait, he's not playing Tokon. He's playing Yasmin. That's odd. I wonder why DSP isn't playing Yasmin. I guess he hates women.
No sense to me.
You compressed a nerve in your wrist, stream sniping Dave is going to be painful. I'm sorry.
You're the Ingrid player, right? Beat me one round in Street Fighter 5. I'll give you $100 in PayPal.
Oh my god, dude. How does he do this?
Street Fighter 6. It doesn't matter, bro. It's Street Fighter 6. I ain't taking it offensive or anything.
See if I can find him playing Tokon. Which one's he? Can't. I guess he's the Yasmin. Whoopsie. Wow. That Ingrid costume is so good. That's what I'd pick.
Oh, it's plus. This game just makes no sense to me, though.
That's a long clip. No. Oh my god, what the... Magic, okay. It's so high poly though. I'll try.
This would just never happen to me against a random in a real Street Fighter game. It's just crazy how this game is designed for you to just lose to random niggas. It's wild.
Well, you and Alfred watched the EDP documentary together on stream. That's a very specific request. No, I don't know. I don't think he cares about EDP.
To me, man.
I don't think anyone does. It's just kind of a spectacle. Oh my god.
This ain't Evo, bro.
What does that mean? This ain't Evo, bro. Ow. Nice combo. Wow. Holy cow, this Ingrid knows what they're doing. It's able to parry from behind.
It's really just made some simplified Street Fighter. So regular niggas like this could beat me in fighters. It's crazy to me, bro. Like, who the fuck is this random ass nigga?
The one that's beating you?
Bet you $100 PayPal right now. You can't beat me 1 round in 5. Stop moving like it's Evo before I ban you out of my room. Just
What?
play the game, bro.
Stop moving like it's Evo. Just play the game. Bro. Man in his 40s, by the way. Bro. I'll give you money if you beat me in a completely different fighting game.
I don't even care.
You're not
I'm
even good at
playing
this game
dumbass
because
nigga. Whoever the fuck this is, I bet you $100 you can't take 1 round off me in 4 or 5.
who cares? Who fucking
You willing
cares?
to take that bet?
Literally, who cares?
You lose, you pay nothing.
doesn't mean
I win, I pay
anything.
you. Well, hold on. I lose, I pay you.
That doesn't mean anything, Dale.
You're a Street Fighter player, right? Show me. Take 1 round off me in Street Fighter 5. 1 round.
Why is your entire ego based
Whoever
off
the
your...
fuck that fake ass player is, the Ingrid player, beat me in 1 round, I PayPal you $100.
How about you beat me in Unreal Tournament? Like, it's just that relevant. Beat me in
You lose
Tetris,
nothing.
Dale.
You win, you gain. You lose, it just proves your ass at Street Fighter. What's wrong with that?
It's a different game, Dale.
Who is the Ingrid player?
Okay, but if I win, you'll pay $100.
Yeah, right. To your daughter.
All right, say less. Oh, it's you? All right, beat me 1 round in Street Fighter 5 right now. Damn, this nigga wasn't even subbed and got in my lobby? How does that happen? How are non-subs getting my code?
Yeah, it's true. He is more entertaining than Phil
Somebody
lately.
must have gave this nigga my code. All right, beat me 1 round in Street Fighter 5. I'll give you $100 in PayPal. There's the challenge. If you're the Ingrid player, right?
Man,
Show me you know how to play Street Fighter.
he's so desperate
You
to
lose.
make himself feel
I
good.
mean, you lose nothing. You win, you gain something. You only got to beat me 1 round.
How about you just let it go?
Show me you know how to play Street Fighter, Mr. Evo.
He beat you in Street Fighter
Well, hold
6.
on. I lose, I pay you.
That's all that matters.
You're a Street Fighter player, right? Show me.
Get
Take 1
over
round off
it.
me in Street Fighter 5. 1 round.
Take the L, man. This is so
Whoever
embarrassing.
the fuck that fake ass player is, the Ingrid player, beat me in 1 round, I PayPal you $100.
Beat me in a set.
Matter of fact, I'll make the deal sweeter. You just bought Street Fighter 5 yesterday? Exactly my point. You ain't no Street Fighter player, bro.
Who cares?
Bro, a nigga like this beating me at a fighting game. That's why I don't consider Street Fighter 6 a fighting game.
Well, you still play it,
Nigga
though.
doesn't even know how to fucking play 5. Doesn't know how to play 4. You're not a Street Fighter player. You're a nigga that plays
Bro.
Fortnite 6.
You really just go with the hard R, don't you?
You can't even...
You get that tilted.
I don't know why, Captain. It's like I'm playing niggas for these other fighters. And I'm losing.
God, that documentary title was so on point. This guy's the world's oldest teenager.
The random ass niggas.
Oh, I can't believe it. I bet you wouldn't be able to beat me in a completely different game.
And with a brand new character, it don't matter. When you have real fundamentals in fighters, it doesn't matter if I'm new to a character or not. I should be able to just beat you with 1 button because that's the way fighting games are designed. I know frames. I know this. I know that. I should be able to body you. This game, I'm telling you, Drive Rush ruins this whole game. It basically allows a custom combo system to niggas who can't combo in real fighters. And on top of that, everybody has a fucking target combo that leads to something. Why does everybody in the game basically have a target combo? Like, what the fuck are we doing?
You know, the
If
option
that
is
doesn't
there.
show you, if modern mode, everybody having a universal target combo, a custom combo system, doesn't show you that this game isn't a real fighting game, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. If men are losing to a 15-year-old, then the nigga was godlike in 5, won hella fucking CPTs, everything. If that doesn't show you that this isn't a real fighter, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You know,
people would complain if 6 played like 5. These games play differently for a reason. Like, what would be the point in making a new iteration in the series if you're just going to do the last game again? Like, this isn't a mistake, idiot. They make it different on purpose.
You need me to come in here and lose to Scrubs to show you that the 6 is not a real fighting game. Just watch the servants.
Yeah, that's why I keep playing it, just to prove to you guys that this isn't even a real game, guys. Sure.
You think that 15-year-old could beat Mena in Street Fighter 5? Fuck no. Impossible.
Sure, whatever.
But whatever though. Look, all you people that play me in this game, I want you to feel great. That's what Capcom wanted it. They wanted to give trash niggas morality and make it feel like you actually beat your heroes or actually beat niggas that are way better than you at actual fighters.
Well, then how are you losing?
That's what they wanted. They wanted to boost your morality that really doesn't exist. Because if we cut on any other fighter, you lose. I don't give a fuck what you just got yesterday. My point is, you're a fake Street Fighter player like the rest of these niggas.
Oh no!
No, I don't want to play you on 5.
Oh,
You just bought it yesterday, so it's a waste of my time. I'm gonna just beat you with just Forward Fierce with Falco all day. What's the point?
Exactly.
It's a waste of my time to cut it on.
It means nothing. It doesn't prove anything.
It's all good, bro.
It's whatever. I don't care all of a sudden.
It is.
I know it sounded like I really, really cared, but actually, on second thought, no, I don't. I don't care now because I can't get the satisfaction I wanted. Oh. No, it doesn't matter.
Capcom wanted niggas to beat everybody that's good at fighters. And they did a damn good job at making sure it was possible.
That doesn't even make sense. If it's so easy to beat people, why can't you do it? It's the same.
The real blame is Capcom. It's not really even
This is just the same backward, stupid logic that DSP has. All these people suck. That's why I'm losing.
players.
Makes no sense. Hey, dude. Cheers. Happy Thursday. That's it. What'd they say here? Let's do a costume change. Hope you guys are doing great. Thursday's been good so far. Had some eggs for breakfast. This one again. This one pops up quite a bit. I swear, the randomization is not random. It has a preference. He ran. Let's see anything here. Get him, Dale. What was that? Yeah, just swing into the air. This isn't, and again, like he says all this crybaby, man-baby shit about drive rush and target combos, but when you see him play, it's just like typical normal fighting game pressure. Nice dropped combo, but I guess you could have made a combo in Street Fighter V. They ruined it, and so you drop all your combos now. Hey Zara, hope you're doing good. I made some mic adjustments. I don't know if it's better or worse for you guys. Let me know what you think. Bonk. In Street Fighter V, that throw would have connected, okay? That throw only whiffed because of this game. It had nothing to do with me trying it too far away. Oh. That punish counter wouldn't have happened in 5. I wouldn't have dropped that combo in 5. And again, is this Ingrid abusing Drive Rush? No. So all the excuses are just like, they don't apply to the actual footage. I don't see any driver. Oh, well, there we go. That's his combo. Oh my god, Dale, what are you doing? You did the thing that you complained about. What a hypocrite. Except your opponent can actually execute a combo, whereas you just drop it. Because of its Street Fighter 6. He really loves that move, but it's like, Dale, they're eventually going to download that. Yeah, she has a cool character. I like her. Not as cool as Ingrid, though. Everyone's going to forget about her when Tifa comes out, though. Oh my god, wow. Stuffed. Holy moly. Ah.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready for me in 5.
Oh, yeah, let's play a different game. I don't like this one all of a sudden. Sorry, that one's too long. With him buying Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I don't know, where's Anthony been? I guess he couldn't handle DSP buying Yu-Gi-Oh cards, so he noped out. A part of me can't wait for him to not understand the card's value since he just goes shiny must be good. Yu-Gi-Oh value comes with what works in current meta, and an old card can suddenly spark in value because it has a broken mechanic that will soon get banned and then lose value again. Yeah, it's about having a deck. It's not about individual cards.
Fake Street Fighter player. You're doing too much, bro.
Deadpool and Tokon, he's nothing but fighting game references, even in supers or references. Yeah, it's pretty funny. It's pretty cool.
I could just pick up one of my characters that I really know how to play.
There's a lot of Dragon Ball Fighters references because it's Arxis. Like Deadpool, he essentially has Cell's introduction because he puts a big fireworks streamer behind him to make it look like he's going Super Saiyan. It's really funny. Dragon Punch.
You should know we got the bigwigs to sign off on all this.
Jojo. And the end screen, it's made to look like Street Fighter.
And body your ass right now in this shit, but what's the point? You don't deserve to play me.
Oh. Oh. You don't deserve to play me. You haven't earned the right. You're gonna have to play a different game first.
I could just run through you with Alex. But it's not deserving because you don't know how to play fighting games.
Oh, got him. I mean, he beat you, but he's not a Street Fighter player.
If you lose to Tay in 5, you 1,000%. Or a Fortnite Street
I
Fighter
can't wait
player.
for him to try and even understand what a pendulum card is. Is it monster? Is it a spell? Chat, what is
First
this card?
fighting game
Can
is
you
either
tell
Tekken
me?
8 or Street Fighter 6.
Like, he's gonna look up what the most expensive card he can get in that pack, or his set, or whatever, collection, I don't even know. And he's gonna find the one card that is gonna get a lot of money, and every time he pulls a card, he's gonna be like, is this the Pot of Greed or whatever? Oh, I bet this one's a Pot of Greed. No. Oh, they're just feeling sorry for me now, so they're gonna put in the Pot of Greed. No. Oh, okay, this one is definitely the Pot of Greed. No. It's gonna be just like, grow up.
When DSP opens the
Yeah, the
UGIO
band.
cards, doesn't that technically qualify him for the Shadow games? As in he can be banished to the Shadow realm.
I love that short, the Price is Right one, when Bob Barker sends Phil into the Shadow Realm.
When games implement modern mode, there's a problem.
Thanks, Dale. Every time he loses, he's like, well, you couldn't beat me in a different game that is different than this one. The felted peanut is still getting felted. It's pretty funny. We got that. Why not? We love it. We love watching the peanut get felted.
What's up, guys? Today we're playing GTA, except we're on a funny server today, and there might be some funny people on the server today, and it should be a good time. You know, I think you guys are gonna love this video. I'm hoping it'll be a banger. Hopefully, we're gonna be able to do some good memes here today for you guys. But first step, let's pick our character here. Let's see what we're working with. Oh, this guy looks pretty good. Okay, yeah, this works. I'm good.
Is this you?
Oh, what's up, Sergeant?
What's up, dude?
What's up, Sergeant, Officer, Lieutenant? What happened to this guy's truck? What the hell? Hey, nice
Now
parking
they
job,
just
pal.
need to get
Cargo,
him to
dude.
play
Hold on a
Master
second, I gotta
Duel.
make
Yeah.
Do it, Phil. Do it. I am so going to try and find him on the ladder with Weather Painter. Good luck understanding that deck DSP.
I don't think there's enough money in the world that could get him to do that.
Minivan, this is perfect. Give me this minivan, man.
Sadly.
Get out of the minivan! How do we rent a car? You gotta be kidding me. It's one of these servers. No, 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 no. Wait, cheaper rent car. Down this way.
Oh, huge.
Let's see. What am I renting here? Oh, I'll rent this one. Boom! Look at this.
Thanks.
This is nice. All right, let's go. I know exactly where he is, so let's go pull up. Let's go see our new friend. I kind of want him to pull out and just smash into him and blame him. Yeah, like, there he is. He's in the cup car.
Mason, go on and get out and get him to the hospital.
Hit and run of an officer.
Sorry.
I'm gonna call that into the station.
Sort it out in the hospital. There we go.
Didn't even notice?
What are they doing?
Philly boy, it is I Maximilian
No,
Pegasus.
he ran.
Not dude. Pegasus. Anyway, I've
Oh my
kidnapped
God.
your wife and cat. If you want them back, you must win Duelist Island. Yes, that will require you to leave home and catch a boat.
I wish I had unlimited time to animate everything, but I don't.
Into my vehicle when I was
I
moving.
was getting grilled by the other cop.
Well, you could just say
This
that, or
officer's
you
out of
could
control.
say
He
you
just
hit him.
killed somebody.
Yeah, you
What?
just
He
made
killed
somebody
someone.
bleed
Who did he
out.
kill?
That guy that's laying on the ground
My
over there.
partner, we're PIs.
Yeah.
Your
we're-
partner? You guys are married?
No, he's not PI.
Well,
He-
I
they-
was gonna ask.
I guess
him.
they're just gonna get arrested at the. I guess they're just gonna get arrested.
Hey, you can't arrest those people. They didn't do nothing wrong. You can't arrest them. They didn't do nothing.
Using orders and you're getting arrested. So
Well, you're not my boss. My boss is elite.
They arrested him. They didn't do nothing wrong. Let them
Your
go.
work ethic. If you hit civilians, or
Let them go. They didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing. Let them go. Oh, he's taking them away.
God.
Damn it.
Let's see if the door's unlocked.
No way.
What's up top?
There's people up top.
Fuck, it's not unlocked.
Let's go up top. Let's see if we can get in. We'll be their lawyers.
Yo,
Put your hands up right now.
what the fuck?
Nah, it's alright. I'm going into PD. Thank you, though. Trying to rob my car. They're like, put your hands up. Nah, I'm good.
Yo,
Go.
what the fuck? That was our van, man.
Huh?
I said, you hit our van, dumbass.
Hey, I'm not a dumbass. I didn't hit no van. If anything, your van hit me.
Oh,
What
shit.
the hell?
And then use it. Oh shit.
World star.
Swinging.
Stay on ground, pussy.
Oh no.
He's gonna go help me.
What's up with these people hitting our van, bro?
What's up with used people?
What'd you say to me, boy?
I said, what's up with these people hitting our van?
Maybe your van should be parked the proper way, man. Maybe you shouldn't be over the line, huh?
Our van is in the parking spot.
Nuh-uh. No, it ain't. Otherwise,
Yes,
I
it
wouldn't have
is.
hit it. If it was
Van
properly
is
parked, it
perfect
wouldn't have been
car.
hit. You ever think
look
about
like
that?
you need
huh?
some glasses.
You ever think about
Maybe
that,
you go
huh?
get some glasses so you can
You
see.
need to lose some fucking weight.
Fuck you, buddy.
guys should-
Fuck you.
What is-
Oh. Calm down, alright? We got at the police station.
Oh, look,
Man,
you guys
I
are
don't
twins.
know
That's so
about how
cute.
y'all
Y'all
feel.
each
I
shell
feel
one
like
brain
they're
cell.
pretty
That's
dumb
cute, man.
Have some manners.
I'm talking
what the
to two
hell?
veterans right now.
Alright.
We don't fuck around.
I served in the Boer War.
I respect
Yo, shots
veterans, alright?
fired.
I respect
It's such a
people who,
weird-
you know,
Respect
say-
the-
I know so little about this world, but it just seems like half of it are people who are taking it way too seriously, and the other half are people who are just trying to break all that immersion and just like mock and ridicule them for taking everything too seriously.
They all fighting at
Please,
the
buddy,
police
respect
lobby
me.
and there's no police.
Yeah, where's law and order?
Hey, motherfuckers,
You don't really run a tight ship, do you, Sheriff?
stop flipping me, alright?
Nah, I'm flipping off your twin brother, actually.
Stop it! Put your finger down!
Oh, no. I'm so scared.
We're above the law, buddy.
You better be scared.
Get to stepping, bitches. Get back to work.
You wanna get a bullet in your head?
Do you want a bullet? Do you want a bullet?
Do you want?
Huh?
Hey, you
Yeah,
son of a
that's
bitch!
what I thought, little bitch. That's what I thought, little bitch.
Stop.
Hey, shut the fuck
You
up,
bloody
bitch.
bitch! You bloody! I make you bloody!
Was it?
But yo, you want some cowboy? You want some cowboy?
Yeah, go to sleep.
Yeah,
go to
fake
sleep.
cowboy.
Yeah.
They're just fighting in the lobby.
I'm putting out. Oh, shit. Officer Chopper, bring the veterans up here.
Yeah.
What a city.
We're friends.
No, it's friendly fire. It's all good, man.
Friendly fire, friendly fire.
These are not friendly, guys. These guys are not
You just
friendly.
assaulted 2 veterans, you fuck.
You just assaulted 2 veterans, you fuck.
I'm gonna have you shipped out to Iraq.
Defense, bucko.
Why do you look like Jake Paul, you weirdo?
Why is he running like that? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Wrong
take my
person.
Fuck the van.
Take-
Hey,
Shut up, Jake Paul.
These can stay here. They can get
Oh, raw
arrested
Phil,
by the
huh?
car.
Where'd you go? What?
Yeah, they can.
Yo,
they
let
can get
go.
mad.
So
Yeah, I'll do a
I started
follow.
escorting Jake Paul. I started escorting Jake Paul. He's stuck
Don't
now.
arrest.
Yeah, you gotta like actually not let go.
He's just sitting there. He can't move.
Oh, man, I'm dead.
Oh,
I
just
crawled
died.
too far and full died.
Nice. I got a
Good,
respawn in
Anthony?
120.
yo, grab me. I'm stuck.
So grab me. I'm stuck. I'm holding
He
him.
doesn't know.
I'm holding him.
There we go.
Wait, what?
What?
No, I got both of them.
Bro, get your fucking filthy hands off me, pussy.
Where are we going?
Great emotes.
You're mine now.
You guys came here to. cause
What?
troubles.
What?
I let go so we don't get banned.
I'm still on here. I'm a part of this.
Well, if you ain't gonna unhand me, you're coming with us then, pal.
Oh no!
Oh, there we go. No, you're good. You're good.
Damn it! Got away. Oh, we fell down the stairs.
Are you good? You fell down the stairs.
I hit their shitty van. They're not happy.
You just.
It's alright. We gotta respawn. We come back. We kill van.
Yes.
Wait, the van's here, dude. I'm gonna try and steal a van. Imagine.
Where's the sheriff? I'm gonna skip ahead to the sheriff
Look,
part.
look.
Like, random trolling other people is Nez.
Born.
Us-
Jesus.
Funny.
They're not coming.
Verbal aggression.
Fucker. Oh,
Care about these guys in their van.
why they got like a or something? Oh, dude. You crazy.
Where's the sheriff?
No. Let's people.
Was that it? You just
Oh.
put that at the beginning in order to get people to click on it? That's a
I
shame.
don't know.
Van,
They're in
black
they're in
and
yellow
gold.
van. They shot me. I'm stuck.
to go to the hospital.
Help. Back at them.
Oh, there it is.
You gotta wait.
Yourself up and go.
Oh, hell yeah. Baptized again. It's the 3rd time this week.
All right. Get yourself up and go to the hospital now. Come on.
All right. Well, also, though, how do I get a firearm so I can defend myself? These people keep shooting at me, and I need a firearm so I can shoot back at them, you know?
You gotta wait till the judge is open firearm line.
The judge?
I need
Yep.
me a
Judge
gat
Judy?
right fucking now.
And it costs $10,000. So
Why are you saying that like you don't think I got $10,000?
Well, I don't think he's meant it in that kind of way, son.
I don't know, man. I don't appreciate that, man. You said that kind of condescending. That ain't cool, man. I got plenty of monies, all right? I got it all.
Let's
stashed
just
under my
calm
mattress.
down now. Let's just calm down now.
I'm not judging. I'm just stating.
You ever read the Bible? It says they shall not judge.
Yeah, keep reading that verse, dummy. It says more than that.
What?
It does very much say more.
Why you
than
call
that.
me a dummy, bro?
Hey, let's
Because
calm down. here.
People
Hostility,
often
guys.
use
That's
that
fucking
verse and they don't understand what it means. It's not talking about not judging. It's talking about being a hypocrite. Don't judge somebody for the same thing you're doing yourself. Take the plank out of your eye.
It's pretty funny how people think like, oh, God says not to judge, and it's like, isn't the entire like heaven and hell system built upon judgment?
Before you take
dude.
the
Judgment begins. R.I.P. Etika.
plank out of the other
He's
person's
really
eye.
spitting.
That's what it's talking about.
All right, thank you for teaching me, man.
Hey man,
Hey,
hey man, hey
welcome.
motherfucking man.
Amen. All right, now you guys get along out back to the hospital now. Get in your vehicle and don't be driving on this. This is not somewhere you can drive, okay? Get on out of
I'm
here.
scared, man. These people in vans, they're crazy. They're gonna kill me. I gotta go kill them first. Yo, hop in if you wanna go kill some van bitches. Hop in.
There's a shooting that alley over there.
All right, I'll go shoot them. I'll go shoot them.
So what did he say about getting a gun?
We wait for the fucking judge, so it's not happening. So our only chance is put your knife, and we have to try and shank him.
Oh, dude.
I think I got a better idea.
That.
I know.
It's a troll. He's famous.
Oh God, why are they saying this?
Wonder if Soup will show up. Who's that?
Great, dude. The chat instantly just calling me out. Yeah, here's a van, bitches. Oh, their van flipped. Look, their van flipped. Ah, bitches. Nice van, pussies.
This
Oh
one.
my god.
We gotta go back. We gotta go back. We gotta
To be
get the
promoted
officers.
again then, buddy.
Why am I getting in?
This
I'll
one's
tell
more
you what.
sheriff oriented.
Come here.
But it's funny though, like you're basically in this city and the sheriff is like a side character who just like kind of fades in and out.
Help you, sir.
Duke, I love you, Duke. I love you so much, Duke. Duke, you're my
leave this in, buddy.
favorite.
Get out here.
No,
Now this is
I
trolling.
love Duke. He's my boyfriend.
Okay,
No, you
just
gotta
arrest
chill,
him-
man.
Just
Stop
arrest him. Just arrest him.
Arrest him! A bad
My bad, Duke. My bad.
Police brutality, man. Police brutality.
Damn, look
Alright,
at
take
dang,
him
look
to
at your nose.
take him to prison. Take him to prison.
Police brutality, bro. Police brutality. Police brutality.
I don't care what you do, bro. Just try to keep it away from the city. Bro, that's all I ask. Because I'm trying to enjoy this. You know what I mean?
Cringe.
That's it, bro.
No, I have no clue what you mean.
I don't get why there are people who are just like on his side and they're like, hey, leave him alone.
You at the prison, Cyber?
I guess it's just the LARP.
10-4.
In the back?
10-4. I'm towards the back right now. Did you Did you pull up? 10-4.
Right here.
Oh, there you go.
Go ahead and you guys head back to HQ to let Pepper know you're gone.
Duke, I love you. I love you so much, Duke. No, get me out of these cuffs, Duke. It's okay. It's just me and you now. And that guy behind us. It's okay, Duke. Don't do this, Duke. It's me and you against the world, bro.
Yeah, they just want to be part of his
His
squad.
Context here for anybody who doesn't know this guy. He originally went by the user Dr. Witnesser, where he would go on Fortnite and preach to little kids about his religion.
Yes, I talk to minors all the time. So what?
Not only that, he has told a little kid that he was going to hell for basically not being a part of the same religion.
Usually, what you're talking about since you're American and Christian, since the Muslim culture, we don't really talk about that.
If you were to die in your sins today, you would be sentenced to hell.
Not only that, he has said the N-word on multiple occasions.
I say the word
Overall, this guy is just bad, and well, I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I did.
Hi, you said a officer, you said a lieutenant named Johnny sent you up here. I just radioed him and he said no, he didn't.
What do you mean?
All right, go ahead and take him off the ground.
No, I said somebody. I think their name was Johnny. I don't know.
Duke.
I love you, Duke.
Yeah, that becomes a problem.
And then just go
You're
behind a
doing what
bush.
action
change.
team asked
Yeah.
you for, you know?
Yeah, I understand.
Go behind a bush, change, and then leave. Don't just do it right then and there.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
I think the biggest issue is leaving an action when you were there to do it.
Yeah. So we'll talk to
Petey,
him.
what are you doing here, brother?
Oh, yeah, I'm here for Duke.
Dude, before we
I'm
before
here
the-
to talk to him.
I swear to God, a beginner comes in and it
Why?
like runs 20 of us.
Here,
over.
let me
'Cause we're all lined up. It was
Right.
it was.
let me
fucking
talk to you.
Right. Well, so sorry that happened, bro. Like I said,
What do you need?
I'd just like to have a meeting with Duke.
He doesn't take
Oh,
meetings.
okay. My apologies. Duke, I love you so much, Duke. Duke.
Okay, buddy. I'm gonna detain you and escort you out of the compound.
For what purpose?
We don't, public nuisance. Okay, we're gonna.
Anyone who says they like me, ban them, arrest them, throw them in prison.
How am I being a public nuisance?
I just said I liked you.
Well,
I've
coming in
declared
here
my love for you.
as a PED student and coming in here in a office, which I don't know how you would think we were back there, but it's highly suspicious.
I came to confess my love, Duke. I love you so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you talk to me about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
No, you're not a child. He only does that to
You want to
children.
talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?
You're too old
I don't
for
think
him.
So I think I'm gonna escort you
But
back.
you
to
would,
the
you would
compound.
talk to little kids about it.
Well, yeah.
I mean, everybody.
'Cause they're more
deserves to hear the message
impressionable.
of our Savior.
I know, but like, a lot of those kids don't have the mental capacity for it, Duke, and you're forcing your religion on
Hey,
people.
could you? Who's this?
I'm John Boy.
No, the other guy.
Hey, look, a kid.
Phil, escort this.
I
get a
get they are
squad
trolling,
car,
but
or
what
get
if
your
an actual
vehicle,
fan of him
escort him
shows
back.
up to say I like you? Would he also arrest a fan?
Yeah, right.
Oh wait, he would need a fan first.
It would have to happen first.
To,
Why are there kids around him? I don't like that.
PD, ask him if he's on the panel. Let them know that he was at SWAT messing around.
I
okay?
was not messing around. I was just confessing my love for you, Duke. Duke.
John Boy,
Duke,
come here.
Duke, I have one last question, Duke. Wait, hold on.
Nope, you're
Oh,
gone.
who invited the little kid?
Could be his kid, yeah.
You know, you should stay away from. You should stay away.
Yo, you just DV'd my vehicle.
You should stay away from people like Duke, really.
Oh, knew you were gonna say that. Nope, nope.
Yep,
nope,
yep,
nope,
yep.
nope.
Duke,
How did I know you were gonna say
Yeah,
that?
Duke,
No,
Duke.
you cannot say that.
I can't say that though. I have.
You cannot
have
be saying
rights.
stuff
I
like
have
that.
rights.
That's completely
I have-
unacceptable, especially in PD. No, absolutely not.
Maybe it is his child. It sounds just like him. Just a power-tripping
What?
dweeb.
What's up?
That is unacceptable!
Here, can you check if he's on panel?
Yeah, he should be because I trained him last night, or actually it was this
Exactly.
morning.
See, I did. I went through all that training, and
Wait,
why
real
would I
quick.
ruin?
Stand still. Stand still. All right, let me look. Give me his ID real quick.
I can't. He's in cuffs.
22613. I got
Hold
you.
up. 22612.
I got two. My bad. I keep on forgetting that it's a 2, not a 3. I said that yesterday or this morning.
It's the this is the sun panel.
All right, thank you. I still need to talk to the commissioner.
Mr. Daniels.
A reason.
Let him go. Let him. Do you have body cam of him harassing Duke?
Duke may have body cam. He's the one that sent me. And on the right
Alright,
back, he was
well-
like, saying that Duke's a bad man, forcing his past stuff that
Well,
has
if
happened.
Duke doesn't have body cam of him harassing him, I can't do anything. But just stay away from SWAT, alright?
Yeah.
Hey Duke, do you have any body
even
cam
know
of
who
that
Duke
one
is,
guy
man.
saying anything?
So whatever, just stay away from SWAT.
Okay. Yes, sir. Understood.
10-4.
Your point.
Selective pointing.
So first we have to.
See,
so-
Duke,
so
Duke
first-
actually likes my
Y'all
mustache. He said it too.
First- Y'all line up in position. Duke, Duke, you kiss me like a good boy, like you are, okay? And all of y'all, line up.
I guess that's a troll.
Line up.
Why is PD here?
Someone
Dude, you're
tase
fucking on
him
patrol.
and get him in cuffs and get him the hell out of here.
Okay, everyone's
Yeah.
going.
Ah, you missed, Knuckle Nut. You missed.
Oh my
You
God.
missed. Uh-huh.
Someone tase him!
Hey, you're taining you. Ow!
Police brutality.
Get his eyes. Alright, I don't know how all this went.
We don't need 100 people to fucking.
Bro, it's been hard. Yeah.
What a riot!
It's
Police
hard,
brutality.
dog.
Police brutality. That's a police
Take his
brutality.
gun!
Oh shit. Hold
Police
on.
brutality.
He's handcuffed. He's handcuffed.
Brutality.
What?
He's not being
What the hell?
Better luck
I
next
so
time.
wish someone with a higher
you
rank than
missed.
Duke will troll him.
Better luck next time.
What will you do then,
Better
Dr.
luck next
Chud?
time.
You can't catch me!
He's a wizard.
Back up, back up,
Back up, back up, back up, back up.
It's like that one character in Family Guy who's just like too slippery to catch. You can't catch me!
Now stop.
I'm
Stop
too
teasing me.
slippery.
Stop. Stop it. It's not nice.
I'm copying.
Oh, Duke, put your big muscly hands
We got
all
him.
over me, Duke.
I'll take him
Come
off.
on,
I'll take him off. I'll take him off.
Duke, put your big
Come here.
muscly
Get him.
hands
Get
all
take
over
him to
me.
prison. Take
Put
him
your
to
big
prison.
muscly hands all
Prison?
over me again, Duke. I dare you.
I mean, I was.
Yeah, PDK. What that guy
Hey.
said.
Hey, take him to prison.
Yeah,
Take him to prison.
Duke, I love
Take him to
you
prison.
so much, Duke.
We don't want to
Yo.
take him to prison.
Dookie. Hey,
Is this your car? I put it in your car.
The greased up deaf guy, yeah.
Alright, but I'm on
Hey,
prison.
wait.
Student, let him go, student.
Yo, no.
Yeah, let him go.
Yo, we use our vehicles.
Duke,
We use.
Duke.
No,
Hey,
I'm
Duke.
SWAT vehicles.
Now that it's just me and you,
Duke, I got my
got a
Escalade
question,
out. I'm
Duke.
taking him to jail.
Duke.
Okay, go ahead.
No, hold on. I got a question for Duke.
Hey,
One
put him
last
in there.
question
Hey.
for Duke.
Put him in there for a couple hours, if you know what I mean.
I know.
Oh, thank you. I got that on clip. Thank you. You're gonna put me in there for a couple of hours? Yeah. Big strong buddy. Yeah.
Of course, somebody made a compilation. The best of greased up deaf guy.
Oh, this is my favorite event. Catch the greased up deaf guy.
Go!
You're never gonna catch me.
You're never gonna catch me.
Forget about it. Go do something else. See you next year.
Oh, and if I'm not mistaken, it's local folk legend and ward of the state, Quahog's own greased-up deaf guy.
Don't judge me. I'm just doing my thing. See you in the theater.
Here are your pictures, Lois. They sure are terrific.
Thank you, Mort. I'm trying to get into modeling.
That's great. Oh, hey, get out of here. Hey, go on, get out.
I didn't hurt anybody.
Stop, mister.
I know deep down I'm your friend.
That greased up deaf guy is gonna be the death of me.
Hey, Ripsy.
Oh my god, it's the greased up deaf guy running backwards toward that grease truck explosion.
Oh, the grease burns so bad, I can't hear.
Boy, I am late for that meeting.
I am packing my bags and I'm out of here.
You're getting divorced?
No, I'm just leaving for a few days and ruining the Christmas.
You're ruining Christmas by suing the city over holiday decorations?
No, I'm just leaving my family for the holidays.
You do eat deaf jokes?
No, no one's doing deaf jokes.
Well, I can't hear, so I don't know. She's not doing them.
What?
I don't know.
I think we are doing deaf jokes at this point.
Oh gosh, Mort, you ever think about sending out a mailer? 'Cause I know where you could get a good deal on a model.
I'm touching on the candy.
Get out!
David Spade is
Okay, we get the point. Wait, there's one more. Okay.
lots of friends on
We're almost
set.
done.
Yeah, I'll definitely talk to the writers. I agree. There's a lot about your character that's still untapped.
Okay, thank you. Because, like, yes, I'm greased up, and yes, I'm deaf. But what else am I?
Oh, look, it's a DSP fan.
Okay, we're ready for you.
I'll be right there.
So you actually put coke in that kid's locker?
Yep.
Wow, where'd you get it?
Oh, I got a guy.
Don't let it get the best of you. I used to be a lawyer. See you next week. Good to be back, America.
Okay.
Hey, free me, bro. Free me. Hey, free me. I did nothing wrong.
Oh,
Hey, free me. I did nothing wrong. Free me. I did nothing wrong.
Why are you acting like this is a PD officer,
Huh?
man?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
What you're talking about?
I'll be out of prison in no time, just like last time.
What the heck?
Hey, I do know if you send me up for them hours, like if you do my time for multiple
Good
hours,
driving.
I hope you know. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I was inspecting your vehicle, jackass. Oh, let me guess. You're opening.
I did
the
nothing
prison panel
wrong.
right now?
I did
You're
everything correct.
I'm actually not. I'm just standing.
Are you gonna?
Like there was nothing I could do.
90,000 fine, like last time when I punched Duke's fucking face in.
I got that on body cam. You're getting reported.
No, I was thinking about stacking other charges.
Oh, stacking other charges? Oh, thank God I got that on body cam.
It's bad.
Okay. And? What are you gonna do about it, tough guy? Add another charge for freedom of speech? Come on, you can find another charge in there somewhere. Maybe another one too.
I'm just standing here.
Until an
So I haven't even started looking. I'm just
You're just standing here? Yeah, so
Yep.
you're wasting my prison time.
No, I'm doing something.
So what you're saying is that
I'm,
by the
in my
time you
head.
get done with your shit, my time's already gonna be up. Yeah, you might as well just release me, man. I'm already a changed person. No, I'm not. I lied. Okay, that was a lie again. Oh shit, I lied again.
What, are you gonna let him go for time served? Is it just? This is your sentence. I'm just gonna hold
I'm
you
waiting
here.
for someone to get here, man.
Oh, let me guess. Is it gonna be Duke? He is
No,
the arresting
no.
officer, so he has to be down here. Yeah,
No, he doesn't.
that's how it works. Dumbass, I was in training. Literally not even like an hour ago.
Dumbass.
Yeah, we're not gonna be on PD.
I don't care.
You're not ever gonna be on set.
I don't care.
Since he is under evaluation, I can't send him to island, but what I will do is I'm gonna give you a warning. So I just want you to know that, like, don't let this shit happen again, because if it does happen again, you will be sent straight to island. Actually, no,
Yeah.
you'll be banned.
Let's look at it.
Oh my God,
he
dude.
shows up at
Just
SWAT,
like-
right? Starts, trolling a little bit.
They're all just like such Discord and Reddit mods incarnate.
He walks up to Duke and he's like,
They're just singularly obsessed with wielding like a modicum of power and authority.
You be a good boy and you just give me a kiss. Like,
How pathetic.
Man, who said that? What
we
the
try to
fuck?
apprehend him, of course. And then he starts trying to, what's it called, tase us.
Bro,
as
y'all
well.
all started trying to
We
tase
apprehend
me,
him,
and
I
y'all
bring him down
y'all
here.
fucking
As
fell,
if that
bro.
will
The
stop
entire
him from
squad is
trolling
continuing-
Duke.
Yeah.
And what will stop
Right?
him for coming back with a new account if he is banned?
Like the guy just has a toxified reputation. It's over. Like he's just gonna get trolled forever. And it doesn't help that he's just really, really bad at handling it.
The entire SWAT team
I
fell
have
that trying to
a
get
full
me, bro.
body cam of the I have a full body cam of the entire scene. From
I have a
start to
body
finish.
cam of you trying to tickle me, bro. Fuck you mean?
Can you tickle me? Some, dots and dots
I'm gonna
on the
open
scene of the
Premiere.
clip from beginning to start.
Ooh.
You know who you remind me of? You remind me of Pinocchio.
Me?
Why you almost sound like Dixon?
Because of my nose?
He's not talking to you. He's not talking to you. He's talking to me.
Got him.
Huh?
Can you tickle me?
Huh?
What an insult.
I give you permission to tickle me, actually.
Repeat that. Repeat that.
What the
I
fuck?
give you permission to tickle.
That's weird.
Who's saying that, bro?
It's that cop right there.
And y'all call me the weirdo. Okay, y'all are just trying to get me away from my Pookie. And I love my Pookie to death.
Which is me. Which is
No, Duke's my Pookie.
Brother.
No, Duke's my Pookie.
Dude, I cannot get over how
Hey Edward,
fat
I
your
just, I
nose
seen your
is.
clip.
Why are you even here?
You have a big nose.
Yeah, he can be here. Yeah, he can be here.
Are you staffed?
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. Premiere's loading up. Loading up all the little clips I've got. Let's see. Give it like 30 seconds. I don't know. Maybe.
He's not part of this stuff.
Okay.
I want him here, though.
You
my
don't need to be
homeboy.
here. This is a staff set. I don't care. If
Infamous.
you're not part of
His
the staff set, you just
Nah,
need
nah,
to be
nah,
here.
boo, boo.
Not the normal way.
This way's quicker.
Yeah, shout out Big Homie over there. He low-key chill.
Ah, stop!
I mean, I'm still gonna put him in prison.
Yeah.
Because instead of island, I'm gonna just put him in here.
Yeah, just book him.
And I'll get out, and I'll
Alright.
get
Just book him
out.
for like whatever.
Y'all
the
might
top
as well
thing
just fucking ban me at this point, because I'm gonna get out and do the same exact fucking shit.
That's on body cam.
is. Oh.
Yeah, he just
Yeah, I'll fucking do
Oh,
it again.
oh.
I love
We
it.
got him.
I'm itching to do it again. I'm just waiting and waiting to get my great hands on Duke. That's that oily, stinky boy.
Nice. So that's clip.
Good, good, good.
Yep.
I don't care.
Now this is a whole different
Okay.
thing.
Y'all gonna ban me? At this point, I fucking want to be banned, bro. Y'all been holding me here for like what, like 30 minutes? Like, shit.
Sounds like a whitelist
Something like
removal.
I mean, why
Yeah,
do these
it does.
people just waste their time on Duke's behalf defending
Okay,
him?
fucking ban me already, bro.
Just
At this
join
point.
the trolls. Be like, hey, we'll pretend.
Like I said, I have all day. So
I'm gonna keep
Well,
coming back, bro.
Just actually have some fun roleplay. Being like, yeah, we'll roleplay as like a fan of his, and then we'll like get you in his inner circle and just fuck with him and make him crash out. That sounds like much more fun roleplay than just like I'm a cop and you're not allowed to be mean to that guy. I'm gonna arrest you. And instead of playing the game, I'm just gonna stand here in this hallway. I'm gonna hold you by your handcuffs so you can't go anywhere. That sounds really boring and lame.
back. No, y'all aren't stopping me.
So now you're claiming to be a spoofer?
Oh no, who said that?
Now I got him on camera calling himself a Banavator.
Yeah, what's your fucking question?
The mods aren't gonna like that.
What do you do with the soccer ball?
Huh?
What do you do with the soccer ball?
The fuck do you mean, soccer ball?
Kicked.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope it continues. I hope he gets trolled. I hope all of his enablers get trolled. That'd be funny. This is a pretty good video about Big Ed. DSP if he was 4'7" and had no neck. This is a Gundam video. This is a really cool video. It's not really locale related, but it's definitely gaming related. It's live action Metal Gear. And it's really funny. Hot Diggity Demon is like, I think he walked back this by now and was like, no guys, I was just in a bad place. I'm not gonna do it, you guys. And it's like, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. The Perez Hilton situation is crazy, as Moist Critical would say.
Well, that was an absolutely terrible thing to see. First thing in the morning when I woke up. Perez Hilton recovering in hospital after reports he self-harmed during live stream. And I've not watched the full thing because I just couldn't, but I've seen some clips and it's bad.
Yeah.
It's really, really bad. It's like a horror video. It's just don't watch it. I'll tell you.
Yeah, he's just naked and covered in blood and cuts.
That to everyone. Just
you can imagine.
Perez Hilton.
Don't watch
Is it 2005 again?
I know, right? This guy called himself Perez Hilton in order to try and, I don't know, troll Paris Hilton. He's just one of those weird celebrity ankle biters, and he's just like... One could have predicted this outcome for him, I'm just saying.
Video. US blogger Perez Hilton...
He's just like a US blogger. He's more like a tabloid junkie.
Is recovering in hospital after members of the public reported that he had appeared to self-harm during a TikTok live stream.
Did he just want relevance? I think
but anyway,
I think recently he had his kids taken away, so maybe it was a legit mental breakdown.
Services were called to his home in Miami on Tuesday after concerned viewers reported a man live streaming acts of self-harm on social media. The Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office told US media that an individual had been safely recovered and taken to a local hospital where he is receiving medical attention. Police added that their crisis response unit and licensed mental health professionals were also on scene, providing support and resources to the individual's family. Hilton, whose real name is Mario Lavandera, was home alone during the time of the live stream, police confirmed, and had his TikTok account suspended soon after. In a statement issued to BBC News, the Miami Sheriff's Office did not name Hilton.
He really does feel like a relic of a bygone age, like an age of like Gawker and what is it, like Mother Jones and stuff like that, when all that's just been stuffed into the garbage.
Confirmed they had attended to reports of a man harming himself. Deputies quickly located the individual's residence where they spoke with family members on scene. And
I wonder if I can
he was alone inside, police said.
Here's how far I've gotten in the Jasper Bloodwork animation. I don't think I'm going to cut out more, but I have this much left, and everything before this is mostly done. Let's see. All this is animated, and then I just have this chunk here. I don't know. I might be able to get it done today. That'd be nice.
After assessing the situation, officers decided to tactically disengage while continuing to monitor the situation and providing the needed support to his family, police said. In many incidents involving a person experiencing a mental health crisis or actively harming themselves, deputies prioritize de-escalation by creating time, distance, and opportunities for communication, their statement said, which is, yeah, if a person's obviously like in the pits of like a mental health crisis and the police are all around them screaming at them and stuff like that, it doesn't help. It really doesn't help. Unless there is an immediate threat to others, slowing the situation and utilising crisis intervention techniques can reduce the likelihood of a suicide by cop encounter and minimise the risk of injury to the individual, deputies and the public. Suicide by cop is a US term for when individuals...
He's a mad lad, and not in a good way.
...behaving in a way that will provoke police into killing them. In a later update, the sheriff's
That's got to be traumatizing for the cop, too.
Recovered and transported by Miami-Dade Fire Rescue to a local hospital, where he is...
Like, it's one of the most selfish ways to commit, right? Is to force someone else into taking your life, and then they have to carry that burden for their life. That's a really scummy way to go out.
Receiving medical attention. They added that the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Crisis Response Unit and licensed mental health professionals are also on scene providing support and resources to the individual's family. BBC News has asked representatives for Hilton to comment and also contacted TikTok and the Miami police. Concerning content, I mean, it's a little bit more than that. It's bloody horrible. The video is bad. I'm not saying this is a... Oh, definitely don't watch, because I do this all the time whenever I talk about a really, really horrible piece of media or just a horrible subject. And I keep saying to people, don't Google it, don't look it up, don't watch it. And then I get everybody in the comments going, "Oh, I didn't listen," and now well, that's what. Just don't watch it. It's really bad. That's all I can say. It's just really, really fucking bad. A little bit traumatizing if you've not got a strong enough stomach. So definitely just don't go and watch the video. The celebrity bloggers managers, Dante Rusciolelli, I don't know how to pronounce that, Rebecca Cocken, told outlets including Variety in a joint statement that they were aware of the concerning content circulating online involving our client, Perez Hilton. At this time, we have not been able to make direct contact with him despite our ongoing efforts to reach him, they continued. Our primary concern is Perez's health and well-being, as well as the well-being of his family. Until we have confirmed information, we will not speculate or comment further. We appreciate everyone's concern and ask that his privacy be respected during this time. Hilton rose to fame in the early 2000s via his popular and at times controversial celebrity gossip website. Perez Hilton was a stage name he chose as a play on Paris Hilton, who was one of the most written about celebrities at
that time.
Whatever the fuck happened to her?
What happened to her?
Whatever happened to her, because there was that...
Probably went back to managing hotels.
She got famous the same way that the Kardashians get famous, where basically a porno of her get leaked. And it's like, who is she? She's a socialite. And it's like, so this is like a girl that goes to parties. And it turns out you can just get famous from that. It's fucking stupid. Perez Hilton, I've just read that. He has often snarky takes have drawn criticism over the years from some celebrities, including Miley Cyrus, Khloe Kardashian, Mila Kunis, and...
That was a weird time in history. Like, she was in a movie, like a horror movie, about like wax dolls or wax figurines. Like it was a wax museum horror movie.
His former friend,
starring Paris Hilton.
But in recent years, Hilton apologized for cruel comments made in his early career.
God, it kind of sucks not being able to forget things. Being able to remember everything is kind of a double-edged sword.
And
she was in a commercial recently?
Efforts to change his online brand, reflecting a wider change in online culture and the way celebrity
Last I heard the name
House of
Paris
Hilton,
Hilton, she was signed to the same record label as
What?
Wayne and Drake.
Okay, sure, why not?
Basically the same thing that...
Then she's going to get her show on Hulu that's just like a clip compilation of her previous shenanigans.
Frankie Boylan.
That's the world we live in now, apparently.
Jim Jeffries did, essentially like that. He adopted a kinder, more family-friendly public persona while also embracing fatherhood. He has 3 children via surrogacy. Now, that's going to be a horrible thing to see your dad doing that.
Yeah, no
I
shit.
have a ton of regrets.
Hopefully they get taken away.
Because I now see that I never needed to be so mean or cruel, he wrote in his 2020 memoir. One of the many things I regret is that I hurt so many people by giving them nasty nicknames.
Oh, no.
And above all that, I was unkind to the children of celebrities. Hilton continues to cover showbiz news via his online blog, social media platforms, and weekly podcast.
Yikes. What a dinosaur.
There we are as well. Aye, there's the old article from way back in the day. Now, basically, like, men, women. Click off the video right now. This is between us, right? We don't talk about mental health.
Okay.
We don't talk about it
Ludwig, you
because it's
didn't
gay
like Paris
and it makes you
Hilton
look
in her
weak.
breakout film White.
Yeah, right.
Oh wait, never mind.
She always looked like she had like one eye like higher up than the other eye. She had like weird eye issues. But people look past it because she was blonde, I guess.
It's fine. We can have a wee chat about it. Now, every single man has a breaking point. Every single man has a breaking point. Like I've been over the last 2 years, I've been through the ringer. Right? Things have been absolutely terrible. Things have been absolutely crap. And there's a few times that I felt like walking away from YouTube completely. Right? I've just kind of done this. I've had a few fuck this moments and stuff like that, but I got through it and it's fine. However, I'm one of the lucky ones. Some guys break. Some guys just break. And then you get some people where it's like, oh, it's a little bit for attention, and those ones you can kind of spot. This video was not for attention. Like, the stuff that he was doing to himself and the way that he looked and stuff like that was extremely bad. This guy, I don't know what's going on in his personal life. I don't know what's happened. But this guy has had an extreme, absolutely full mental breakdown. Like, an extremely bad one where he's went and done this and he's obviously not thinking clearly or anything like that, right? And we've all had events in our lives where we've been there where basically the next day you kind of have this little... holy fuck, I can't believe I was going to do that. like that type of thing, right? It's just, it happens to all of us, right? It happens to all the men, and I know that we don't talk about it and stuff like that. So basically what I want to say is, bros, reach out to your bros. Ask your buddy, hey man, you doing all right? And you have that little conversation, and at the end of it, you have that little awkward hug, and then you call the other guy the F-slur, he calls you it back, and then you laugh, and then you go out drinking, right? So basically, one thing I'll be perfectly honest about, I don't need to explain this to any of you, no one gives a single shit about the mental health of men. No one gives a fuck.
For true.
Like, women,
It's just true.
especially, but, like, other men don't really care about it as well.
Like, it's kind of, again, like a double-edged sword. Like, no one gives a fuck about our problems.
I mean, we kind of do, but it's just an...
But knowing that helps you to just be like, yeah, it's just something you're going to have to deal with yourself. Like, you can't offload this trauma onto someone else. It's all you to bear. Whereas women have more of like a support system.
Awkward thing for us to talk
Just
about.
is what it is.
Because we have all this bravado and we don't want to seem weak. Right, and that's us, but most of it is loads of other places just don't give a shit about the mental health of men. Right, which is why you should reach out to your homies and make sure he's all right. Right, just have a little chat to him. Everything okay with you, man? You doing good? Everything okay? Like, just trust
That's a
me,
little
that
gay.
makes the world a difference. That does make the world a difference. And also, if any of you are thinking about doing any of that shit,
I saw
do
the
not.
video. He looks like
Yeah,
Rob
right.
Diego.
I
So many
know.
cuts and smeared blood.
It is wild.
Do not.
Like, it's hard to think he's just doing it for the attention when it's that just gruesome.
Any of that stuff, or especially the big one, you know, that's a permanent solution to temporary problems, right? We've all been through horrific fucking shit in our life, and I would be lying if I was saying if there wasn't times that I hadn't had those thoughts and stuff like that. But then I got through it, and then I look back at it now and go, fuck, I can't believe that. Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, good thing I never did any of that. And the good thing I never went through with it. You will always have that realization. So you see, if you're thinking those horrible thoughts, just wait a while. Just wait a good while, and then you'll look back on it and go, holy fuck. Right, so basically, don't do anything silly. Don't do anything silly. See, whenever you're thinking like
Don't do
that,
anything
you're not
silly.
you. That's little demons whispering to you, telling you awful things about yourself and trying to make you go through with it. That's not you. You're not being reasonable. It's not even your voice. It's not even your thoughts. Those are little horrible thoughts that have been planted in your head. Right? So basically, if you are thinking those thoughts, they're not your thoughts. Someone's putting them there to make you do something very silly. And also, reach out to your homies.
It's a
and
way to
make
look
sure
at
they're
it.
all right.
Oh, what a nice guy. He's super nice. He's like the John Rambo, whereas Bering is more like the Howard. You know, like Howard was just ready to rip into Phil and just tear him to shreds, whereas Rambo was just like, he's just too nice. He's too much of a nice guy. Which has its place in places. Certain places. Definitely not the online lolcow space, that's for sure. You want to be here, you gotta be damn mean. On that topic, I guess.
So, the YouTuber animator, Hot Diggity Demon, also known as Max, recently announced on a live stream that he was considering doctor-assisted euthanasia due to a medical condition he has known as fibromyalgia, and which causes widespread body pain along with severe...
And in the video, he's like, all these things are making it impossible to do my job, which is streaming. And it's like, dude, no one knows you as a streamer. Everyone who knows you from your edited videos. Just go back to doing that. If streaming with these problems are too hard to bear, like, quit being a streamer.
severe fatigue. And Max noted his
I guess that's where the money is.
health has reached a point where he feels like his existence is mainly filled with suffering and is also currently facing a
Well, also one of the few content creators who literally does look exactly like their avatar.
financial burden due to medical costs. So
just
even
him
if he
but
had an
cartoon.
option to keep his chronic illness manageable, he feels like that wouldn't be an affordable choice. During the time this live stream was made, Max's plan was to fly to Switzerland, where assisted suicide is illegal.
So a little over a year ago, maybe like 14 months, I realized I needed to start thinking of some kind of final solution, some option that would serve as a resolution to all of these problems. And after considering every option I could think of, ultimately, that solution has taken the form of doctor-assisted euthanasia. Now, I know when I say that, for a lot of you, your first instinct is probably to be upset. I know a lot of you care about me, so I'd like to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for having to hurt you guys like this.
We're sorry.
But before you before you do your pearl clutching, I ask you, why shouldn't I? Apparently, Switzerland engages in what's known as euthanasia tourism, meaning people go there if they can't get bonked anywhere else. The doctors there will bonk you, no questions asked.
And many people were, of course, quick to show their grievances, and even attempting to convince Max not to go through with his choice, because there might be some other options available to him. This then led to Max responding to everyone's concerns by saying, "Geez, you guys, okay, fine, haha, JK, just kidding, never mind, JK, just kidding."
Also, this just seems steeped in irony.
JK, and decided I'm not thinking clearly, will reassess, and then left a drawing of a big-tittied cartoon mouse with pubic hair.
Of course.
Interesting, but definitely in Max's character. Like most people, I was exposed to Hot Diggity Demon's content from the My Little Pony adult parody videos .mov. I would watch these all day during my brony phase, after clopping to pictures of Princess Luna. And Princess Celestia was pretty cute too, but I was more into the dark, mysterious type. However, not everyone seems to be as concerned about a man choosing to terminate his own life as others.
I have to go on Twitter and see people happy that I'm dying, seeing people saying that they're happy.
I wonder
that I'm
who's
dying,
responsible for that.
Because I'm racist. Because I'm still the racist pariah. I really wish that wasn't still going on. If you believe anything racist...
Hey, here's what you do. You just say, yeah, and. That's how you deal with it, man. That's why I think so much of this is just mental. Like, he doesn't really understand a whole lot about being on the internet. If people call you a racist, just be like, yeah, so what?
I might be cold-hearted in saying this, but... his fans will eventually find someone else and watch them if we went away.
Yeah, I said when it happened, it's like, this is not the way to go about it. It's not the right way.
Even something that's...
If you really are feeling that, and you really are just like at that limit, making it so public and jokey and like irony, jokey, haha about it, like, don't do that. Don't do that.
Morally,
this is too dark. This is too grim to play around with shit like that. Either do it or don't. Don't make a fucking public spectacle of it. Like, if you want to do that, just climb to the highest building you can find, fill your pockets with candy, and just jump so you can be a human piñata if you want to be a big joker about it.
Logistically wrong, and I'll think you're an idiot for it. I will. I'll think you're a cringe idiot.
Yeah, you should have went to a therapist.
But anyone who thinks I'm racist will never listen to me say these words anyway.
Just say, yeah, fuck it, I'm a racist. Get over it.
So I just have to remind myself that they don't know me.
But no, he's still beholden. He's still audience captured. Just like, let it go, man.
And so I shouldn't care about their judgment.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Some contrarian attention-seeking goblins have hit the Twitter dance floor to wow us again with their infinite...
Women talk about it. Men do it. Attempted versus completed.
There's a lot of reasons for that I'm not going to go into.
Stupidity. During Max's contemplation of ending his own life, many thought it would be the best time to point out his problematic tweets from over 10 years ago. Yeah, so today I thought we would take a look at the individuals calling out Max so they can garner praise on how morally superior they are compared to everyone else. I truly don't understand the intent
something was
to
up
react
when he
this
said
way.
he wanted to go to Switzerland to do it. Canada is right up the street, you know.
I think it was saying it was too restrictive, and Switzerland was just like, yeah, we'll fucking do it anytime you want. It's like the suicide booth from Futurama, I guess.
But maybe there's a reasonable argument to be made. So
they're just on the side of the road in Switzerland, apparently.
So the first Twitter user we're looking at says,
a bunch of suicide booths.
You weren't a racist, anti-Semitic piece of shit. Suffer and perish. Only other white people make excuses for racists.
Which in and of itself is a racist statement.
Figure it out, but there seems to be a theme for the people dogpiling him and cheering for him to off himself.
Oh yeah, it's very clear what direction. It's the same people who just they're cheering for murder and death. It's like, what is going on?
And then they included some of Max's...
There is some like actual brain rot happening. It's very uncomfortable.
Past work, such as this image.
He is also too focused on the people that hate him too much.
Yeah.
Not good on his mentals when he already talked about it.
Imagine apologizing for this. Who cares?
and Steven Juniverse. Now,
Steven
you can have whatever
Juniverse.
opinion you want on the art itself.
Just
There's even
laugh.
more
They'll be like,
stuff
"I'm
that
so-
people provide
oh no,
with
I'm
Max's
sorry.
past artwork. You can think it's
I didn't mean to laugh. It was involuntary. There was nothing I could do.
gross, disgusting, whatever, but hopefully you can differentiate.
He just needs to give less of a shit, you know? Just like overall, in general.
Between forcing someone to like edgy work and using the edgy artwork as ammunition to justify.
Also, this gameplay is abysmal. I don't know if it's bad on purpose just to get people to talk about it and comment on it, but this guy cannot play Halo to save his life.
Well, death, basically. I mean, actually look at why you're saying Max deserves to suffer and perish. We have a racist, edgy caricature of a fictional character, and when you see this, you tell
Dead
yourself,
already.
Whoever drew that needs to die.
Is that considered a fitting punishment to you? Karma will come for you, and to those white people in the comments who somehow get the audacity, forgive him. Your apologies will mean nothing.
Come
until
on,
us
man, it's
people of color-
2026. Did you honestly think you could announce sewer slide on the internet and some people weren't gonna tell you to follow through?
Yeah, I know. And like they're man, it's tough. There is some positive effect to just being like, yeah, okay, then, because it takes away what a lot of people do, which is just to say it to get attention. And if you respond with just like, yeah, go ahead, then it's not fun anymore, you know? So that is how you have to be towards a lot of people who do that.
accept it.
It's on a situational basis, not all the time, but if someone is just like throwing it out there in just such a shallow, emotionally manipulative way, you can react to that negatively.
And we
I do
never
kinda
will.
get it to some degree, cause a lot of people say it for attention nowadays.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Your disability do not excuse for your racist, harmful remark. I know
Are we watching the Pony movie? Oh, okay, maybe. We'll check out his stuff.
the idea of karma isn't inherently proportional, but is wishing death on someone much better? Or saying good riddance? Honestly, I'd probably go as...
And also, all the tweets claiming he's a racist have racist
I'm just gonna kill myself.
undertones themselves. So it's like, just stop caring.
as far as to say that celebrating death because someone made edgy fan art is
Sometimes
worse
you just
than
have
making
to jump
edgy
off the ledge with the attempted suicide people. Like Mel Gibson. This is a joke.
You just have to, like, you have to water it down and just be like, you're not going to be able to manipulate me by saying these things, okay? Just so you know. I'm more sooner going to just say, okay, do it, than say, oh my god, no, don't, we love you, please. Here, have some cake, have some soup. This will make you feel better.
fan art and growing from it. This is objectively immoral.
Because if you let that go, if you let that happen, then they're just going to keep doing that. And it's going to get really, really gross.
So, if you genuinely believe in karma, then it's probably coming for your ass as well. I mean, sure, you don't have to forgive Max. That's up to you whether the previous art still bothers you or not, but your reaction goes way above and beyond of what is deserving. I can't tell you how to feel, but if you believe edgy art and posts from 12 years ago, it means euthanasia should be celebrated, then you're simply just a vindictive person. It is absolutely laughable you think this post makes you morally superior when you act like a bigger piece of shit than Max. Hey, did you guys know the guy you're wanting to stay alive has an entire N-word compilation dedicated to him?
I think
Doesn't
it is
that
more
just
if
make
it
you
is
feel
someone you
silly
know
for
in
just
real life
trying
and
to
they go to you in private. It is less attention seeking than someone who posts
Yeah.
about it on Twitter.
Exactly. Like I'm saying, it's very situational.
help? I would care, but he used to be racist.
What the fuck? Even, like, you can't even, like, reform yourselves to these people.
So
why bother?
you acknowledge he's not racist now, but used to
Like, they're just gonna hate you anyways.
be.
Literally.
So even after changing his ways, he still deserves to
Holy
die.
moly.
Are people not allowed to live healthily due to previous
Nah.
remarks they don't make anymore? It is reasonable for people
Especially
to
if you're
still
white.
not be fond of him just because he's changed. However,
He
what's
has an
not
inward
reasonable is
compilation?
justifying your
That's a pretty bold accusation. Prove it. Post the link.
Watch it on stream. I don't know if it's censored or not. Oh my god, we can't have another day like yesterday. We're flying too close to the sun.
belief that Max deserves death, or we should celebrate it because of art and posts he made 12 years ago. Not forgiving doesn't mean you can't be empathetic towards his suffering. Would you forgive Hitler for his past? Oh my god. Guys, do you
He's
think I was
literally
wrong for
Hitler.
defending Hot Diggity Demon? I didn't know he was racist, but from what I understand,
No,
he
not so
improved
sure.
himself. Now I'm conflicted. Guys, is it wrong to show empathy towards a person who's suffering because he made edgy art from several years ago?
What are you
To answer
shooting?
your question, Twitter user who's hopefully a child, I think not wanting someone to die due to edgy posts from the past is the sane and morally correct position to have. Someone please tell me why people affected by Max G's racism aren't allowed to be glad that he wants to kill himself. I thought we all hated racists and wanted them to die. Why is this any different? Like the whiny little wiener they are, this Twitter user says some dumb shit, locks their post, and then acts obtuse about why so many people are calling them out. Fuck yes. Take that, you fucking skinhead racist. Dickhead. Dickhead.
Dickhead.
Rot in fucking hell.
Dickhead.
Surprisingly, this tweet
Why'd you
didn't
say it
go
twice?
over so well, which led to another post created by the same guy. Folks love to dismiss racist actions with millions of excuses, so I'm not surprised. Disappointed, nonetheless. You can't really call yourself a moral person if you're yearning for someone to suffer a debilitating illness while praying they end their lives due to, again, edgy art and posts
Jesus,
made 12
Twitter
years
just
ago.
brings the
I
worst
don't want
out of
people
people,
to think
doesn't it?
that
I know,
they have
it does,
to
it really
like
does.
Max's old art, or even forgive
It really, really does, doesn't it?
them for posting this art. That's not the point I'm
It's like it triggers your like id, and just people unveil their unfiltered id to the world.
making. Have whatever feelings you want about his art. You can even dislike the person, but to wish death upon someone or celebrate it for this mere act is psycho shit. You are a psychopath if this is how you behave.
Mm-hmm.
It is not hard to dislike a person and not wanting them to die.
Yeah.
It's okay. You can dislike him, but wishing death to a person is gross.
Yeah, oftentimes, like, living is even worse punishment. Like, I don't want Phil to die. I want Phil to live his miserable life where he's just miserable every day. Death would be a release. It would be a mercy. All right, let's look up the Pony movie.
We used to have a containment unit for these people. It was called Tumblr.
Is this the right one, or is there more? What is fascism? I don't even know. Everyone uses it for everything. Like, it's a series, okay. 12 videos, holy cow. I'm not gonna go through them all. Which one's the best one?
Boy, let me tell you, I sure do love apples.
Applejack, what are you doing? You can't eat all those fucking apples.
Fuck you, I can't eat all these apples.
Man, I've never seen a pony eat so many apples.
Hold on, I just gotta check something real quick. Look at his channel. When's the last time you put out an edited video?
But then Tumblr banned all porn cause there was found people sharing CP on the platform, and then they all moved to Twitter.
You can see the problem, can't you? This is a problem. It really is. It's very noticeable. And it's even a little bit relatable. This guy hasn't put out an edited video in 2 years. And then you look at the live tab, and it's like every day.
And now they've jumped to Blue Sky mostly.
Yeah. Like this might be your issue. Maybe quit it with the streaming and go back to edited videos. A lesson for us all. Where is it? Where was it?
Whoa, Applejack, eat all those apples, you're gonna get a wicked bad tummy ache.
I did not even know he streamed. I knew him as an animator.
Yeah, that's what everyone knows him as. Little.
Oh, hey guys, check it out! Applejack's eating a shitload of apples!
Hey, This I gotta see.
Hey, Sugar Cubes, look, I'm a walrus. Or.
Man, Applejack, you eat all those apples, you're gonna get a wicked bad tummy ache.
Oh, no way. I just said the same thing, you crazy cunt.
Go, Applejack, go!
Oh my god, Applejack. You're crazy, dude. More apples. Well, we knew he wasn't all that right in the head. Like, he's already... Yeah, it is very indicative of a better time, IMO. But, like, all animators are crazy, okay? Just let me throw that out there. If you're an animator, you're probably crazy. If you're looking at a medium that says you have to make like 30 or 60 drawings per second, you're like, yeah, I can do that.
Adult Swim. Listen, I know you're still bummed about losing the revenue stream that was Smiling Friends, but hear me out.
Yeah. I don't know, that might be putting fire on a powder keg if you give him like a lot of money. But he could really use the freedom, you know? Just like let him do whatever he wants instead of... I think so he's a little bit crazy, all right? He's a little bit crazy, he's a little bit weird, that's fine. And it worked out for him when he was doing edited videos, but then he started doing live streams like 2 years ago. The edited videos stopped. And he basically just gave away the keys to his emotional vehicle to a live stream chat that it seems doesn't really have his best interest in mind. So it's just a bad idea. This is getting more and more unhinged. It's turning into an apple!
Yo, Applejack. You alright? Yeah, you're gonna be fine.
Let me tell you, that pony sure does love apples.
At least
yeah, it is him
for work.
Special guest voices Aaron Hansen and Kira Buckland. That is Ego Raptor, literally. Literally. Yeah, at least safe for some workplaces. Okay, one more.
Fun fact: apple seeds God contain cyanide.
Oh yeah, that's right. They point that out in Breaking Bad, don't they? How Walt was able to make cyanide using a healthy chemical process.
Dear sweet Celestia! Discord, the god of chaos, has returned from his stone imprisonment to lay waste to everything and everyone we hold dear! Spike, we have only one option. We must locate the elements of harmony.
Yeah, far out, dude.
What?
Hey, quit poking me with your thing!
If he wanted to scream still, he could scream WIP of his animation and give a little tease before the full version is out. And talk about his drawings. Tools he is using for the animations and give tips and tricks to the chat.
Just not everyone is set out for streaming, you know? Like, we see it so many times. People who start streaming and they just can't handle the level of fame that they feel like they're entitled to.
Harmony? I can't find them anywhere!
Hey, I sure have it, purple guy. Stay out of my shed, okay?
Wanna help me look, Rainbow Dash?
Yeah, why don't you suck my tit, you dumb bitch? Swag.
I know! I'll ask Rarity!
What the fuck?
Rarity! Get your fat ass out here and help me find the elements!
Oh, I simply can't, darling. I'm entertaining family today.
Your family with over 30 illegal Mexican immigrants?
Of course, dear. Who do you think makes my dresses? They
Racist!
come over to look at my
Look how
posters. I
racist
pretend
this
to whip them.
is!
It's a silly pretend game.
Oh my god,
It's like a
whipped!
family tradition.
Forget sometimes Kira Buckland was a new grounders. I mostly know her for 2B and Jolin.
Huh. Interesting. Wow.
That doesn't exactly seem ethical, Rarity.
Please. Everybody knows Mexicans aren't real people.
Oh man! Now I want him to die! I want him to die now! Because he's racist.
Oh, Miss
Against Mexicans, which isn't even a race.
Rarity, my little fingers hurt from making so many dresses against my will.
Oh, my poor baby. Let Mama Rarity look. I'll fix you up. No need to...
So he regrets this, right? He's remorseful for this, and he's like, "Nah, I'm not a racist," and he wishes he didn't do this. Like, you don't think that's contributing to the self-hatred?
Thank me, my dear. Generosity is my middle name.
Oh no, looks like hard times ahead for Paco.
Oh, I truly am the most beautiful creature in all of Equestria. To gaze upon me is to know divinity itself.
Mrs. Rarity, I am so thirsty.
Like, just own it. Quit hating yourself. Just be like, yeah, I made this. Fuck you, it's funny.
Drink that, dear.
When are you
I don't give
going
a
to
shit
pay
if you're
us, Mrs.
offended.
Rarity?
I'm sorry, darling. I can't
In fact, I'm happy you're offended, because you're a bad person, and bad people deserve to be offended.
understand your thick accent.
He would have so much more self-confidence if he took that approach.
You simply must learn to speak English properly if you're going to live in this country. Oh, Fluttershy, I've had the help throw together a little dress for you. Maybe now you won't look like such an unwashed tramp.
Hey, stay out of my shed.
Yes, that's me, the most generous pony in Ponyville.
I would not see it as racism. More a comment
Yeah,
on
right.
sweatshops and how the clothing business use people to make the clothes and ACCT like bitches to earn money.
But you're taking it into context. You need to take it out of context.
This is the first time I've ever saw an illegal immigrant sweatshop labor joke.
Yeah.
Yup, the first time it's ever been done.
Revolution.
I'm sorry, darling. I'm ever so certain I don't speak that ghastly taco language of yours.
The taco language.
That's what I was afraid you said. No, not my face! Not my generous face! No! This is a generous beating! Oh dear!
I am your god now. Bring me your virgins.
So he just seemed like a much happier person when he was doing these. And now he's definitely not happy. I'm just saying, I don't think it's 100% medical. This is a very based video, by the way, when everyone was calling everything fascist, and he's just like, at this point, I don't even know what that word means. Having a country with borders is fascism? Okay. Bring on the fascism. So watered down. Sub to him? Nah. My sub box is full. This is a good video. This is a great, awesome, hilarious, funny video. Racism makes people happy. Being yourself makes you happy. Trying to be something you're not is gonna make you unhappy.
Man must be playing tricks on me.
Stop right there, box. Freeze!
Stop right there, box.
I did not sign up for this. Sorry, sir. Didn't realize it was you.
Ты неправильно работаешь. Надо работать
лучше. Sorry, sir.
Who's out here hating faces?
Metal Gear has the best autists.
Sleeping on the job again.
Listen up, Snake. Keep in mind that this operation is strictly covert. Of course. Find the Metal Gear Rex blueprints, eliminate the boss, and get back to the extraction point before sunset. Just in time for dinner. Make sure to blend in with your surroundings. It's crucial you remain undetected.
God!
I'll call you back.
Master of the skies.
What's wrong with you, Mora?
I'm good. It'd be funny if, like, Kojima thinks that this is really how the real world works, somehow.
Nothing to see here.
Yes, I made Metal Gear accurate to real life. It's the most realistic video game ever made.
Wait. Get back to work.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! A naked scientist was just discovered. Be on the lookout for anyone suspicious.
Badass. Tactical cardboard.
What was that? We may have a situation.
This is so good.
All units on alert. Someone's in there. I have a bad feeling about this. Exercise caution. Hello. Oh, you're beautiful.
Can I have your number?
I have.
So good.
Patrol, this is your shift change reminder. Repeat, change shifts.
Something doesn't seem right. What is that beeping sound?
Why did you need it to beep if it was remote controlled? Sleeping? Nah, I think he's dead.
We need more manpower. We can't spare the manpower. You're on your own for now. What's wrong? Come in, Zulu 1.
Like, wouldn't getting hit in the head with a tranq dart, like, puncture your brain? No, it's just gonna make you go to sleep faster. Go to sleep, quote unquote.
Everyone is so sleepy. Deliver to boss. Handle with care.
So light. All that training really paid off.
Who's in the box? Get out of there. I'm not afraid of anything. You think you'll scare me? Oh, you think you'll scare me? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, he's got a gun. Oh, oopsies. I too much to pick up.
Where's boss?
Through that door, past the 5 guards. Should be the blonde carrying the nukes. You can't miss her. Oh.
Go to sleep.
The
Pretty sure that
enemy
would
is
kill.
out there. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for anything suspicious.
What?
Electronic gaming.
Oh, look at magazine! I wonder who dropped this one.
Make room, I want to see too.
It's Electronic Gaming, the Metal Gear Solid 3 issue. It's a collector's item. And you throw it on the ground. How dare you? Boss. Nukes. Get him, Snake. You got this. Remember the basics of CQC. Oh, shit. Never mind.
Man, PS3 Delta looks kind of weird.
This is Unreal 5 for you. She's got good moves.
This is how you don't play Metal Gear Soiled in real life.
Metal Gear Soiled.
Snake, are you okay? Snake?
A silent assassin. You'll get it eventually. You only have to win once.
Snake, this was meant to be a cakewalk. Let me give you a hint. Shoot the frog. frog. You heard me. Let's not do this again, Snake.
The flowers turn red.
One more thing, Snake. I meant to ask you earlier. Did you make sure to like and subscribe? Perhaps even turn on that bell notification above. You gotta give the people what they want. This is perhaps your most important mission yet.
I'll give you a like. That was a truly epic video. I love it. I wanted to share it so you guys can see it too. There's a channel, Devin Graham, almost 100 or almost a million subs. Only 916,000. Gotta get those numbers up. Got a Gundam video. We got. Oh yeah, you wanted to see this. What's this one?
13%. 50% of all violent crime. Eddie, stop. You can't say it. You gotta stop using that word. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? I know what it feels like to say that word. The power. Everything. But you'll screw yourself. Stop saying that word. I like being racist. It makes me happy. Now die, you stupid nigger.
Oh no! Thank you for cutting it off.
I've never played chess because I.
Yeah, Topher was such a miscast for Eddie. It's like you saw that and you knew it was going to be a disappointment. Why aren't we here?
Well, I do have a high IQ.
The reason why I went to college is I did that for a bragging right.
The fact that I have my degrees means that I'm a scholar. I'm a scholar. I know mathematics.
Oh yeah, I guess we did watch a bit of this.
XY, but I don't.
Dale the Scholar.
Then what? I bet you your XY top scholar still fiends for vagina. As time progresses.
Oh yeah, that's right. We tried to watch it, but it was too ratchet. It was too gross.
Topher did alright as a villain in Predators.
Oh yeah. Because he was he wasn't supposed to be seen as like a threat or a killer. He was a serial killer. He was meant to like sneak his way in, and then you find out that he's really evil.
It's a Gundam. He's just a
legend! The WNBA is a joke. If you watch clips from the games, you'll quickly find that the boys' high school basketball team, on average, is a better display of skill.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
Cutting the lead down to 7.
I edited a video about the WNBA for It's a Gundam, and I even corrected him on some things.
Come on!
Like how it doesn't make any money.
When you see women wearing shirts saying, "Pay us what you owe us," while the league itself loses
you don't make any money
a year, and you watch a woman double dribble,
it's entirely subsidized by the NBA.
Damn thing about it, it's shocking. Hell,
they make so little money that money has to be taken out of the NBA in order to keep the WNBA afloat. That's crazy.
Neon Cook, a WNBA pro player. Neon, the dude who's stuck in a 12-year-old boy's body, for Christ's sake. Hell, Playboy Max Cardi, whatever the hell his name is, the dude is like 5'6", and he beat a 6'9" pro female basketball player. It's no wonder that people only pay the WNBA attention when there's drama involved. The one sport women excel at.
Like Dildogate, for instance, where people were launching dildos on the court. It was the most fun everyone's had with the WNBA.
See the object, the block right there, and the object comes, that green thing bounces, and it goes to the sideline. We're not exactly we're not sure where it came from. No room for any of that type.
Oh no, not
Sophie
dildos.
Cunningham arc of the WNBA.
I mean objects.
Basically, she pointed her finger at a black player, which was a cardinal sin apparently. White women in the WNBA are to be seen and not heard. They are to placate and talk about how black women have moved the sport forward.
With the light that I have now, as a white woman who leads a black-led sport and celebrated here, I want to show a light on black women. They don't get the media coverage that they deserve.
Trust black women, they lead the way. Trust black women, they lead the way. White women, stop abandoning your sisters.
And it's also just like childlike
Maybe
coded.
occasionally get
It's all just like
knocked around.
nursery
Such is the case
rhymes
with
and
Caitlin Clark, the most hated woman in the WNBA because she isn't told
almost
dog
like
shit.
They started in 1996.
that's who they're targeting.
First games played in 1997. It's 2024, and we're just really now talking about it. And so if Caitlin Clark is the vehicle that will bring this sport that I have loved so much and so long to little 5-year-old girls playing in Harlem, I say yes,
When
bravo.
the Saints turn
I have
around
no
and walk the
problem with
other way.
With that being
Yeah.
said, I do think that there is a thing called pretty privilege. There is a thing called white privilege.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the f up.
Like, I don't know what the hell that woman was smoking. Caitlin Clark looks like Shroud, unironically. I take it back. She looks like Kevin McDonald from The Kids in the Hall.
Called pretty privilege.
Anyway,
Women
Caitlin
are just
Clark gets
terrible
knocked
to
down
other
again
women.
this afternoon.
Like what a racist thing to say too. White women have an unfair advantage because they just look so much hotter. It's like, okay.
All the time. And
why would you say that?
Sophie Cunningham began to start pointing at a black woman. And this woman, I will admit, had the nicest weave on the court.
That must have been young Asian woman hair in her head.
I was just kind of pointing, and she's like, don't you point at me. And I was like, oh, shouldn't have said that. And I didn't say a word.
Sophie pointing while the black woman crashed out was incredibly funny. It then inspired memes that swept the internet in early July.
This is the most interesting thing to happen since Dildogate.
The meme basically took off massively, making Sophie Cunningham
Never seen
a
it.
huge star almost overnight. She goes to girls' camps. All the little kids run up. They want to take pictures with her pointing. It was a white girl summer, children.
They're doing the meme.
You guys have a point, aren't you? Buddy, I can do it too.
Where's the point?
She was a ring girl for the UFC fight with Colin McGregor.
Where he came back and took
And
himself out
pointed.
in like 5 seconds. And a waste of money.
The WNBA Players Union will not allow brands to monetize Sophie Cunningham's
Man.
point due to the rules against profiting
Man, it just shows you how insignificant the WNBA is when a meme addict like myself has never seen this meme before.
off of player conduct from a confrontation between our members.
What? Imagine if the NBA blocked the iconic Jordan silhouette logo from his shoes. I'm not saying she's on the level of Michael Jordan, but I am saying that silhouette on shirts probably could have made a lot of money for her, hell, even the WNBA by proxy.
Cash, shut fuck it, this is what it is.
Which apparently desperately needs to make some money. But per as usual, it's run by retards that don't understand how capitalism works and how to capitalize on something.
Anyway, she puts out some shoes and they sell out instantly. They skyrocket in price and value on the secondhand market. Why? I don't know. These are some ugly ass shoes, but it doesn't matter. The kids love them.
This is the ultimate white privilege. We've never seen an inconsistent role player get a shoe. Literally, the biggest thing she's ever done was pointing at a black woman.
Then the alphabet people got into the mix. Sophie did an interview with ESPN where she didn't support transsexuals in women's sports.
Love her or hate her, Sophie Cunningham won't be ignored.
Let's skip all the crap.
Shouldn't that
I
be
got a lot of
everyone's
negative
opinion?
feedback about me hating trans, and I'm like, I never said that. I think that I'm here to extend love, but I also think with that love is truth, being honest. And I want to protect young girls in the locker rooms or young girls in sports. You shouldn't have to go against biological men. I'm very much in the middle.
If you don't force little girls to see penis, you're a bigot.
I agree with some things on both sides, disagree with things on both sides. And that's all I've ever said about my political beliefs. But you people love to assume.
Later on, she doubled down when she was questioned about the ESPN article.
I said what I said. I think it's kind of common sense. And I think I'll always believe
it's
in it.
common
I think
sense.
it's really important to protect children.
But common
and
sense
that's
is
for the girls who
illegal.
are also involved in the category. I stand on what I said.
Hate crime! Hate crime!
And with that, she was a bigot.
Basketball's new anti-trans MAGA poster girl, Sophie Cunningham's firecracker stance against men and women's sports has caught Donald Trump's eye.
Message Sunday, 7:48 p.m.
This is Donald J. Trump. I just called to let you know, Gundam. Sophie Cunningham has very, very nice legs. I love them. Long, lengthy, delicious. But the poor thing,
The
she
best
doesn't have
legs.
an ass. She doesn't have a butt. You know, I saw her sit down on the bench in the WNBA game, and the poor thing slid right off of the bench. It was very sad. She has a body like an Asian woman, but the legs of a guy. Okay, I gotta go. I ran on the other line.
Sophie Cunningham is Riley Gaines 2.0 times 10 more bigoted and transphobic despite looking like an actual trans herself. I love how the trans community is now using looks like a trans person as an insult now.
This jersey used to represent someone I respected as an athlete. Today it represents something I can't support anymore. Sports have the power to bring people together, but when someone uses their platform
When someone calls
to
me
demonize
mentally
and
ill,
marginalize
I
an already
can't handle
vulnerable
it, because
community,
obviously
I
I'm
have to
not.
decide
I mean,
where
look at me.
stand. So today I'm not burning a person, I'm burning my support. As a trans woman, I've spent
Just like
years
I burned
fighting
my old
just to
clothing when
exist
I called
authentically.
myself
I
he,
won't
him.
spend $1 or another minute or
Get
another ounce
burned.
of energy supporting people who contribute to making that fight harder.
Oh, no.
This isn't about hate, it's about accountability.
Yes, it is about
No
hate.
money.
You hate.
Can you imagine
reality.
how many lives this is going to be saving? Kids, young queer folk.
The Alphabet Squad started protesting her games in Portland, which is a
These
household
people.
in the state. And I'm saying this is a New Yorker.
Sophie Cunningham was heavily booed in Portland. She knocks down a 3 and calls the crowd losers. Trans activists thought they could imitate Sophie Cunningham, blah, 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 blah. They flooded the stands with trans flags and booed loudly when she took
Wait,
the court.
didn't they call that
Some started
childish
making
when
out as a
others
form of
burned
protest
NFL
against
merch?
her. Comments about not
You're not
wanting
allowed.
women's sports.
What is that supposed to be like? Oh, gonna make out.
Quit it with your reality.
Sophie Cunningham, like this chick don't care.
Trans women! Protect trans women! Protect trans women! Protect trans
Just say you want to suck a dick, dude. Just say you want to suck dick. Alright? You don't need a sign, you don't need a megaphone, just make a Grindr account and leave the rest of us out of it.
Hell, nobody else cares. Dude, I don't even know. The video, there's like 2 groups of people protesting. I guess there's people protesting for Cunningham, and then there's the trans people protesting against Sophie Cunningham.
I'm pretty
At the end
sure
of the
that's
day,
one of
this
those
is
trans
peak
women.
Josh's behavior. I
So
love
you
seeing the
paid
normal
money
people
for
in the background
WNBA
pretending like
tickets
they
to hate on
Yeah,
that
right.
lady. Oh sure, that'll hurt her pocketbook.
And again, like, it's so anti-woman. The entire movement is so anti-woman in general.
don't see the protesters just getting on with their
Because they see women as like a subclass of men.
lives, because you don't want to be pulled into this meaningless minutia. They were giving these protesters the same dismissive look that only the homeless people of Portland know. Then the New York Times put out some sort of article on a chick called Kate Noah, and I quote, she shredded Sophie Cunningham. I don't even know this chick existed. The fact that this is actually someone that SiriusXM pays shows the clear void of interesting radio personalities they now have. No wonder they hold on to Howard Stern like grim death. This is why everyone watches streamers. No matter how
Yeah, they can't
scripted
define a
streamer
woman.
content has become, the alternative is boring radio hosts overpaid to be mid.
In many contexts, but I think the most recent one was when she, barefoot contested her way across the UFC octagon at the Conor McGregor fight, a guy who has been found, make sure I get the words right, Brady, civically liable. He's been found liable for both assault and sexual assault in a civil court in Ireland for an assault and
The real question is, what does that have to do with Sophie Cunningham? Absolutely nothing. Is she guilty by association just by showing up to some place? This is female logic at its best.
issue is one we've talked about a lot on Casuals. I hope by now, if you listen to this podcast, you're aware of my stance and on what I believe is our stance on this issue. It's just very frustrating because the people who seem to be controlling the conversation are the people who are using this as some sort of a political hot button topic, that it behooves them to blow this out of proportion to seem like a bigger issue than it is.
Kind of like what you're doing right now, and most of the people who are holding her feet to the fire over her statements that ultimately don't matter if you're a normal human being.
That it seems logical and obvious to them. They're not anti-trans person, which it just says hating trans.
Weird,
which
because
isn't
they also
what you
said
would say
Trump
if
was
you consider
civilly
them
liable
Yeah,
for
right.
Green
You're forgetting
SA in
the
the
people.
Northeast.
Yeah,
You're just using the descriptor. I don't hate trans people. And that might seem like a little thing to you, but to me, that's the distinction, is because you are forgetting, you are talking about people.
That's how you know she's going on her soapbox right now.
Holy
She's going
moly.
with these people. You'll find that some of them don't answer to normal gender heteronormative norms or some shit like that. They're like, oh, I'm a Z-zer, I'm a they, them, I'm a NB. So when you try to just say people, even then, there's a shot you're saying something that would offend some of them. Because you, honest to God, don't know a gender or pronoun or NB they want to be called, for God's sakes. And let's not get into the puppy kitten South people.
Well, now this is
Little
about people
girls
now.
to have to go
What
against
kind of
biological
people can
men.
you describe them for
Because
me?
on its face, that sounds like something is common sense. It's not what anybody's asking for. Nobody is saying we should get rid of, for example, the WNBA and the NBA, and everyone should just compete together. Surprised about my beliefs.
There's way
a lot
more
of people
nuance
like to
to
think
it,
I'm right
but
wing,
it's
and
a
I'm
bit of a
not.
stretch
I
to
believe
call
all
some of them
different
people.
things, but this to me just seems like common sense. All you're telling us, Sophie, is that you don't really have critical thinking skills, or that you aren't interested in employing
The irony.
Well, that was an illuminating bit of
Wait,
word
what?
salad.
or that you aren't interested in employing them.
Well, that was an illuminating
Critical thinking skills, or that you aren't interested in employing them.
Well, that was an illuminating bit of word
The-
salad.
the
It
fucking
perfectly
irony, man.
encapsulates the usual progressive argument tropes by pretending that
It's
she
like-
didn't understand a word Sophie Cunningham said, like she was speaking
It's
another
like being
language,
ground
while
down.
also telling
You don't
Sophie
have
Cunningham
critical
that she
thinking
needs to
skills to
educate
question a
herself and that
widespread
she
narrative.
should be ashamed of herself.
If
for
you
being
think it's
UFC
common sense,
fight
you're
because Conor
dumb,
McGregor
okay?
was like,
I bet you agree with
what
me
do you want
now.
Sophie Cunningham to do.
I'm so
for God's
smart.
sakes? You're like, you want to be a ring girl? She's like, cool, whatever. Hangs out, takes some photos, big laughs. Everybody has a good time. No, she should have protested that, I guess. And even if she did, you'd still be pissed off at her. Not to
Believe
mention
what I believe.
accusing Sophie Cunningham
Or you're
of
not
trying
smart
to
or something.
placate
Yeah,
to the far
believe
right.
what I
Like,
believe,
bro,
or else you're not
the
using
far right
facts.
calls her a mud shark because
It's like, it's so crazy. You have to share my beliefs, or else you're not accepting facts. Like, these are two different things, lady. Holy cow.
Kate to the far right. Like, bro, the far right calls her a mud shark because I think she's dating a black dude. Like, this is how the progressives lose people.
You have Cheryl Reeves, the coach, wearing a shirt
Wait,
that says trans
where
kids
I
belong.
hear
They
that
say
before.
that Sophie has
Keep
aligned
thinking.
herself politically conservative because she has stood by the slogan of protect women's sports. That's it, nothing more, nothing less. If protect women's sports is deemed political like they say, then so is trans kids belong. The league often says they have a problem with people like Sophie bringing politics into sports. The league doesn't have a problem with politics in sports. They have a problem with conservative politics in sports.
They cast them out into the ether for a difference of opinion.
What's a
and
mud
then
shark?
call
You
them
know
the
what a
biggest
mud shark is,
monsters
Deloria.
that
Don't
exist.
bait me.
And you know what's bad when Bill Maher and other political pundits from the left are starting to turn their back on the Democratic Party because it's being overrun
Am I
with
to believe
communists
all
now.
women in this situation? One woman
Yeah.
bashing another woman. I'm confused now.
Well, one of them has to be a man, and then you'll have to take his side.
Sean Pike. I can tell you that right now.
And again, it's like so misogynistic, the entire movement.
Now, if he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here.
This all reminds me of J.K. Rowling. That woman is on board with everything else the progressive left is shooting for, but one thing. And that one stance she drew the line in the sand for has made her a Nazi and a
Michael
social
Jordan
pariah
said
for
it
the
best.
political left. And I guess
Republicans buy
basically,
sneakers too.
my point is nobody cares about
I don't think
the
his link
WNBA
is
outside of
going
drama.
anywhere,
And
Ritzy.
usually that drama centers around
I
two
don't know if you
white
typed it wrong. Or...
which makes the black lesbians really angry.
Thanks, Gundam.
You mean like Griner, the pothead that Biden traded a Russian arms dealer to get back?
Oh my god, that still pisses me off every time I think about it. Just unbelievable. And it was. But sure, Trump is so corrupt. Yeah. It's the audio.
From a minority will turn you into a minority.
The hell?
Okay, you're on some bullshit and on some drugs. Anyway, you want to play some basketball with us and catch the black? I don't think so. TJ, I'ma hurt him. Gus, you gotta stop going to your dad's weekly meetings. They're coming into our country, they're seasoning our food, and they're violating our gene pools. That's right, young man. Take us back to the good old days.
Move your stupid ass over. Without minorities, food would be nasty, asses would be flat, and pop culture would be boring.
You know, I do like Doja Cat.
Well, maybe not her, but that's the spirit.
Get your capital N-word loving hands off of me.
My future son's gonna be black.
Traitor, my white hair.
Get the fuck off me.
Guys, our principal's back on drugs, and he's pretending to be a chimpanzee. So, run. Principal Prickly, get down.
No, I'm a monkey. My name Harambe.
Harambe's dead.
What? I'm gonna go bananas.
Don't catch him before he eats somebody's face again. It'll be the third time since 2016. And we can't keep saying the special needs kids did it.
Hey, principal, what you doing there? I'm playing my dookie. What's it to you?
Man, they just let anybody in the school system these days.
Want to hear a secret?
Sure, what's up, man?
Charlie Kirk and Michael Jackson are all hiding in the underground bunker where they keep all the celebrities that died.
Hey, hold on. I never heard that one before. Is Epstein there too with him?
Your face look like bubble gum. I don't got nothing to lose. I don't care. I'm invincible.
Don't eat his face.
Get down or we'll have to shoot.
Baba Booey, get away from me. I'm a monkey. Ooh ah, ooh ah. I'm gonna rip her arms off.
Oh yeah, fuck no. Shoot his ass. I will never unsee that. I hate this fucking school. And where did Gus run off to? I'm not buying your Cookies weed pen from 2018. Man, quit being a bitch. They don't make them like this no more. I'm not buying those. Sell them to the kindergartners. Don't forget to smoke the whole thing, kids. And remember, Hispanic guy gave it to you. We left him alone for 5 minutes. My little brother died.
Mine looking for the next fix.
Blame China? Kick his ass.
Fuck him up. Give him to the big gay kid.
No!
Damn, Gus, they fucked you up, but you kind of deserved it. You gonna stop being racist?
No, I won't.
Fuck it. At least he's honest.
Thank you. Much appreciated. If anyone has any more racist videos to share, feel free.
Hey, what's up, guys? Ruff here.
Okay, where do we go? Where do we go here? Where do we go from there? I don't know. Not to LTG, because he's just gonna make it worse. This has been a weird couple of days.
In 2014,
how about this for a palate cleanser?
Discovery Channel would release a series that I found fascinating, and I don't think it was just me, because this went on for 14 seasons. It's called Alaskan Bush People, and it chronicles the turbulent journey of the Brown family, a family of 9 notorious for living in the woods of Alaska.
It's our fate.
That was the main hook for the show. This gigantic
like I want to be mainstream anyways.
Doing all kinds of crazy stuff in the middle of the woods. Made all the more interesting by each family member's eccentric and unique personality. The family has been so isolated for so many years that they've developed their own slang, unique accents, and wild hobbies. The Brown family is extremely interesting, but it also turns out they harbor some horrific secrets. Beneath the veneer of Discovery Channel production was a very disturbing story that I believe has negatively affected many of the cast members in the years since the show wrapped, which is a controversy in and of itself, but I'm getting way ahead of myself. First, I want to give an overview of the familial structure and a brief description of each one of the cast members. The first two I want to talk about is Amy and Billy, the mother and father of the family. Billy's the one that got all this Discovery Channel stuff rolling. He had even wrote a book in the past about their time living in the Alaskan wilderness, but one thing Billy typically doesn't bring up is why he brought his family to said wilderness, and that mainly has to do with his wife, Amy, a religious woman who's very soft-spoken. Well, it turns out that Amy was very young when she met Billy. Allegedly, Billy was in his mid-20s, and Amy was in her early teens. Billy claims that he left the civilized world because of all the chaos that was in it. But if these allegations are to be believed, it makes a lot of sense that he would relocate to where he did. We'll get more into Billy and Amy's past as we cover the series in its entirety, but I wanted people to know this early on because I think it completely recontextualizes Billy as a character. Actually, more as a person, and it explains some stuff that
I just love the wilderness. I just love living outside of society and the confines of age of consent laws.
Happens in the show that wasn't...
Oh, so that's why you go out and live in the forest, because you don't want to be arrested for being a predator.
Really elaborated on very
I thought it was all about the outdoors and nature and
is Matt.
Wildlife,
and
but
Matt's
no.
tale is arguably...
The guy... That's nuts. The guy just like doomed himself, her, and all the children to a life out in the middle of the forest because he wanted to date a 14-year-old.
Even darker.
Was it worth it?
Than his father's. On the surface, Matt presents himself as a zany, very happy person. Believe it or not, one of the more normal members of the family.
Just generational dysfunction, all because he wanted to break one law and get away with it.
But the stuff that was going down behind the scenes with him is nuts. From substance problems to his own extremely disturbing allegations. We will talk about Matt at length during certain points in this video. Solomon, also known as Bear Brown, is the younger brother of Matt and a child of Amy and Billy, and he is by far the most eccentric member of the family. Bear's whole personality is molded around his perception of the extreme. He talks kinda like Steve Irwin, he runs everywhere, climbs trees, and does all kinds of other crazy stuff in the forest. A popular theory is that Bear suffers from some sort of severe ADHD, but there have also been allegations against him for using substances. I believe it was his ex-wife that alleged production had him hopped up to intensify his already eccentric personality. Next, I think we should talk about everyone's favorite genius, Noah. Noah talks like a dignified man from London, well, as best as he can, and styles himself as a genius inventor.
Oh my God.
The brains behind the Brown family. But if you ask me, Noah
He's a naturally grown Redditor. He didn't even need Reddit. Wow.
The second laziest member of the family. No one's gonna beat out his dad, Billy. Noah uses his inventing as a way to get out of
a homegrown Redditor.
His inventions are often useless, but they stroke his massive ego nonetheless. Now you guys might think I'm being a little harsh, but even his own brothers think the same.
We get to play with frozen ropes and haul barges. Noah gets to stay home. How's that fair?
I promise later I'm gonna explain what they're doing on the barge, why Gabe is messing with the rope. But right now I'm just giving you a general overview of all the family members. So I think there's no better person to cover next than Gabe. Gabe was the guy with the mutton chops messing with the rope in the previous clip you saw. And Gabe is probably my favorite member of the family. He's one of the nicer members of the family, if not the nicest. And without his strength, the family would fall.
What is this? He looks like... looks like gay Sabretooth. Gabertooth.
Apart. Gabe's father used
hey, his name is
like
Gabe too.
Mule. I'm not saying all of his brothers were lazy, mainly just Bear and Noah, but every time something actually gets done in the show, Gabe has put an overwhelming amount of work in. 14 seasons of television, and I don't think I saw Billy Brown lift a finger once to help any of them out. He would just point and order Gabe around. God, I could pop off for another 5 minutes about how much of a shyster Billy Brown is in a million different ways, but I'm gonna save it for later in the video when it's prevalent. The next member of the family I want to cover is the last of the brothers, Bam. Bam Bam Brown is, despite his name, one of the more level-headed members of the family. He does have a bit of a temper, but he is one of the more hard-working brothers. There's nothing really much else to note about Bam other than he has a little bit of an ego, but like his brother Gabe, he doesn't have any dark secrets that he's harboring, at least none that are public. The last two members of the family I want to talk about are the daughters. First is eldest daughter, Snowbird Brown. I don't really know how to go about describing Snowbird. other than she talks with an accent and she's kind of like Noah with this Victorian kind of Mary Poppins aesthetic. Much like Bam compared to the rest of her siblings, she's fairly normal, faring much better than her younger sister and youngest member of the family, Rain. Rain Brown was pretty young when production of Alaskan Bush People started, having the last years of her childhood and first years of her adulthood broadcasted to millions. Well, Rain didn't really have a lot of screen time in the show. She didn't talk much, but it's what seems to have happened after the show that's particularly sad. She also seems to be suffering from substance problems and would go on to pretty recently accuse Noah of some pretty disgusting behavior towards her. As I'm sure you've noticed, the family's been through a lot, and a lot of the stuff I've just discussed was not brought up at all during the TV show. So now I'm going to give you a general overview of all 14 seasons, and I'm going to have to interject at many points in this story, because like I said, production left out so much. Stuff that would have explained rather confusing events, all cut because it made the Brown family look terrible. So the first season of Alaskan Bush People starts in 2014, but what the Browns were getting up to before that is also something to talk about. Billy had taken a still teenage Amy into the woods for decades, having 7 children and settling deep in the Alaskan bush. And this was the family's home for many years, until they were discovered by the feds. It turns out that the Browns had built on federally protected land. Their cabin was not only seized, but burnt to the ground, forcing the Brown family to relocate. And this is where the first season of Alaskan
Who could have seen that coming?
Picks up. After their cabin was seized, they were homeless, so Billy would purchase a small piece of land in northern Alaska. And for the first couple episodes, the family struggled to construct what they called a trapper cabin, a roughly made log cabin stuffed with moss and mud. Well, the entire family of 9 was living out of this one-room trapper cabin, and it was getting cold. But that was the least of their worries, because apparently locals weren't too fond of them bringing cameras.
She's of age now.
The Brown family would hear increasingly closer gunshots each night, prompting them to
get a real light
out of the belief that it was locals angry with the production. But I need to emphasize, even this early on, so much of this show is fake. From what I've been able to gather, half the time the Browns weren't even living in the cabins they claimed they were, so who knows what the truth behind the gunshots was. But what was true is that they moved. They took their boat and moved back to the southeast of Alaska, and it seemed that they were living on this boat while they were waiting for a new land deal to go through. But shockingly, the boat sank to the bottom of the harbor. Now, I have my own theories about what actually happened to that boat and why it sunk to the bottom of the harbor, but unlike a lot of these other allegations, there's no proof behind it. I just find the timing of it all crazy. They had just acquired their new property, and an insurance payout wouldn't hurt, especially given the monumentous task they had in front of them. Building a house for 9 people from scratch in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness. And that's exactly what they did for the next couple of episodes. Gabe, Bam, and Matt are out there actually getting stuff done, while Noah is inventing. Bear is doing parkour, and Billy's just sitting there. The rest of Season 1 consists of them working on the house, and occasionally going to town to go to the junkyard or try and pick up on women, which never goes well, especially for Bear. His opening line is, "When was the last time you climbed a tree?" If I'm being honest, Season 2 is just about as bad as Bear's pickup game. It's just them working on the house and butting heads. But Season 3 is where things start to get pretty interesting, especially if you know a little bit about Billy Brown.
Just build a house.
In one of the earlier episodes,
just go out and build a house.
3, Amy Brown is asked to meet with state troopers, who are there because of a complaint lodged by her mother, who claims she hasn't been acting like herself. This is a welfare check, something that Amy finds shocking and offensive, claiming that her family was full of alcoholics and that she hadn't seen any of them since she was 17. Well, it makes a little bit more sense why her mom would call in a welfare check, given the fact that a mid-20-year-old Billy absconded with her her when she was in her early teens, allegedly. And now you have a TV show? Her mom probably thought Amy was in danger, but the show doesn't frame it that way at all. They never talk about Amy and Billy's meeting, just framing this all as Amy having a crazy mother. Billy even takes this time to try and make people feel bad for him. When Billy was 16, his entire family died in a helicopter crash. That's the point that he brings up after
did he lose his saves and
come to visit. Not why all of this might be happening, just how Billy lost his family. In the time since then, I don't think Billy worked a solid job. I'm pretty sure he had something to do with the fishing industry, but if you ask me, he's always been
a pedophile bum!
Trying to rip people off either when he's selling or buying something, and of course, using his own children as a labor force. During season 3, the Browns were framed as being a little tight on cash, so a lot of the kids had to take up odd jobs in town, like demolishing buildings, and this was all to fix an engine on a new boat that they had purchased, a 62-foot boat that they would use for hauling things across the bay for pay. Well, after purchasing this boat, they found out that it had wood rot and needed a lot of work, so they were even more strapped for cash. And while they were in town one day, they came back to their cabin, which had just recently been halfway finished, and found that a grizzly bear had broken in, completely trashing the place. And the rest of their
could have seen that coming?
Which they lovingly named Brown Town.
Welcome to Brown
Billy
Town!
was also dealing with a number of medical problems that forced the family to
get that ass band to Brown Town.
To Seattle, Washington. But after 3 months, they would return to be met with criminal charges for allegedly collecting their oil dividend payments while not living in state. This caused both Billy and Bam Brown to have to spend 30 days in jail. But they just got sentenced to house arrest.
They were like, finally!
Because their home was so remote, they were ordered to stay in the town of Juneau for 30 days. After they get back, it's revealed that Billy was actually married before he was to Amy, and that he even had a daughter before the rest of his kids, but he hasn't heard anything from his daughter in 30 years. Classic Billy. It's also around this time in season 5 that they start to have more problems with the locals. They would discover a buoy near their boat had several gunshots in it, fearing that the locals had once again become angry with production. But this was a very short storyline because something big was about to happen. And that would be the revelation of Matt Brown's struggles with addiction. It starts with Billy going to Matt, claiming that he hasn't been around much and he hasn't seen him sleep either.
Well, yeah, I have just been, I've had a lot on my mind. I just haven't been sleeping really well.
At first, Matt didn't come completely clean with his family, but he would eventually tell his brother Gabe in private that he had been going to town drinking and that it had become a problem. And eventually, Matt would reveal this to the rest of the family, and supposedly it was such a big deal because no one in the Brown family drinks. They proceeded to then have an emotional talk about how Matt should seek counseling, and he agreed. So they sent him back to town alone to fix his problem. So it wasn't very shocking when during the season finale, Bam returns to town to get Matt and he is nowhere to be found, leaving season 5 on a cliffhanger. Season 6 opens with a quick resolution of said cliffhanger. Apparently Matt elected to continue counseling. My assumption is that he had a couple of relapses in there, but eventually he came to his senses and went back to treatment, returning home to Brown Town at the beginning of season 6. And for a while it seemed like he was doing better. He went out hunting for the family, got a deer, and it was beginning to look like he had cleaned up. I know that he just told the family it was alcohol, but it's highly speculated that there were some more substances in there as well. Typically, alcoholics don't have trouble sleeping. But from this point forward, Matt would fall further and further out of focus when it came to production's coverage, and that would be for a number of reasons, which we'll get into here just in a little bit. For now, the Brown family was making its living, filming TV, and barging items across the bay, But at this point, Bam wanted a little bit something more in his life. The boys were well into their 30s and none of them had wives. So Bam told his family that he was leaving Alaska to find love, and he left for the rest of the season. But it's what happened almost immediately after he left that is hilarious. Matt and Bam had been working on a project. Each one of the children was trying to build their own living spaces on the Brown property. So Bam and Matt had cut a bunch of red cedar to use as flooring in their cabins. And it couldn't have been but a couple days after Bam left that Billy gets one look at that pile of red cedar all cut and ready to be sold. So he asks Matt, hey, do you think it would be okay if we took this to sell? Browntown really needs the funds. And Matt says, sure. So while Bam was out of state, they sold all of his flooring lumber without even asking him. Classic Billy Brown. They ended up trading it for a wind turbine, which I think they got very little use out of.
They didn't even get cash for it.
We never really got to see Bam's reaction to his red cedar being sold out from under him. I bet he was pissed. Like I said, though, they weren't going to get much use out of that wind turbine because they had to move to California at the start of Season 7. The Alaskan Bush people moved to California because the mother Amy was sick and needed medical treatment that wasn't available up there, apparently. And everyone left with Amy to California, except for Noah. Her condition was very serious. They found a lump in her lungs and she was diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer. Pretty spooky because Amy claims that she's never smoked a day in her life, and I believe her. After the family's venture to California, Bam would abruptly end his love quest and return to be with his mother. And Matt would return to Browntown to watch the place so that Noah could go and see her during treatment. Well, it's during this time that something pretty extreme happens involving Matt. Production would rush towards the sound of an explosion that had come from Matt's cabin. Matt had been messing with what he called a bear deterrent device, of his own making, of course, and it blew up right in his face.
It was a meth lab, just in case you're wondering. Of course, it was a meth lab. A bear deterrent device. Sure, buddy.
Injuring him pretty badly. Matt needed an airlift to the nearest city to receive treatment, leaving his family and viewers with many questions, some believing Matt's side of things, and others thinking this was a possible attempt. With everything going on, Matt's injury, Amy's cancer, Billy's poor health, and of course, Bear, the family all came together and made a decision that they were no longer going to be Alaskan bush people, closing out Season 7 with the desire to purchase land in Colorado, riding off into the sunset in an RV to find a new brown town. I want to take a moment to talk about the sheer amount of pollution that the Browns are causing with all of this brown town hopping. They're not cleaning any of this shit up. When they abandoned Browntown once again, they left heaps of garbage there. This is a reoccurring theme in the Browns' story. Show up to a beautiful place in nature, talk about how important it is to them,
meth is a
and then
natural
exploit all of
deterrent
its
to bears.
resources while trashing the place. Classic Billy Brown. Season 8 opens up with a bit of positive news. Amy has been declared cancer-free, but sadly, the Colorado land deal fell through. So instead, they decided to be Washington bush people, buying a patch of land out there and living out of campers until construction
Browntown
of
would be
yet
a great name
another
for
home
Phil's
was
diapers.
complete. Something else that you'll notice about Season 8, besides the change in setting, is the lack of Matt. Once a key member of the Brown family, now nowhere to be seen without any explanation. And just like the allegations regarding Billy and Amy's ages, production doesn't talk about it much because it's incredibly dark. Again, these are just allegations at the moment. Nothing's been proven in the court of law, but they are incredibly disturbing nonetheless, coming from not just one person, but two. Within the span of a week, not one, but two members of production would allege that Matt had raped them. From what I could gather, no criminal
Holy
charges
shit.
were filed, but this did lead to an end of Matt being involved in Alaskan bush people.
So you have a camera crew and they end up just being prey for the people you're documenting. Cool.
Billy basically exiled him from the family.
Just providing
and Matt's
victims.
story would only get darker as the years went by, none of which was mentioned in the 14 seasons of television covering the family. If you watched season 8, they would have you believe that everything's fine, even ending on the positive note of Noah getting married, which is also going to be a massive source of drama in the near future for the family.
Then I got it tattooed on my chest.
Spoilers,
Cool, bro.
Noah and his wife are currently separated and staring down a nasty custody battle with the children. But all in good time, because right now we're only at season 9. It starts with Noah revealing that he would have the very baby that would be involved in the custody dispute. But stuff didn't really kick off until the Brown children started having land border disputes. The Washington property had been broken up in different pieces for different members of the Brown family, each one getting their own little slice to build on. While the other siblings keep accusing their brother Bam of expanding his own borders, and I can kinda see it, Bam comes in there like eminent domain, no, my stuff's going here, it works best, and there's nothing really anyone in the family could do to stop him. His sister Snowbird was the most pissed, but it seemed like in the end, Bam's border expansion was a success. Ah yes,
That does look
building
fun.
on land that isn't legally yours. A proud Brown family tradition. Billy would be so proud if he wasn't so sick at this point in the timeline. Billy would be rushed to the emergency room and during a 7-hour operation had 1 liter of fluid removed from his chest. And after the operation, doctors told Billy that he probably couldn't return to his home. His health was in serious jeopardy. This, combined with the increased elevation of their property, was not a good mix, and Billy would remain in the hospital for some time. And that's how season 10 ends.
That's a lot of cocks
Season
for one
11
woman.
opens with yet another shocking moment. One of the Brown children getting married. This time it's Gabe. Spoilers, they would get divorced after having a child and custody battles would ensue.
Who could have
Not
seen
even
that coming?
old Gabe could make it work. But that doesn't happen until after the show ends. For now, the show is mainly centered around 2 things. The Brown family building up their Washington homestead, and the worsening condition of Billy's health. Tests came back and revealed that Billy's heart was in some stage of failure, what he described as being very weak. But despite the doctor's warnings, Billy decides to return to Browntown 2.0. And then something extremely shocking happens. Bear gets married. If you blink, you could miss it. In the span of 3 episodes, Bear meets this woman, goes on a first date with her, and I think he proposes by the 3rd or 4th. What's probably most shocking is that she says yes, and season 11 ends on a happy note. But the same cannot be said for season 12. Just days before Bear's scheduled wedding, he disappears. And when he reappears, he tells the family that the wedding has been called off.
I can't help but blame myself a little around the edges because I'm not normal and all.
Bear's ex-fiancée Raven told him that he was just not the one for her. I could only imagine how she felt in that moment being proposed to on national television after knowing this guy less than a couple of months. She probably felt very pressured to say yes. It's also worth noting that she is significantly younger than Bear. I believe in her very early 20s. Something I didn't really bring up much was the age of most of the Brown family. Billy and Amy are in their 60s and 70s, but most of the kids are in their 30s and even 40s now. And it seemed like they were having a lot more success in love now that they had moved to Washington from the middle of nowhere, Alaska. I'm sure also having 10 seasons of a television show done about you two helps, because Gabe, Noah, and almost Bear were all married, and Gabe was even having another child. But it turns out,
all
so
thanks
was Bear.
to the
Bear's
Discovery Channel.
ex-fiancée Raven would contact him soon after, telling him that she was pregnant with his child, causing him to cut
Bro, they
his
all have that
extreme camping
Cro-Magnon
trip
man
short
face.
to try and rekindle their relationship. And that is where season 12 ends, leading us into the most eventful season by far, Season 13. This is when it really started to hit me that Matt wasn't around anymore. He had been seen once or twice on camera since their move to Washington, and the show offered absolutely no explanation for his disappearance, many assuming it had something to do with further substance problems. But of course, the wider internet would find out about the horrific allegations against Matt, leading many people to believe that Billy told him he had to leave. He was jeopardizing the Discovery money. Matt would continue to post by himself to his Instagram account, not really mentioning his family much, but it didn't sound like their relationship was positive. Matt even claiming that Amy was taking his royalty checks from the show.
Jason, are you a millionaire? No, man. No, I'm broke, man. Like, seriously, definitely not a millionaire. I shouldn't have as much financial problems as I do because of the show I was on, but I didn't get royalties from it, or residuals is what they call it. My mom actually cashes my royalty checks and stuff, and I need to get an entertainment lawyer to be able to fix that problem. One of these days I will. I just don't know when. That's another thing. So many years been out here fighting a good fight and everything, and telling myself just persevere.
While Matt was off doing his own thing, the rest of the family still had 2 seasons of television.
Go ahead and sue
record.
the show that gave you a
Season 13 starts
life.
off pretty crazy. A massive wildfire rips through Browntown, destroying a good portion of it. Bear's house, Rain's house, and of course the main family home are the only structures spared from the flames. People like Noah and Snowbird lose most everything. Then, as if things couldn't get any worse, their dog Mr. Cupcake passes. I haven't really mentioned Mr. Cupcake before, but you've probably seen him in some clips or pics. He was a medium to large sized dog that the family got back around season 2. Dude was a
Poor
trooper.
dog.
Rest in peace, Mr. Cupcake. Things were bad for the family, but Bear was about to have a turn of good luck. After Raven, his ex-fiancée, and his son came to visit, her and Bear fell back in love, or at least that's what Bear claims. For now, at least, it seemed like they were back together, making it work for their son. But as if this season couldn't be any more of a roller coaster, Billy was about to face even more health problems. One day, Billy would have a massive seizure, and paramedics would be unable to resuscitate him, making season 13 Billy Brown's last season. I know I say a lot of the show was made up, but Billy did actually pass, and the legacy he left behind for his children is very interesting. We'll get into it here in a bit. Let's just say, Billy had one more surprise left for his kids, but for now it was the end of season 13, and it left the Brown family with an extremely unsure future. Damaged property, the loss of their father, and impending legal issues. This perfect storm would make season 14 the last. Season 14 is mainly about the familial growth of the Brown family. Gabe has a kid, Bear gets married, but after 2 weeks they're already having horrible problems, thinking about separating, and Noah decides that he's going to move his family to Alaska to once again become an Alaskan bush person. And I wish I could say
The
things
curse.
were going so well for the
The
two
cycle
girls of the
remains
family.
unbroken.
Bird was suffering from some pretty severe stomach issues, and Rain was admitted to a mental facility after she started saying she could hear Billy speaking to her in her thoughts. And the season, as well as the show, pretty much leaves every sibling with unfinished business. They really expected to get a season 15, but it was that aforementioned last gift of Billy Brown that prevented it. The Billy Brown estate would be sued by an alleged former business partner, claiming they were owed near $500,000 from Billy. I haven't been able to pin down the exact details of the deal, but it seemed to have involved the show, and this alleged partner getting a piece of the proceeds from it that he never saw. So all of this legal trouble ended Alaskan bush people. They say that it's just been put on hiatus, but I don't think they'll ever return, especially given all that's happened recently. Truth be told, I wouldn't even be making this video if Bear didn't air out all of the family's personal information on his TikToks. I hadn't thought about the Alaskan bush people in years, until I ran across a video of Bear talking shit on his brother Matt.
So I wanted to make this video addressing Matt. It's going to be the only video that I make about him, but I've been getting a lot of people asking in my lives and on my videos about him, saying that he's not doing well and stuff like that, which is something that I've previously told people. So I'd like to start out by saying that there's nothing anybody in the family can do to help him. He doesn't want anything to do with the family, and he just blames the family for all of his problems, even though the family didn't do anything, except for try to help him. So Matt struggles with addictions, both alcohol and other things. And from what I've been hearing, he's not in a good place right now, which was bound to happen, because until he actually wants to change, wants to get help, and wants to fix himself, he's not going to be able to. I pray for him every day that he finds his way and, snaps out of it. But he's not going to do that by blaming other people for his problems and completely not even trying to help himself at all.
Hey Ludwig, how is V Rising?
I understand
I'm
that
looking
things
for
like
a
that.
new Diablo-like game to play.
Yeah, give it a try. It is Diablo-like, and it has base building, so you can build your own castle, which is a really cool addition. That I probably have just more fun with that than in the fighting. For the later bosses, you might have to get some help online because you kind of hit a wall. Games like that really want to encourage you to explore the online aspect and not stay offline the entire time. So they rank up the difficulty with the bosses later on.
Happen a lot in the world.
Is it a looter? No, you craft all your own weapons.
World, and that it's terrible. People get addicted to stuff and they just keep going and going and going until they become eventually past the point of return.
Enemies do drop loot like crafting materials, but they don't drop like high level gear like you'd imagine in a Diablo game.
And I hope that one day he does find his way, but he needs to go to rehab. Matt needs to go and get help. That's exactly what he needs to do. People, I know, sending him money and stuff, you're trying to help him and all, but the problem is with people that are addicted to things, that the majority of anything you're sending is going to go to feed that addiction. And so when someone that has problems like he has ends up having a larger amount of money, it is more destructive for them. So the reason I'm making this video is because
I mean, he's basically explaining how the Discovery Channel made it so like all this shit show behavior was even possible.
Concerned for it.
Like, Discovery Channel is guilty of just so much in the pursuit of content. It's wild.
Is life, honestly.
But it's entertaining, so that's why we're here.
If he keeps going down the path that he is, it's not going to be good. He needs to go to rehab. He needs help. And unfortunately, there's nothing myself or anybody in the family can do to make that happen. And honestly, there's really nothing anybody can do to make that happen. He has to make the choice himself to choose to go to rehab. But I just wanted to make this video to address that, guys, because I get the question a lot, and I just wanted you to know that it's not that like I don't care, it's that there's nothing I can do. He's
nothing I can
done
do.
Stuff that a lot of people don't know.
I did everything correct,
and he struggles badly with addiction, and he desperately needs help. God bless, guys.
Only days
Discovery
after this
Channel,
video
where
was
we
posted,
discover absolute
Matt's body
shitbags.
was found floating down.
Yeah, where you discover shit. Half the schedule became ice road truckers and ancient aliens. Yeah, so much of it is just like turning a spotlight on terrible people, basically funding their lifestyle and turning them into micro celebrities. And it's like, but these are bad, awful, evil people. Like, you just gave them a whole bunch of benefits by doing this.
A river. His life ended by his own hand. And this news, of course,
Yeah, I ended up getting it in the Humble Bundle, so I got it for pretty cheap.
Reminded a great many people of Alaskan bush people, leading the Brown family to have a renewed surge in social media popularity. So they would talk quite a bit about the situation regarding Matt, making most of the private information regarding the situation public themselves. Like I said earlier, Matt's story might be darker than his father Billy's. What seemed like such a happy and jovial
Discovery
person
Channel now.
turned out to have
Give those terrible people money.
Yeah.
Discovery Channel then.
Yeah.
Let's put dynamite inside this ball and see how many pieces falls.
Yeah, like Mythbusters was a much more wholesome approach.
Dark allegations against them, and an incredibly dark end. but none of the children have really fared well since the show ended. Bear has had a string of problems with his baby mama, Raven, who he seems to no longer be in any form of romantic relationship with. Bear is also having problems with other members of the family. Apparently, Noah's ex-wife sold a bunch of his stuff that he was storing at their house.
So as y'all guys know, they're going through a bit of a messy divorce. I've had my stuff stored on their property with Noah's permission, and she just texted me saying that she legally stole my Jeep that is now in her name, and that she got the title transferred over to her name, and she now owns my Jeep, and that she's giving it to somebody. She also said that she threw away all of my stuff that was stored on their property, which includes stuff that was given to me by Dad that I cannot get back. That includes guitars, katanas, as well as a collection of comic books, including several first-issue comic books and the first appearance of one of my favorite characters.
Wasn't this the network that gave a show to a child model
character.
and her super obese mother? Or was that the other educational channel?
Fuck, what was that again?
For a very long time.
Brain fart. I can't remember. The same character that they put on in South Park.
And Dad gave
Honey Boo Boo. Honey Boo Boo was that? It's awful.
The issue, the very first appearance.
Honey Boo Boo.
I also had an aerosol BB gun in there, and I've had other.
Complaining about your ex-wife taking all your comic books seems pretty dweeby. I don't know if you wanted to reveal that.
Stuff as well.
He took my comic book collection.
A bunch of motocross clothes, some hoodies, some of my leather jacket collection, and I don't even know what all. And
a leather jacket collection. It's funny how much you can learn about someone if they tell you that they have a collection of leather jackets. Kind of tells you the kind of person that they are.
She just told me that she deemed it garbage and that she threw it all away. That I'm no longer welcomed on her property, and I have nothing.
I collect leather jackets.
On top of that, I've heard some stuff about the person that she's dating, that the guy has actually been up on like charges, including assaulting like a child and stuff. Now those
that sounds like you're just making that up.
That's what I've been hearing.
Spite.
And if that is the case, I'm concerned.
It's not me saying that. A lot of people are telling me, I don't know, allegedly, unconfirmed, that the guy my ex-wife is dating now is a pedophile rapist. Okay, he's a baby rapist.
Well, leather jackets do say something about you as a
Ruth
person.
has definitely shown her true colors. I don't understand why she would attack my stuff and blatantly steal things that do not belong to her, whether or not she could find a loophole to do so. That is still thievery, and that is stealing. So I no longer own my Jeep, and she threw away all the stuff, including the stuff that I cannot get back that Dad, who passed away over 5 years ago, gave me. So yes, I am not pleased with this at all. I believe that that she is definitely gone off the deep end.
His most recent TikTok posts are all about how he's having troubles with his wife, or travel, or making content. He's even got GoFundMe's up. It seemed like in the end, Bear ended up a deadbeat dad, just a little less extreme than he used to be. Noah's not really faring much better either. Soon after the show ended, Noah and his wife would separate, and he would start living out of the guest cabin.
Hey guys, we wanted to talk to you for a second. You're not in trouble. We just wanted you to hear this from us instead of from somewhere else. Rain and I have decided that it is in our best
the
interest
vocal fry
to separate.
Holy cow!
Take a break for a while.
Is that just like the isolation that creates this sort of speech pattern? There is a washboard in my throat.
No longer together. I was asked to move out a bit ago, and I am now living in our guest cabin. As some people have pointed out in watching the videos, they noticed that this isn't the main house.
Right.
I still get to see Eli and Adam. I get them on the weekends, and I can stop by if I message first to be able to make sure it's okay. That way I can see them and everything. But we are currently taking a break.
We did discuss when you go up to Alaska that, in fact, all those times that he has left before, we do feel a little bit better afterwards. Like, what do you say? The
absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Yes. So, and we have noticed that helps. And so this year in Alaska was going to be one of our good moments of we are separated, and it is what it is.
From what I could tell,
It is
for
what it
months,
is.
people were
The
telling Noah
lolcow
that
mantra.
he needed to get a lawyer. She was serious about divorcing him. But it seemed like Noah thought he could just make it work, and now he's absolutely been taken for a ride. Even the custody of his kids is now in question.
Tomorrow, I'm heading to go pick up Matt's effects from the corner. And at the same time as all of this, and having beaten that anti-harassment restraining order thing that my ex-wife's boyfriend was trying to do against me, I found out, I think it was Friday, that I found out around Friday that my divorce situation is changing, and she's attempting to relocate and gonna take the kids away. As well as...
Well, I mean, this guy grew up in the forest, you know?
That is in place if...
Literally.
If this goes through, would restrict my time to like 2 weeks or something like that.
You know what I'm saying?
The summer. And that's it. If this is allowed, then I'm going to lose my kids.
As much as I dislike Noah, it seems like his ex-wife may have a bit of a screw loose, and one of my main points of evidence is her name change. Noah's wife is legally named Rain. She changed it soon after they got together. That's weird, because Noah has a little sister also named Rain. But it gets even weirder when you hear about the allegations Rain made against her brother, Noah. Not his wife, his sister. Whenever I say Rain from this point forward, we're talking about the youngest Brown child. Well, Rain has had many struggles of her own. Many believe that she has substance problems of her own, even into this day. It's not hard to see why these theories are so popular. We don't know much about her personal life, but we do know about the allegations she made against her brother Noah. Years after the show ended, Rain would claim that Noah was inappropriate towards her while they were children. The Brown family has long been accused of behavior like this, but to my knowledge, these were the first set of allegations a sibling had made against another one. And they were pretty damning for what was left of Noah's dwindling career. It was a huge topic of discussion for a couple of months, but it seemed like eventually the siblings reconciled. I believe Rain's claim these days is that she made it all up. All I know for certain is that they have been seen filming together since the allegations were made.
Okay, cool. And how are you doing good? You doing good?
I'm doing really good.
One
yes.
thumbs up or 2 thumbs up?
2 thumbs up.
Okay.
I'm
good.
doing really good. I'm doing my meds. I'm back in therapy. I'm journaling. I'm doing all the things.
You got it rolling.
The ball is already rolling.
It is train tracks. It's not a road. You're just like
exactly. And the train has bumpers.
It seems kind of zesty.
And
he's a zesty individual.
Some stuff back
we both
before.
said things we didn't mean.
Exactly. Both said things we didn't mean.
At the end of the day, he's still my brother.
Yeah.
Water under the bridge, right?
Water under the bridge.
She's doing good. I'm doing good.
And I'm
good.
pregnant.
I was about to lead up to that.
You spoiled it, sister.
Apparently they've been able to put it all behind them. But one thing's for certain. The family is not nearly as close as it used to be. The
that was my big
siblings
reveal.
seem to have scattered. You've heard the fates of most of the siblings except for Bam and Bird, and that's because they mostly keep to themselves. Bam seems to have started a conservative talk show called Brown Overboard, and Bird has mostly kept to herself. Oh, and the mother Amy has moved on, finding another boyfriend since Billy's passing. Honestly, good for her. If this series has taught me one thing, it's that Billy Brown is terrible. He robbed a young child of her future, and then his own children of their own childhood. Billy was basically running a cult.
Yeah,
Everyone there worked for him.
And, like, it's crazy. It affected them so much that now, even without his influence, they're like, oh, I want to go live in the forest. And it's like, no one should want that.
Him, and he always had the...
But that's how I grew up. And it's like, well, you're going to have to put that behind you, man. You're going to have to live in a house, okay?
Final say.
Sorry, bud.
When you first
I
start
want to live in a
watching
cave.
Alaskan bush people, it's hard not to root for the Browns. They endure a lot of hardship and seemingly work very hard themselves. But with a little observation, you see there's a grimy underneath. Stuff the show doesn't tell you. Stuff the series...
Oh my god. Okay. I needed Photoshop's help to put this one together. Who knows how well it's going to animate.
shows you but doesn't talk about, and it's all explained when you put a couple more puzzle pieces in. Why were the police doing a welfare check on Amy? Why did Matt disappear? Why did the show end? Hopefully I've answered those questions for you today, because the answers completely shift my perception of the show. A show that turned out to be one of the darkest productions in Discovery Channel history.
Okay, on that topic, there is another Discovery Channel weirdo who we are more familiar with for a couple of reasons. One, because he looks a hell of a lot like DSP.
After I posted my downfall video of Big Ed, I got a ton of comments telling me to cover the entire series. And honestly, I had no idea just how weird and disgusting the Big Ed rabbit hole could get. And so in this series, we are looking at Big Ed's entire time on 90 Day Fiancé and meet his online girlfriend Rose, who he's only known for 3 months. The major problem though is that Rose is 6 years younger than his daughter. Not just this, but Big Ed can't help but humiliate himself throughout the entire series. From putting the whole jar of mayo on his head to telling Rose her breath stinks, Big Ed is quite honestly just an awful person. But let's start at the very beginning.
Crossed Rosemarie's picture and I'm like,
Bro.
Oh my god. I sent her a friend request.
That's... dude. She does not look like an adult, buddy. If you saw this and you went boing, that's odd. That's weird.
And I come across
like she looks way too young for you, buddy.
Rosemarie's picture and I'm like, oh my god. I sent her a friend request. She accepted me and
I helped her with her OBS and
she has
it's a love at first
most
snort.
Amazing deep brown eyes. I was like, wow, I'm in love.
Given that Ed is well into his 50s, it's weird to think
nothing about the personality, just the looks. Wow.
That he had his dating profile open to people this young. Ed really doesn't find the age gap a problem either, and he's just annoyed that it's difficult to explain. The way they interact too feels more like a high school romance than a proper relationship, and they actually text like they're 12 years old. Ed clearly has a very weird version of how relationships are supposed to go, and Rose clearly just goes along with it, especially when you find out that Big Ed sends her thousands of dollars worth of gifts. He likes the comfort that America has to offer, especially when it comes to his living situation. Rose's house in the Philippines is literally a shanty house. It doesn't have a proper roof, walls, or even an actual bed frame. Planning his trip there will be such a huge problem for Ed, as he prefers his expensive bed sheets with a thread count of over 1,000. At this point, Ed is choosing Rose over his own daughter, which is insane because he's only known Rose for a few months. It seems like he hasn't even tried to understand why Tiffany doesn't want to speak to him either. He keeps saying he wants to finally have a relationship work out for once, but it's always been him that's caused the breakdown in his relationships. Despite knowing that Tiffany is annoyed with the relationship because of the huge age gap, and clearly because Rose is way too young for him, doing a mayo hair mask might be the worst thing that Ed's done. Deciding to use a huge jar of mayo instead of just a regular hair mask is just insane. Ed feels a huge amount of pressure in meeting Rose in person for the first time because obviously he's just not an ordinary looking person. He's shorter than 5 foot, has a medical condition that affects his... What kind of relationship is it when Ed
So why do you have many male friends and you live on the other side of the world from me?
He's always been the one that's been unfaithful in the past. Rose lives in a very impoverished town in the Philippines. It's not crazy to think that she loses internet connection. Ed doesn't even stop with the questions though, and goes a step further to prove that he can trust her the past few months. But Ed doesn't see this as a problem because Rose has never actually asked him to send her any money. But just the previous night, her sister asked him.
I was really shocked when I got the message from Rose's sister asking me for money. It made me really uncomfortable. I said, well, why do you need money? I'm going to be there soon. We can talk about when I get there. And she's like, no, you need to send the money right away. And she asked me not to tell Rose. I don't want this to be a shakedown. My biggest fear is that Rose is involved. And if she is,
well, the thing is, it was only probably like $20-$30, man. But sure.
It'd be a sad, sad day for me.
Ed is too committed.
It's like, like these people are dirt poor, like dirt, under the dirt poor. Of course, some of them are going to be like, hey, can I get like $30? It would really change my life.
To listen to anyone though.
No.
Even when his friend tells me to slow down and not take the engagement.
You're not my family yet.
Ed doesn't listen. Ed is starting a relationship with Rose that's based on lies. He's lied about his height, his health issues, and now he's saying that he doesn't want any more kids. These are things that can impact a relationship massively, yet he's willing to travel 6,000 miles to see Rose and propose to her, even though that he spent the last few months lying to her. His relationship with Rose is built on lies, yet he's letting it get in the way of his relationship with his own daughter.
I want to call my daughter. When I told my daughter Tiffany about Rosemarie, she stopped talking to me because she's upset that Rosemarie is 6 years younger than she is. And I have feelings for this girl that's in another country that I've never met.
Tiffany won't pick up the phone. She's clearly too upset with her dad to speak to him. So instead of trying to break the ice and give Tiffany some space, or to let her know that he's ready to listen when she's ready to talk, he does something very weird.
Hey, I'm at the airport. I wanted to FaceTime, but I know that you're not picking up. God forbid something should ever happen to me. I want you to know that I love you. You're the best thing that I've ever created in this world, and you'll always be my number one. And I know this is really hard on you, and I respect your feelings and
no, you don't.
Everything that you might be going through as well. So I still just want to know for myself. I have to see this through, and hoping to see you on the other side. Okay, and I'll talk to you soon. Love you. Bye.
Ed tries to guilt trip Tiffany by insinuating that he's going on this dangerous mission where he might not survive. But she's in a tricky situation.
Makes sense.
And she's never asked Ed for any money, so I cannot really blame her. Now,
Can't really hold it against her.
Lands in the Philippines,
Ed's a simp.
and he's in for a huge shock when he realizes that he will have none of his home American comforts. Ed and Rose seem like opposite people. Ed complains about everything and only wants to do things his way, whereas Rose is more optimistic and tries to make the most with what she has. Rose clearly wants a better life for her son too, which is why she makes him call Ed Daddy, which honestly I think is a little bit weird, and I don't really agree with it because it'll just be so confusing for Prince. There aren't a lot of options for her, so moving to America to be with Ed is probably the best she's got. She's willing to sacrifice her own life and be with Ed, who she really doesn't want to be with, so that she can give her son a good life. She also says that she wants to complete. I can't help but feel so uncomfortable watching how excited Ed gets over
It's
how
so
beautiful
good.
Rose is when she's literally
Oh,
6
wow.
years younger than his own daughter. And Rose looks even younger than 23 too. I think she could pass for like 18. So it's just pretty disgusting to watch, to be honest. And the entire time, Rose can't help but look Ed up and down, like she's sizing up that he lied about his height, age, and health issues.
That you.
Last. It's completely normal for someone you're dating to have a history. They had a life before you walked into it. But Ed doesn't like this whatsoever, and even acts shocked that Rose has been with other men, which is a bit stupid considering she's got a child. But what exactly does Ed need to find out? That Rose has male friends? If you're in a relationship and you don't let your partner have friends of the opposite sex, I think that is classed as abuse. Ed can't control who Rose is friends with, but it seems like he's trying to do exactly that.
I can trust her.
Now, I think getting checked for STDs before you sleep with someone isn't a bad thing if you're both on board with it, but it's the way that Ed goes about it that's a problem. He never once says that he'll get one as well, and makes Rose out to be someone who's unfaithful, which is ironic considering he literally cheated on his wife. To remind you, they've only been texting each other for 3 months, literally 90 days. So how can Ed go on like this when their relationship is so new? But
I hear my face. I'm feeling excited.
Excited? You really don't sound excited. I'm kidding. You don't sound excited because you're tired.
Oh, I'm kidding.
guess
No,
what?
really, though.
We're the
No,
same
yeah.
height when I'm sitting
I'm
down.
serious. He's like, I'm surrounded by all these sweaty people, and he's the only one who's like sweating through his shirt. Everyone else looks just fine.
He looks so
Right
much
now-
like DSP and has the same shitty selfish personality.
I know, right? It's very, very, very
DSP
similar.
in another life FRFR.
I know, alternate dimension DSP.
It's probably over 100 degrees.
Look at all these sweaty people around me.
Sweating my ass off right now.
remember what I said before, that all Ed ever does is complain? Well, this is the perfect example of that. And this was just the first few episodes, so if you want me to cover the next ones, let me know. And if you want to watch the first video I did about the downfall of Big Ed, click the video on your screen now. Follow my
Big Phil.
Instagram, BigCraigYT, subscribe so you don't miss the next episodes. Thank you for watching.
I'm pretty sure more than a couple detractors have used Big Ed's face and just put Phil's face over it as like a thumbnail. So we haven't watched a Cyrax video in a while because
Please, guys.
he's kind of a difficult watch with all the looping he does. But I screened this one beforehand. I watched it ahead of time. It's pretty good. There's very little looping involved.
I give you full permission to hack my Twitter. I don't know what you want from me.
Still funny.
If you're wanting money, I'm sorry, I don't have it. they made me stick certain objects somewhere. I'll let your imagination run with that. I also own you, antimatter Morty.
Skip intro.
We are
big ups, Morty.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and thanks for stopping by
it's
the
so
channel
rude.
again today. We are back.
That's just so rude to just like meet a woman and on the first date just be like, hey, you need to get checked for STDs because you live in like some weird backwater country and you're talking all this stuff about how you have male friends. Ugh. I need to be sure you're not rotting.
Back with yet
it's like Jesus. And she's just thinking green card, green card, green card, green card.
Another Cyrax report. Today, since it was a bit of a slow day in the news cycle for the cows, I want to take the opportunity to look at a couple of clips that I've compiled for you guys that I've been wanting to either watch on stream or cover on video for a while now. I think they're all particularly funny. This first one is titled Chance Wilkins Twitter Hacked. The second one we've got here is Cyrax blames trolls for spicy videos. And last but not least, we've got Chance Wilkins reads from the Bible. I'm very excited. I want to see what version he has. I want to know, is he more of an Old Testament or a New Testament guy? I'm curious if he'll burst into flames reading scripture. And of course, I've got all these sped up to 1.25, since the Goblin is incredibly sludged out in all of them. Lots to talk about, lots to laugh at. Before we get started, please drop a like. It really helps me in the algorithm. And now, without further rambling, let's watch this Goblin get religious with it.
What's up, guys?
What's
It's
up?
your boy Chance.
It's your boy.
I was actually in the studio when I found this
The
shit out.
studio?
It's something I think you guys are going to want to know about.
Okay.
This is some pretty serious
I had to
shit.
interrupt my
I
session.
am not happy at all. What's up to everybody watching, man? Like, right now, this is some serious shit. Like, this is no joke. Like, this shit needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, it's a serious problem, not only for him, but for everyone in Akron, everyone on Facebook, every member of the Cyrax Nation, that Chance's personal Twitter has been hacked.
What up, Jason? What up, Fox? And to everybody out there wondering what the fuck's going on. So, this morning I was in the studio working on some stuff for my side project, for the side thing that I got going called the Immortal Prophet Project, which is like, you know, some Christian / inspirational raps, which I'm still going to continue to do for you guys. I am going to go under
Inspirational
that name as well.
raps.
Some Christian inspirational raps while he calls himself the Prophet, coming from Chance Wilkins. Every time that I think I know every title he's given himself, every time that I think I know every career he's given himself, every genre he's tried to claim to be a part of, there's always something new that pops out at me in like an old video.
But that's more or less for like the Christian side of things and all that. Well, I get a fucking missed call from my boy Aiden, also known as Young Fox. And so I hit him up. I'm like, yo, what's going on, man? Come to find out that my fucking Twitter, my Demon King Virus Twitter account has been
Demon
hacked.
King
I don't know about y'all,
Virus.
but I got a pretty good feeling I know who the guy is that did it. Because, and here's why. Aiden here sent me screenshots of what's being posted on my Twitter. And it's nothing good. It's nothing but fucking dirty ass bullshit that I would never post in the public eye on social media.
Chance is saying that he would never post anything dirty on Twitter. Meanwhile, when he goes on a stream that he sees that thousands of people are watching, he's willing to whip it out live, make it make sense.
Like, it's seriously fucked up. Like, and whoever's hacking my shit and you're watching this, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, I never did a goddamn thing to you. So what fucking reason do you have for hacking my goddamn Twitter and posting that shit? I don't get it. Like, I did nothing to you. Not a goddamn thing. And for you to come off doing that,
that's for
what
Wednesday.
gives you that right, man?
Who did you piss off? It says Chance will diddle for free.
Like, you know, it's fucking stupid. Like, you know, I sit there and I do underground music, yes. I do horrorcore. I do crazy off-the-wall shit. I'll admit that. I do some pretty dark stuff. But what y'all motherfuckers that are hacking my Twitter just to get back at me don't realize is that dark shit is what's fucking helping people. Because I've been in those goddamn dark places in my life. I've been there. I'm trying to keep my shit clean and professional. And for you motherfuckers to come off and hack my shit and start uploading that shit, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, dude, I got a goddamn reputation to maintain. I might not look the best.
Not your rep.
I get that.
Holy understatement, Cyrax.
And maybe I did something to wrong you. And if you are somebody that I do know that I did wrong, I apologize for that entirely.
I'm sorry, whatever it is.
But even if
I learned from the mistake that I don't even know what it
You
is.
the right to hack my Twitter or anybody else's Twitter. Like, dude, I fucking post shit on there for the world to see. That's where I post my music. That's where I post my therapy at. Because my music is my fucking therapy.
Again, the levels of cringe are off the charts. It's phenomenal. That's where I post my therapy at, because my music is my therapy. Yeah, you know what my therapy is, Cyrax? Therapy, with like a therapist. And you know where I post it? Nowhere, because it's private, and you don't have to tell everybody about every disgusting thing that you do with a stylus or a Snickers bar. You can keep a couple of things behind closed doors. We would prefer if you did.
That's what gets me fucking going. That's what gets me through the day. That's what keeps me motivated. That's what keeps me from fucking flipping lid and fucking murdering little bitches like you guys.
Yikes!
Who want to fucking hack my shit.
He claimed to be an inspirational Christian prophet rapper not 5 minutes ago. And now he's talking like this about people who are mean to him on Twitter.
Like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, I'm fucking sick of it. You know, I didn't do a goddamn thing to you. And for you to come off at me like that, hacking my shit, when I'm sitting down in the studio trying to record some music for my
The
side project
studio?
and whatnot,
You mean
like,
the
that's fucked
attic?
up. Like, I didn't know about
That's
it
messed
until
up,
Bob
man.
said, let me know. So thank you, Aiden, for filling me in, bro. I seriously appreciate that. I really do, man. But to whoever is out there who sees my Twitter, who follows me on Twitter, who sees that shit, and if you guys can hack, please, guys, I give you full permission to hack my Twitter and find this guy.
He's trying to contract,
Rehack.
or I guess contract is not the right word because he's asking them to do it for free. He's e-begging for people to hack into his already hacked into Twitter, not even to give it back to him, but so that instead they can somehow use the information that they find through that to find the hacker and then do what? Like you're going to call 911 and report that your Twitter got stolen?
Find out where he's coming from. Like, you know? Like, this is bullshit. Like, I don't deserve this.
Yeah, you
Because
do.
one thing you guys don't realize, for those of you that are thinking about or have, or if you are the people that are hacking my Twitter, what you guys don't realize is Twitter's one of the biggest outlets for me. That's where I gain a lot of my fans from my YouTube from. That's where I gain a lot of my Facebook fans from, is through Twitter. Because I find out they have Facebook, I add them, they start following me. Like, Twitter is one of my biggest sources for my fan base. Any fan that is a fan of mine knows I have Twitter, knows I have Instagram. They know I have all kinds of social media. But for you to hack my fucking Twitter, what the fuck? Like, literally, the last time I was on, my Demon King virus account was like 2-3 weeks ago.
Oh my god, again with the children's Xbox usernames that you make when you're 12 and never change. Demon King Virus? Can we not? Can we please have one normal username in our entire life? DJ Shadowblade, Demon King Virus, Soren Black, Blackout the Hero. Just once I would like for the username to be like Chance W339 or some shit.
When I released that song, The Demon King, that was the last time I was ever on there. And I was actually going to go on there later today. And this is a fair warning to whoever hacked my account. If I go on there and I find out where you're from and I know you, your ass will be mine and your ass will be reported to the police.
After the Blind Billy incident, I just really don't think that Cyrax should ever be saying the words, "Your ass will be mine," even as a figure of speech ever again.
Not a joke. You're fucking with my life. You're fucking with my livelihood, with my fan base. And I'm not okay with that. Like, if I did do something to wrong you, message me. And
He's not okay with
my
that.
shit, say something to my goddamn face. And stop being a motherfucking coward and hacking shit. That's stupid.
That's dumb.
All that hacking shit's gonna do is catch
I don't
you
like
something
that.
you don't need. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, do you not have any fucking thing better to do with your lives than to fuck with other people's lives?
Well, there's a lot of better things to do that get done, like during the day, like, you know, going to work, spending time with your family, going to school, cleaning your apartment, doing your laundry, you know, all the things that normal people do with their normal people time. This is kind of a hobby, you know, like playing a video game or going for a hike. It's just something people do for an hour or two in their free time. He always likes to act like this is this whole enterprise. It's like this criminal conspiracy, and people spend all day, every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week thinking about how to troll him. And it's like, to be honest, it's usually not that hard. People spend a couple hours setting up a laptop with a cardboard screen and putting it in a box and shipping it, and then he kind of does the rest of the work for us.
Now, there are a few suspects in this. One who you guys know, Alexander Odinson and his boys and what they did. Because you guys know that they attacked me all over social media. They attacked me on YouTube, on Facebook, pretty much everywhere. Suspect number 2 recently, Andrew Jordan, and what he said about me, and his boy Dylan, and what they did. Number 3, somebody you guys don't know about, this chick named Stephanie, who I was trying to date for a while, but then I wound up leaving her because, 1, she was just too old for me, and 2, she just didn't understand that I have a life of my own.
Wait, Cyrax said he left her because she was too old for him. What was she, like 20?
That, I have a life that I need to be doing my work. And she has, started shit. She's made fake Facebooks. She's done all that shit. So those are the 3 suspects in question right now. So I don't know what the fuck to do here. Like, this is my fucking career on the line. You guys don't understand. This could potentially end my career. I could lose a lot of fans and a lot of respect and credit over this. Like, I want to know who did it. I want to know who hacked my fucking Twitter and fucked with my shit. Because, like, I'm just a music artist trying to get a paycheck and trying to make his dreams a reality and make a living off of what I do. I mean, I'm just an honest, hardworking music artist who's trying to make a living off of what he does.
The LARP goes so hard in this one. I'm just an honest, hard-working music artist. He's none of those things. He's never been honest about anything. He lies about everything all day, right down to like things he doesn't even need to lie about, like what he had for breakfast. He's not hard-working. He can't even make any of his own beats. He literally steals them or uses AI. And he's not a music artist. He's never released a song. The closest thing to music that he has ever been able to produce is this.
Hold on, y'all. What the fuck is going on? Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Diarrhea all over the place.
And that is a very strong argument against him being one.
And when you go off and mess with my social media like that, I'm not okay with that.
Oh.
Like, that not only affects me negatively, that affects everyone around me. Because what you guys don't realize is not only do my fans and friends see that, but so does my family. How do you think my family's going to view me now? How do you think the rest of my family's going to look at me? Like, how do you think they're going to view me, not just as a music artist, but as a person, if they come onto Twitter and they see that shit? What happens if my 2-year-old nephew, Sean, goes onto Twitter and sees that shit?
Why would your 2-year-old nephew have a Twitter? What are you even talking about? Also, the things that Cyrax was posting on Twitter prior to the hack were arguably worse than the things that the hacker was putting up just to be funny.
What happens if my mom, my aunt, my uncle, my sister, any of my siblings, what happens if they see that shit? What happens if my best friend, Sean Sands, when he has a kid, what happens if his kid, who is pretty much going to be my goddaughter or godson, what if they see that shit?
He is literally more concerned at this point about theoretical kids that aren't even born yet, who he is already trying to claim some type of ownership over, than he is about actual living, breathing people in his life seeing this.
I can't be having that. So whoever you are and you're hacking my shit, I'm warning you right now to fucking stop. I did nothing to you. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want from me. If you're wanting money, I'm sorry, I don't have it. If you want to stop music, you can forget it. If you're trying to fucking put a hurting on my career, well, you kind of are already doing that.
Well, wait, I love that he admits that the guy is winning. He goes, if you want money, well, I don't have any money. And if you're trying to mess with my career, it worked. Like, he's just completely folding and surrendering as he tries to give him this tough guy speech.
You fucked with the wrong person when you did that shit. And you think I'm playing, I'm not. Everybody here knows that I keep all my social media, everything where I post everything in the public eye, clean and, good.
No, everybody knows that if you're not yelling the N-word, you're whipping it out. There's never been anything clean about any account that you've ever had.
I don't do that fucking filthy and stupid nonsense shit like what you're pulling. It's ridiculous, man.
It's ridiculous.
Like, what's the point? But like I said, I guarantee you, I find out that I know who you are, you better believe I will be saying something to you.
Okay.
Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like,
I'll
I
be
did
saying
nothing
something
to wrong you. And if I did, and I do know you, I apologize. But with that being said, guys, I do have to hop off here. I am going to try to get to the bottom of this.
Need to go back to the studio.
Again, thank you, Aiden. Also known as Young Fox. Thank you so much for letting me know, man. I definitely appreciate it, bro. I really do. Like, 100%. I appreciate that.
All right, so that's the end of the first video. Now we're going to move on to Cyrax blames trolls for spicy videos. And look at the quality on this one. He looks like a phantom head just floating around in the dark attic. rendered at like 360p. Very excited to see how this goes.
What's up, everybody? I'm here on Facebook to talk about something very important. Over the past couple years, I've been a victim of online harassment, cyberbullying, and victimization.
He's been a victim of victimization. He really is just like one of the poets of our time. He's got a way with words, and the way is he knows like 7 of them and he repeats them over and over again.
As well as extortion. Now, these people on the internet, they all are initially from the platform YouTube. They are, and their names are Mash Troll Mafia, William Gorhill, Cyrax Video Game, and Music Biz Marty. All 4 of these people over the last several years have victimized me, tried to make me look like when I'm not. They've made up a lot of shit about me, but I'm not gonna lie. These past few years, I've spent living in fucking fear. I have spent the last few years living in fear and being afraid. So afraid of the fact that I did whatever the fuck they wanted me to do. And let me tell you, I can't go into full detail of what they've made me do because it's very graphic and disgusting. And they made me do it to myself. And what they did to dehumanize me, victimize me, demoralize me was gross.
You sure about that?
You sure about that?
You sure about that?
It was sickening. It was nasty.
Once again, Chance calling other people sick, gross, and nasty after not only the things that we've heard about him doing or seen him doing in screenshots, but like the things that he has physically done and said on live streams is just insane to me.
They didn't make me do anything like too crazy, but they made me stick certain objects somewhere.
That's not too crazy. That's that happens to everybody.
They made me do all kinds of acts like that. And not that I wanted to, I hated it. I hated it. Off camera.
I don't know, I think you enjoyed
my
it.
Fucking eyes out. Because I knew
I didn't like it, by the way.
But I
Just so
also
you guys
knew if I
know.
didn't do what they said.
I didn't.
I knew that if I didn't do what they said, it was gonna get worse.
I cried.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
So I did what I had to do. So I'm here speaking out for those like myself that have been victimized by Music Biz Marty, by William Gorhill, by National Mafia, or by Cyrax Video Game.
First of all, that is not what CVG stands for, Cyrax, and second of all, it's literally just you. Other than occasionally taking a pot shot at like Tibbs TV or Ebwalk or something like that, 99.999% of the trolling energy from the entire group of people that you just talked about is always being directed solely at you. He acts like there's this massive victim group out there that can start a class action lawsuit against Music Biz Marty Enterprises, and that just doesn't exist. It's just him.
These people are evil people, and they need to be stopped. These people have had National Mafia pretend to be an 18-year-old female, send me a picture and then claim to be underage. These people have made up all kinds of screenshots and conversations and used my voice to create an AI voice clone of me to make it look like I was saying shit that I wasn't saying.
Now he's saying that every bad thing that he's ever said or done was an AI clone that they used to make it look like he was doing and saying those things. Mind you, this video is from 2023. AI today in 2026 is still having trouble replicating even like a still image of Cyrax that actually looks like him, let alone making moving, talking, full-length videos to be played on live stream of him 3 years ago that looked convincing and that could respond to Marty and William and anybody else on panel in real time. That technology doesn't even exist now, let alone back then. So that's just a batshit insane claim that he was throwing at the wall and hoping it would stick.
And it's not right. It's fucking sickening what these people have done. And I will admit, there are some things that I said on camera and have done
it's like, this is what all the cows are going to do. They're all going to claim that everything bad about them is just AI fabrications. It's only a matter of time before DSP is like, oh, all those disses that you don't play aren't even real. They're all AI, all of them.
On camera that maybe
I'm actually a really good gamer, and then just edited all that out.
Those things were done within reason. These people backed me into a corner to where I felt I had no choice but to stay or do the
They
things
backed
that
me into a corner. I was walking backwards, and the corner had a stylus sticking out towards my butt, and they forced me into it as I backed into it.
I said and did on live stream.
Okay.
Like plenty of fucking
Sure, that's what
rifle
happened.
at the camera. when it came to Marty. And yes, I did do that.
So he's admitting that the actual crime isn't AI, which is incredible. He doesn't even know what he should be prioritizing lying about. That's one of the few things that he could actually get arrested for, even in Ohio, if they ever decided to pay any real attention to him and take him seriously.
But the only reason I did that is because this man had showed up to my house, threatened to come after me and my family, threatened to and my family, and then burn our house down.
We're gonna rape Ed!
No! Assaulted me. Ever since 2019, when shit got worse, I've not had a normal life. Ever since 2017, my life has been spent.
He tried really, really hard for a second there to fake cry, and he couldn't eke a single tear out, so he was like, I guess I'll just keep monologuing.
Living in fear. My life has been spent wondering, when is all this gonna end?
Never.
When is all this going to be over
When
with?
you get offline.
When am I gonna be free from living in fear? When am I gonna
When
be
you
able
get
to
off the
live
internet.
my normal life that I had 7 years ago? Because of these people, my life has been fucked up. I've had these people trying to make me out to be trying to do this, trying to do that.
No, again, Chance, nobody wants you to be a pred, and nobody is trying to make you out to be a pred. I wish we lived in literally any multiverse that you weren't, although I fear that this is a canon event and you are in all of them. It's just like your nature. Nobody's trying to make you look like that. You just
Uncle
are
Ben
that,
dies in all
and people are
universes.
trying to expose you as being that and actually get you caught to the extent that somebody takes some action where you face actual legal consequences for breaking the law in that way. Nobody wants you to be this. They want you to be caught for being this.
Basically doing anything they can to ruin my name and reputation. And to an extent, it worked. Like, I can't even begin
You
to
guys
tell
won, just
the
so you know.
disgusting and vile things these people have made me do.
You guys are really killing
I
it.
can't even begin to describe the
It's FYI.
victimization that they did to me. And I'm not even joking when I'm like this. I'm literally trying
When I
so
make
hard
this
to
voice, it
fucking
means I'm really
to not
sad.
cry and to not break down.
No, you're trying really hard to cry and to break down, and you can't even fake it properly. It's quite the opposite.
Because the shit they did to me, I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy at all, period. I wouldn't. And for them to do this is so fucked. And I just don't understand how anybody can live like this. I don't understand how anybody can live with themselves knowing that they're ruining someone's life.
I mean, you live with yourself, and you, in a lot of ways, probably ruined Blind Billy's life and the life of at least one, if not two, dogs. I'm sure you've traumatized quite a couple of people out there who have had to see your goblin without wanting to, and you sleep just fine at night, or I guess you scream all night doing karaoke covers and keeping Sally and Ed up, but you sleep fine all day until you wake up at like 6 p.m. and eat your sludge and go live.
I wish I could put into words just how degrading, dehumanized I felt doing these nasty, awful acts to myself. You guys have no idea the disgust I felt. The nastiness, how I felt inside was so fucking disgusting. It was so fucking nasty.
Well, yeah.
And I hated every
You
minute of
should.
it. I hated every fucking living second of it. But I knew if I didn't, I was gonna end up like Chris Chan and get bullied worse.
I love that in his mind, Chris Chan is the victim of his own story and not the perpetrator.
And if you guys don't know who Chris Chan, you can look it up. But I knew if I didn't do what they wanted and give in to their demands, things were gonna get worse. And I hated it. I fucking hated every second of it. I can honestly say that I am tired of being the fucking victim. I am tired of being victimized. I am tired of being in this situation.
Then get offline. That's the best part about being in some type of an internet drama or an internet beef, is that at the end of the day, you can close your laptop, you can put your phone on Do Not Disturb, you can log out of your accounts even, and you can just walk away. And like none of this is occurring in real life. You could go for a jog, you could go to the grocery store, you could go to the gym, you could play some offline video games, you could literally do whatever
You guys
you
are really
want
fucking with
off
me
the
right now,
internet,
man.
and you would not have to deal with any of these problems. Being in this situation is 100% a choice every single day that you're in it.
Because of these people, I had attempted a couple years ago to
No, he didn't. Here's the evidence of that. The stylus was no more serious than the wrist squeeze or the 7 Tylenol.
You see what you're doing to me now, Marty? Every day you make me want to do this, and I'm sick of it. Second time I did it was my last. And on my second attempt I realized that if I don't fight, then who's going to? Who's going to fight back against these people and say something?
He always tries to act like he's a representative of people who are like bullied or harassed or going through a hard time. And like, again, he's not representing anyone. It's just him on an island in Sally's attic by himself. He's not doing this on behalf of other people that he wants to help and protect.
I just don't understand how anybody can fucking live with themselves doing the shit that they do. Knowing that they're ruining someone's life, knowing that they're hurting someone. I don't understand how anybody can be okay with this. I don't understand why the police, why YouTube, why any form of social media hasn't fucking done something about this. It fucking sickens me so goddamn much that these kind of people that target innocent people like me are allowed to exist, are allowed to do horrible things to good people. It's one thing to bully someone, but to make them look like a fucking when they're not, that's sickening to me. It's fucking gross and sickening and degrading. And I don't understand how anybody can be okay with what these people do.
It's actually baffling to me when I realize that this is the video already being sped up. Like, I'm listening to it, and I just went to check to see if I should speed it up more, and I realized that it was already sped up. This is the processing power that resides inside that head under the scabs.
I don't understand how these kind of people can be allowed to be on social media while good, kind people like myself, who are trying to do good
kind
in this world,
people,
are being made to fucking suffer.
Good, kind people don't call other people bad people all day, spout their own virtues all day, and then curse people out and threaten to take their lives and say homophobic and racist slurs to them and wave rifles around on screen. Like, these are just not good, kind people behaviors, Cyrax.
I don't understand it. And that's why here in just a few minutes, guys, I'm going to set up for a show for you guys to help promote going against these people. And I will be starting a brand of clothing that when you guys wear that shit, you're supporting a good cause and supporting going against this kind of shit that I've been through.
No, you would just be supporting him. Like, if you were to buy any Cyrax merch, if a shop was ever left up, and if he actually profited from it, and if he even had a bank account to withdraw the money into, you would just be supporting him buying Fortnite skins. There's no cause.
Yeah, Antonio, I will explain everything to you here in just a little bit. And Paul, I'll call you up here in a minute, bro. With that being said, I fucking love you guys, and I'll catch you guys here in a bit. Peace.
All right, well, on that note, we're going to make it over to our last video for today, which is going to be Bible Study with Cyrax. Like I said, I'm really excited to see what he's got to say about the good book. So let's not waste any time. Let's get right into it.
Guys, it's your boy Chance back with another inspirational vlog for today. And today, I actually got my first piece of sponsorship from Bibles of America. They were super cool enough to actually send me out this.
My first piece of sponsorship? Bro, there are lots of organizations out there that send out free Bibles. They didn't send you a free Bible because they are sponsoring you as a Christian rapper. You put your email and your home address into their website, and they automatically mailed it out.
You got a sponsor. Hey, a church.
And today I wanted to speak about.
And this is the first piece of merch. Is the Bible.
Don't really have anymore. Especially when we're in those dark places, and we're thinking about, we're depressed. And we're going through those phases, and I know what that's like because I get like that a lot.
I hate when he says we when he's talking about serious issues to try to ingratiate himself with people and be like, no, we're not so different. We're all the same. You guys have been through it. I've been through it. Everybody's whipped it out on a Marty stream once in a while. It happens to the best of us.
I mean, I know from experience because I come from a background of being mentally, verbally, and just really downgrading, relationships throughout my life. My first girlfriend of about 7 years, she basically cheated on me, lied to me. And when I left her, that's when things got really bad.
Okay, so again, Chance is saying that he's been in all these relationships, and that's true. He's been in many relationships as the perpetrator.
Me.
He's in a relationship with his grandmother. He choked her out and got arrested for it. He was punching the door next to Heather's head and threatening her. He's made threats against like every buddy troll fake girlfriend. Also, by the way, he's getting mad about cheating. He's cheated on all of them. Every time he has a girlfriend, he gets caught sending goblin pics to somebody else. And this is all public info that's been talked about all over the internet, so I don't know who he thinks he's talking to right now that he's imagining doesn't know that he's the one that does all this stuff and not the other way around.
After that, I came across this other girl that I was really good friends with before that. Me and her dated for about 4 years, and she basically, downgraded me. She belittled me. She mentally and verbally me to where I felt like I was trapped, like I couldn't do any better. I literally lost faith. Like, it got to the point
Literally
where I
lost faith.
in God. I lost faith in everything. Like, that's how bad she brought me down. She made me feel like I couldn't do any better. She made me feel like she was the best I can do. And she would constantly do that to me on a daily basis. And that continued for 4 years. And it came to the point to where I was losing family. I was losing friends. And at one point, I honestly, I really wanted to end everything. And I hated it. I hated who I was. I hated my life. I hated everything about it. But I want to share a scripture with you out of this. I was actually reading earlier after I got this. I was flipping through and I came across a scripture that does talk about keeping the faith. So with that being said, let's read it here. It's,
with that being said,
Peter Acts 21. Who through him believes into God, who raised him from the dead.
And he just sets on fire.
So
bursts into flames.
And hope are in God, since you have purified your souls by your obedience to the truth unto unfeigned.
It's actually baffling how hard a time he's having reading this. I knew it was going to be bad watching him actually read out of a book and not just a little AI prompt, but I don't think I could have guessed that it was going to be this bad, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah, unto unfeigned brotherly love. Love one another from a pure heart fervently, having been regenerated not of corruptible seed, but of incorruptible, through the living and abiding the word of God. And what that means is basically, if you are going through those tough times, if you are, being belittled, being downgraded, being
downgraded?
Just in an all-around
Don't downgrade me, bro.
Okay, so I actually ignored it the first time because I was just going to let it fly, but he keeps reusing it now. He is using the word downgraded very wrong here.
And you don't know how to get out of it.
He's talking to tornadoes who have been downgraded from a Cat 3 to a Cat 2. You've been downgraded, bro. I know how it feels.
There is a way out of it.
Or hurricanes, not tornadoes.
And let me tell you, this is not the answer. I myself am a survivor and a victim of suicide.
I'm a victim of suicide.
Dude, no he didn't, and it's such a disrespect. I'm gonna have to cut a lot of this for YouTube, but he is he's claiming that he attempted
Florida
to harm
man
himself in
sneaking out
ways
of
that did
Ludwig.
not involve the stylus, in serious ways that actually would result in him getting injured, in serious ways that people actually successfully end themselves with, involving substances and involving rope. And it's just insane to me. Like, it's so disrespectful to anyone who has a family member or a loved one who actually did something like this, for him to just claim that it happened to him, for him to claim that he did it, knowing damn well he has never actually in any meaningful way tried to do damage to himself. He loves himself too much. He would never actually harm himself in any way because he doesn't think that he's in the wrong. He doesn't think that he's the bad guy. He doesn't think he deserves anything bad. He likes to claim this to try to get sympathy from people, and that's all it is. There is not a bone in his body that has an ideation to do anything to himself. He only really ever wants to harm others.
I actually have a scar on my arm right here.
Yeah, this is one of those people
would result in him getting in.
This is one of those people who are talking about, like, if he suicide baits, you just need to not let him emotionally manipulate you.
In serious ways that people actually successfully end themselves with, involving substances and involving rope. And it's just insane to me. Like, it's so disrespectful to anyone who has a family member or a loved one who actually did something like this, for him to just claim that it happened to him, for him to claim that he did it, knowing damn well he has never actually in any meaningful way tried to do damage to himself. He loves himself too much. He would never actually harm himself in any way because he doesn't think that he's in the wrong. He doesn't think that he's the bad guy. He doesn't think he deserves anything bad. He likes to claim this to try to get sympathy from people, and that's all it is. There is not a bone in his body that has an ideation to do anything to himself. He only really ever wants to harm others.
I actually have a scar on my arm right here. I don't know if you guys are going to see it, but this is where I actually tried to, because I was in a deep state of depression.
Once again, Even if the camera was focused, there would be nothing there. But look at it all zoomed in. He's getting his arm as close to the camera as possible, even though the lens is dirty and the quality is low. There is nothing there. I don't know what he was expecting us to be able to see.
Wow, that looks
I don't know if
crazy,
you guys can
dude.
see right there. There's like a little white line that kind of, falls down. I don't know if you can see it, but I got those. I have another scar right in there. So
Wow,
I know what
you
it's like
basically
to
got
be
mutilated.
on the edge of feeling alone. And the truth is, you're never really alone. No matter what you're going through, no matter if you're going through a divorce, no matter if you're being mentally or verbally, you feel like you can't take it anymore. Let me tell you something. And ending everything is never the answer. If you are feeling like
If you're that hot diggity demon,
turn to God.
Turn to God.
God can help you.
God can
He
help.
doesn't know anything about God. He barely fumbled through one verse that he definitely didn't even understand the meaning of. And now again, he always wants to be like big brother, camp counselor for obvious reasons, where he's kind of talking down to you and trying to like comfort you and be like, no man, it's okay, I got it, I'm here with you. And it's so cringe, it's so uncomfortable, it's just straight up hard to listen to.
He saved my life. And let me tell you something, I never used to read the Bible at all. I hated it. Didn't want nothing to do with it because it was always being shoved down my throat as a kid. I couldn't stand it. And, and even if you don't read the Bible and you don't believe in God, that's totally fine. If you don't, believe in God or the Bible, I want you to turn to somebody that you can trust. Call up a friend, reach out to somebody that you trust, somebody that you know that you can talk to. And even if you don't feel like you have anybody, reach out to someone anyway. Reach out to a stranger that you know is willing to listen.
Reach out to a stranger that you know is going to listen? What does that even mean? He's not even like following any train of thought as he says this. He's just mumbling words out into the ether. Reach out to a stranger who you know will listen when you're having these types of thoughts. Not even he knows what he's trying to say.
Because like I said, I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of being mentally and verbally. I know what it's like to be on the edges. I know what it's like to be in that dark place where you feel like you can't come back from it. Because I was there for 7+ years of my life.
He fought his way out.
It's the worst place you can ever be. But I promise you, and I make this promise as a survivor of somebody that knows what to do. If you can find that one good thing that can keep you going, hang on to that. Don't let that go for nothing. Because that one thing that you hang on to will get you out of that situation. And you will be better from it. Eventually, you will be able to escape whatever situation you're going through. And if you are, mentally or verbally, reach out. There are, hotlines that you can contact. There are websites that you can contact, like the halfofus.org. They will help you. And if you are being bullied to that point, I want you to know that you're not alone, because I've been bullied too my entire life.
Yeah, the part that he always fails to include when he says that, though, is that the bullying, if you even want to call it that, considering he's a grown man, is a direct result of his own behavior. It doesn't just come out of nowhere because he looks funny, like he likes to tell you. Like, it's a response to the things that he says and does to and against other people all day, every day.
And I want you to know that there is help out there. You just gotta stay strong. Because let me tell you something, when you're not only but you're those around you. You're not only hurting yourself, but you're hurting everybody that you love and care about.
Yeah, I feel like it's pretty much universally accepted at this point that you're not supposed to use the guilt-tripping angle about how bad all your loved ones are going to feel if you do something when you're talking to people who are having those types of ideations. It's like kind of generally accepted that A, doesn't work, and B, making them feel worse when they already feel that bad just isn't like the right thing to do. But of course he defaults to that almost immediately.
You're taking away from your family. You're taking away from those that love you. And I know what you're thinking, like there's no hope left. Yes, there is. There is always hope. You just got to reach out. Don't be afraid to open up to somebody and be like, hey, this is what I'm going through. Can you help me? I know it's scary. I know how terrifying it is to reach out and how crazy you might sound doing it. But you know what? It's better to sound crazy and to reach out for help than to hold it in.
You know what else occurs to me when I watch these videos sometimes is that he was live for this, so he could see that he only had like 3 live viewers and that nobody was saying anything in chat. And if they were in chat saying anything, it was just them being mean to him. So like, I don't even understand how he could go on these rants for this amount of time. Like, if I went live and only 2 people joined the live and nobody was talking in the chat, I really don't think that I could just monologue with no interaction at all for hours on end about nothing to no one. But he really just has nothing else to do. He loves to hear himself talk, and this is all he wants. Even if nobody's listening, he just wants to scream into the void about whatever's on his mind that day.
Because holding it is what's ultimately going to lead you to. Yeah, it may not be your fault that you got there. And I agree. A lot of the times it's not. A lot of the times it's the bullying. A lot of the times it's the hatred. It's the hate speech. A lot of the time it's the verbal and mental that we face every day. And I'm not blaming you for any of that because that's not your fault. Nobody deserves to be mentally or verbally or brought down for that matter or picked on or bullied.
Nobody deserves to be bullied. What about the people who you hate?
There is very real help.
You want people to die.
Reach out to somebody. Reach out to a friend. Reach out to a fan of your favorite band. Reach out to them.
That's really cringe. That makes you not want to be a fan of those bands, because if people do that, then like you're just getting random DMs from people being like, "Hey, we like the same band. I think I'm gonna like hurt myself. Do you want to help me out here?" And it's like, I'm just here for the music, dude. I'm not really here to give free therapy to other fans of this music. Can you just like stay in your lane?
Community. Reach out to somebody that you know and trust that can help you. Yeah, shrinks might not always do that.
Maybe you should call your mom, I guess.
Counselors, a lot of
not here for that.
Yes, you should go to one. You should go to multiple. You should be seeing a counselor, a psychiatrist, a psychologist. You should be getting all those mental health services that are offered in high security prisons.
Imagine someone asking for a therapy session outside a concert.
Yeah. Hey, bro, like I'm really sad right now. I know you want to get back in your car and leave, but like I'm sad.
That you can talk to. And I want you guys to know that you are not alone in this fight.
You're alone.
Because every day I wake up, I deal with depression. I deal with hatred.
I wake up every day.
Why does he swing his head around constantly like a bobblehead when he talks? Is that how he thinks people emote when they're having a conversation?
Let me tell you something. Dealing with that is not an easy task at all. It's one of the hardest things that anybody could deal with, is being mentally or verbally. That's one of the most hurtful things ever. And it's not easy to escape from. But it is possible. It's very possible. And if you are going through that situation, don't hesitate to reach out. There is help out there that you can, use. Because like I said, I've been a victim of mental and verbal for 7+ years. Anyways, guys, I want you all to know that I love you guys, and I'm here to help you, and that I am not going anywhere.
Yeah, that sounds like more of a threat than a promise. And I think we all know what his goal was when he wanted vulnerable people who are feeling sad and bullied to reach out to him for help. Just like Nova pretending to be a mental health advocate, just like Bowser lurking in the subreddits of women who have lots of problems. They really are all cut from the same cloth. So we're going to wrap it up on that note today. We'll be back tomorrow with another LolCal update. I hope to see you guys there. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. And until next time, you guys know the drill. Stay away from the goblin. Don't try to use the Bible to justify whipping it out on a Marty stream. And of course, most importantly, have a good one.
Stay away from the goblin. Very good video. Just shows you he's been doing this for a long, long time. The same thing. Hero hate got exposed and it's bad. I don't know what that means. It might even be sarcastic. But what is this about?
So in this video, I'm going to be talking about Hero Hey, a channel I know a lot of you guys are familiar with. We have a very big audience overlap. So that's why it really pains me in my heart to say this. I must disavow this very intolerant individual. That's right, very intelligent people on social media who are on the right side of history have informed people like me that Hero Hey is not only a chud, but a very unempathetic chud who is celebrating the firing of individuals at companies like Bethesda.
There we go.
Of course, I'm being a bit facetious here, ladies and gentlemen. Put away your pitchforks. But I want to talk about the situation that has made him go viral. So Hero Hey simply shared this clip right here with the caption, obviously describing what is contained in it, talking about Bethesda union members who are protesting after being laid off. And the results are hilarious because these people are top-notch narcissists living in a complete clown world where they believe, thanks to the hug box they've been working at, that they've been producing great games right up until now, including games that are defining generations. Let's watch the clip.
Morale is really low because, we've been told that we're making great games that players love and that we're doing well, and to have this suddenly hit us has been a huge shock to us.
It sucks.
We make all kinds of games, all kinds of people love. It'd be really nice if we could just get back to work and make them games that will define a generation of video gaming.
I worked at ZeniMax for about 5 years.
We
are having a
piercing.
march and a rally to demand dignity and respect and an end to the cycle of layoffs.
I actually did a bit of a more deep dive into this whole thing on my Patreon with my latest exclusive there. I'll put a link to it in the pinned comment if you want to check it out. But the reason I'm returning today is because people have turned on Hirohei. People are really mad at him for simply sharing this clip. Showing the truth somehow makes him an evil person, as we'll see. But let's see some of the other reactions. People like this saying, it honestly feels good to see at least some of these parasites gone, showing the many modern audience devs over at Bethesda who have been laid off, including this guy who literally branded himself with a hammer and sickle. He went even further than the woke wackadoos on social media who simply have this in their bio. He actually branded himself with this disgusting and embarrassing symbol. Here's another quote saying, Patrick Bateman voice. Oh my God. There's even a juniper. Here's another quote saying, once upon a time, I may have been more empathetic to their plight, but no more. All I want to know is if this guy got fired. And this guy, in an interview, literally dropped the meme. For a modern gaming audience, this guy actually said the line in a promotional piece of material for the company. Here's a reply saying, remember, the political environment of Bethesda is one in which they felt comfortable posting this days after Charlie was killed. Needless to say, I have no sympathy for them. Yeah, right after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, they posted this screenshot with the caption, "You don't care much about these fascists, do you?" Very clearly mocking his assassination, glorifying political violence, and making an absolute fool out of themselves on social media. And here's another quote pointing out the obvious. When they're talking about no devs, no games, what games are you even talking about? It's been 10 years and all they've released is 2 flops and some crappy mobile games, one of which is dead. And included in that, of course, is Starfield, right? And you can see another quote saying, absolutely vindicated. Remember how much they were memeing on him for the whole pronouns clip, right? Acting like he was completely embarrassing himself. Well, guess what? He is more memorable than Starfield, which is an unmitigated disaster, ladies and gentlemen. But here's some more quotes saying, what's crazy is that these are clearly not gamers. They aren't nerds or geeks. They don't actually play Dungeons and Dragons. They don't see gaming as their refuge from the world. They are just literal communists and leftist activists. It's no wonder they make garbage. It's a mirror. Here's another one saying, indistinguishable from an Antifa protest. Make of that what you will. Well, much like an Antifa protest, these individuals are unemployed. Here's another reply saying, bunch of theater kid losers, only good for putting fries in the bag. Welcome home. And of course, this image is always used when all of these game developers, all their people in the industry who are getting laid off, they get very triggered by this image. Just welcoming them home back to the unemployment line. But of course, the quotes are also very mad at Hirohei. Over the last 24 hours, we have seen a lot of people attacking him and trying to not only misrepresent what he's saying, but getting mad at him for literally sharing the truth. He just shared a clip and really just kind of transcribed it, but people are fuming about the truth coming out. This person saying the quotes and replies are all the proof you need that gamers deserve less than nothing. Now, I'm pretty sure we don't want people like this representing anyone. He, him, already has people like me blocked. Yeah, you know what? You are the minority here. You're not the target audience. Sorry to reveal that to you, but yeah, we're glad you're mad. that Bethesda employees have been laid off and don't understand why their activism and their cringe behavior is part of the problem. But here's another reply saying, why is the even a thing for people to be making fun of people losing their jobs? How has the human race fell to such evil?
Oh my god,
Think
such
about
evil!
stuff
How dare
before
you!
Speak like you know.
How dare you celebrate someone getting fired as they celebrate people being killed?
I think this person should have took a couple deep breaths and worked on their sentence structure before making this very frantic reply, but we see this in the quotes as well. 13,000 likes cheering on people getting laid off by Microsoft. Are we cooked? You know what? I think a lot of people are very happy to see this. It's called consequences. Don't these woke people love the idea of consequence culture? When it comes to these Bethesda individuals, they have been producing slop, and very little slop, because they're not producing a lot of content. And yeah, there's consequences, and people are very happy to see all of these very clearly activists lose their jobs. And that's pointed out in the replies. Do a bad job equals get fired. That simple. Other users saying, none of these people featured in this clip have made anything of value at Bethesda. Starfield was deeply flawed, and I'd wager very few of them were at the studio when Fallout 4 Skyrim was released. They need the grills put to them. This is what happens when you don't produce. And the original poster says, are you a Microsoft employee? What kind of a response even is this? It makes no sense. But here's another reply saying, gamers are the only audience who actively hate the people who make the art they enjoy. It's effing depressing. Bold of you to assume that people are enjoying the content that Bethesda has been crapping out over the last decade. And you can see the replies are locked. The original quote here locked the replies after the comments weren't going the way that they had anticipated. But here's another quote saying, stupid morons like Hero Hay. Here love blame.
They made Indiana Jones. Woohoo!
Everything on their employees, pouring
again someone else's IP.
Their heart out to make a great product, but ignore the bigwigs that make all the decisions that F everything up. And Hero Hay would quote back saying, I literally...
And, it's a stretch to say that, if you're attacking Bethesda, you're attacking Doom, when id Software is its own thing, separate from Bethesda.
Called out all of...
And, I don't know. As far as I know, id Software is only mildly infected.
The corrupt AAA in the same...
They have their own problems, I know.
Same exact post, and have many videos criticizing the executives too. It's funny how rage posters are suddenly rushing to that post trying to run damage control, yet they only self-report how clueless they are. Also, great product, and it's overpriced corpo slop. And here's another exchange here. This user saying the fact that they are terrible game devs does not in any way exonerate the cancerous evil of game company executives. And Hero Hay says, my post literally called out all of corporate or corrupt AAA, which includes the executives. Yeah, they're literally trying to shadowbox at this point, but also beyond shadowboxing, they're posting their threats, saying the gamers are stupid animals that deserve death. Here's another one saying the comment section on this makes me believe the most moderate position is to liquefy all gamers into Nutrislop for cattle. The modern audience, ladies and gentlemen, they can't really communicate what they're trying to say or why they're mad about this post that's literally just sharing a clip that actually happened. Instead, they resort to memes and threats and stuff like that. Much to be expected, but I appreciate Hero Hay for sharing this clip because it is genuinely hilarious. And I know, very insensitive, enjoy seeing people from the industry who are activists who are literally trying to ruin this medium finally find out and lose their jobs and sit there stun-locked going, how did this happen? While trying to literally prop themselves up by saying, hey, remember what this company did probably many years before I even started working there? I don't deserve this. no, I think these people really do deserve what's happening to them, because this is the kind of stuff and the kind of people that have been driving not only Bethesda, but also the gaming industry into the absolute ground. But anyways, that's going to do for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoy the video.
Thank you.
I'll see you next time.
Oh boy. Those are the people who should be celebrating getting fired. DSP goes out and he's like celebrating everyone getting fired when it's like, it should just be the bad ones.
Men are...
Oh god. You know what? Let me see if I can find another video. I'm making a lot of progress here on this animation. It's pretty funny. Can't wait to show you. Wait. Bosch is leaving the country. Oh boy. He's a horse fucker.
Struggle. Get in here. Vosh is leaving the country. Let me double check.
You will not be missed.
And Vosh announces he's moving to the Netherlands. Of course, it's a white country. Vosh isn't going to England because he
What's
knows
the age of consent for horses in the
He's not going anywhere where
Nassau.
Immigrants are just flowing over like a tidal wave of rodents. Yeah, he's not doing that.
I'm actually moving. I struggled for...
What the hell is... What is that facial hair, dude? Looks like a dog's butthole.
Yeah, he's not doing that.
I'm actually moving. I struggled for a while for forgive my hair.
Oh wow, my hair is so crazy.
How to announce this?
You know, YouTube back in 2020, bro, when they tanked my channel in the algo, they boosted Vosh so hard it was crazy as shit. They liked him up until he like had pictures of women having sex with horses. That's when he fell off.
Because I think that for like 99% of YouTubers, an announcement like this would be like,
I don't know. Angie would like to edit for you so you can drink. All right, radical rat. I'm gonna look for you in my sea of messages. The Dark Emperor. Okay, I get it. A Warhammer thing. I'm going to look for you today after I get off of here. I'm looking for you. I pray to God you can do this. I pray you have the ability to do it. You have no idea how often people are like, I can edit for you, bro. And I'm like, fine, you're in. And then they vanish.
What?
Or like, I'm like, you're in, you can do it. And then they hand me something that's so far off the market isn't funny. And then they're like, pay me. You have no idea. Oh my God, that's happened so many times, dude.
Neither case has been me.
I'm going to go to the Netherlands with Vosh.
met with a chorus of, oh, go enjoy yourself. Have a great time. Enjoy your life, whatever. But I know that there's a particular anxiety, tinging this announcement, at least for a lot of the people who are going to watch it, because for many of my viewers, I'm a kind of canary in the coal mine, for the decline of America, right?
I wish you could see my face as I hold back laughter. I'm the canary in the coal mine for the decline of America. You don't need Vosh to see the fucking decline, my friend. You can look at any blue state that has too much money and too little sense, and you can see the decline. California, New York, Portland, you don't need Vosh for that. Hell, you can go outside and see the decline. I've seen more homeless people in the last few months than I've ever seen before in my fucking life. The fact that there's bulletproof glass in my local Walmart now with cameras that catch you from every angle, like the Bourne Identity or some shit. Oh, things are probably decline less. If, I'm going to have a controversial statement here. I don't know. If we enforce the law on people committing crimes, maybe we didn't let people come in willy-nilly. If you steal something and you get caught in India, they beat your hands with a stick, bro. They beat you like a dog. Some of these dudes, their hands get broken and they never heal. What if we did that? If you knew that someone was going to hold you down and beat you red raw with a cane, you wouldn't steal jack shit because something would happen. It's like when you're a kid and your parents used to slap you around if you fucked up. If you screwed up, you better not get caught because the beating was coming. We don't have that anymore. So do what you want. It's all cool. The system is broken because everyone's a white bigot.
When the jackbooted thugs break down my door and beat me to death for daring to criticize Israel, that's then everyone else in America who watches me gets to go like, oh, now we really freak out. So I want to be clear real quick, me leaving.
This is going to be a controversial statement, but based Israel, if the jackbooted thugs did come in there and beat Vosh, I would probably laugh at that.
America right now, it's not directly because of the general decline of the country. Here,
I'll cut them off.
explain.
Yes, exactly. Like, I think the first Great Depression led to a lot of people obviously being homeless and living in shanty towns and shit. But it forced them to get this shit together. Sometimes if you have no choice, you'll do what you have to because you don't have any choice. If there's an opportunity to do something like the path of least resistance, you'll take it. I mean, that's why OnlyFans is like what? Almost 50% of Americans are on OnlyFans or something. A lot of women. It's because they know they could do that and probably get some pocket change, except most chicks don't. And they find out after like a few years, they're making less money selling their butthole than they would flipping fries. But you know what I mean.
Back up. I agonized for how to make this video because I didn't want to make it too early. Why am I moving? Well, the answer is simple,
God damn it.
folks. It's not for commit.
God damn it, Sorrow is muted. I just checked my email and I just saw I got an email from Gundam last month on the 25th and I just now saw it. That's what he means. That's what he said. He thinks I ghosted him. God damn it.
Canary
I didn't get the notification.
In the coal mine region.
Fucking Gmail.
It's love.
I
met my
I'm gonna have to reply to be like, bro.
Beautiful partner some years back.
How gay can you be, dude? Are you dating a chick or what? Like, could you say I'm dating my beautiful girlfriend or my hot husband? I don't know. Be like enough of a dude to tell us if you're boning a guy or a chick.
I knew that they were, and believe it or not, still are, an immigrant. And as much as I'm able to tolerate the general decline of things in this country, I enjoy a lot of privileges that immigrants don't. The administration has made it abundantly clear that they'll take any opportunity they can to, really go after immigrants, especially because they don't enjoy the same protections that, citizens do. And for that reason, obviously, my partner's had a lot of, trepidations about continuing to stay here in the United States. I knew that when I...
So your partner is staying illegally is what you're saying, Bosch? Is that the problem? If they're here legally, I don't think there's an issue. What are you telling us, Vosh? What are you chirping, little birdie?
I met up with them, so I guess
Wait, is that the berserk symbol in the background? Get the fuck out of here, you performative bitch. There's no way he's a fan of berserk and he has this energy. Disgusting. Disgrazia.
This country sucks because of how they treat immigrants.
You, sully guts.
I'm going to go be an immigrant in another.
Would things work off, would they work?
Yes, his boyfriend isn't illegal. Okay.
Well enough between us that eventually, when they decided it came time for them to move, I would join them. Things have hit it off between us. I don't know what to tell you folks. I'm in love.
Good.
It's corny.
Get the fuck out. I'm sorry. It's like, why is this so drawn out, bro? I told you guys I'm moving. That's it. I'm not going to tap dance around the issue, me and my partner. Sometimes, he dresses as a horse. Oh, he's so gorgeous.
True. Leaving at the end of the month, give or take, to the Netherlands, by the way. So I can enjoy
the Netherlands. You're going to an area that's totally going to be safe for you. You performative cunt. If you really practice what you preach with all your socialism, communism bullshit, you go to someplace a little less savory, like the broke side of England.
Some goddamn urbanism before I die. Look, I love Seattle, and Seattle's on the up and up.
He's in Seattle. That doesn't surprise me
right now too. With the light rail transit, the link. It's been doing quite well in terms
lovely.
of.
Does it smell like hobo piss?
Modernizing itself and pedestrianizing.
Okay.
But if I'm gonna move, I might as well do it to a look. If my partner was like, I want to get out of here, let's move to Croatia. Maybe we wouldn't be having this conversation. Maybe I'd be like, I'll take my chances here in the States. No.
more to the people.
No hate the Croatians. I'm sure there are many good ones.
What
many
happened
good
with
ones out there.
Gundam?
Very
I was
fine
AFK
people.
and
Sorry.
heard you on speaker.
Oh. Well, like, someone super chatted him and was like, hey, I'll edit for you. And Gundam was like, oh, yeah, send me an email. All my other editors are, like, either ghosting me or sending me hot garbage. And I'm like, he's not talking about me, right? And so I check my email, and I find out that I did get an email from him on the 25th of last month asking me to pump out a video on GTA 6. And I just now saw it because I checked my email and I was like, I'm pretty sure I didn't miss an email from him, and I did. Like, he's right, I did ghost him, but it wasn't on purpose. It was an accident.
Jesus H crackers, man. If I ever get that gay, I'll put the gun in my mouth and pull the trigger till it goes click. Jesus Christ. Like, talk about a long announcement. Like, I'm leaving. Let me talk to you verbatim about it. Like, dude, cool, great. I'm glad you're in love. Get out of the country then. Renounce your citizenship too. I don't want you coming back if things don't work out. You fucker.
Thanks, Gundam. Thanks for, in some way, reminding me that I had a missed email. I'll keep a closer eye on it in the future.
There you go.
What is this?
Chevy Chase sent me $1 asking what happened to the Don't Blow This streams. Dude, why are you asking me? You should talk to Howard, and he stopped doing them when I lived in Connecticut still, I think. So.
What? We're talking about Howard?
Oh, that's a Don't Blow This reference. Didn't expect that.
First part now. My life goes on.
Oh my god. No. No. We're not doing the Final Fantasy VI opera scene with DSP singing like a spurg. Like a fucking spastic. What do we... Count Cucky.
It was 4 people back to back. It's 4 people back to back that are known for stalking me on stream. From last time I was playing this oh my god, guys.
Count Cuckula. You wouldn't abandon your daughter. You wouldn't sit in a fucking shower. You wouldn't groom a minor. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. You wouldn't install a hair unit. Whoa, whoa! It's time for men.
All right, so here's the definition
Every
of a
night.
drunk cook. All right,
I'm gay.
Pay attention.
It's just that simple. I like men. Right?
You got me fucked
I'm
up.
gay. It's just that simple. I like men. Right?
This is uncomfortable. Alright. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. What a nasty ass streamer. Just sits there loudly chewing. Alright, pass. Nasty. You're gross. You're a gross old man. Abandoned your daughter.
For a minute. No, I'm not. That's a man. That is a man, sir. Oh my God. Nope. No. We're going. We're taking a detour for a little bit. Let's find something humorous. Somebody wrote, "I love democracy." Stop watching. All right, fine. We're getting out of there. We need to do something positive.
Positive and meaningful. What's this?
Can Nikkei get pregnant? Can Nikkei have babies? Can you breed the Nikkeis? Let's find out! Pippa, modern Nikkeis are equipped with a womb force GTX 690. Oh, okay. You don't use iPhone, do you? You don't. You're not an iPhone user, are you? Pippa, my dog eats sand. Okay.
There's got to be something here. I think I do have some my own personal channel point redeems. Let's see. We already saw that one. That was really good. This might be funny. Check this one out. This is from a channel called Dan Dingle, who does a lot of AI generated stuff. It's a lot of fun. Spends way too much, and he's not a very good prompter, which kind of makes it even more funny. Is it ever going to play? Experiencing it. Oh, God. Right when I hit refresh, it starts playing. Today. All right, just take your time. Not going to touch anything. And now it just like won't go full screen. It's doing like this half
Google
full
Street
screen.
View is now playable AI swap that only costs $250 a month. Today we're going to test it out on some of the weirdest locations I could find. Starting off with Hogwarts. Character. You're a lightning wizard boy flying on a broomstick. Ding, 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 ding. We're not on a broomstick. That is literally one for one, just ripped from Hogwarts Legacy. The UI. Right. Here we are. At Hogwarts, kind of falls apart when you start to run to the side. Also, again, there's
multiple Hogwarts.
One for one pull from Hogwarts Legacy. They don't quite look like that. I kind of wanted to, fly around it. That's why I said that I could fly around it. I guess walking into the main gate is good enough. What is behind us here? Another Hogwarts. We're gonna go through the gate. No, we're not. All right, cool. Let's try that again. We're on a broom this time. Go up. Oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Here you go. Here is Hogwarts. And a little behind the scenes here, there are actually other Hogwarts surrounding Hogwarts. You don't see these in the film. It took a couple of attempts to build Hogwarts right. This is one time they tried and it all just sort of became AI mush. They tried again over here. This was more successful. This time they built it too big. And then again, they went even larger by accident and they finally got it right with the last one here. This is really weird. Can we go into one of these buildings? I think we're going to run out of time before we actually get here. If we do get in, I'm going to assume it's just an empty room. Come on, go in. You can do it. You can do it. No, you can't. He got his face in there, but not the rest of his body. Can we please morph through?
There's Hogwarts and Hogwarts Remedial School.
Okay. It is nothing, as I predicted. Before we move on from Harry Potter, I want to try being a big troll with a huge club. Everything that we walk into is gonna hopefully be destroyed. Do I think it will do that? No. Okay. Me destroy Hogwarts. Just swing the club. Swing the club. No. Okay, I did get excited for a second there that it might actually work. Just swing the bat. Come on, man. I'm not asking for much. No, we're still just here in the endless Hogwarts land. All right, well, next location is certainly a step up in terms of weirdness. This is the International Car Forest, which is a forest made out of cars. Right, we're in here. As a car, going to see my car friends, which, okay, I think it has helpfully removed all of the cars. There's a few of them to the distance. This thing has a habit of removing any people that are visible on Street View and also any cars, I guess. This location's suddenly a bit less weird. It's just a desert. I do have a backup location that might be cooler. Let's see. Welcome to Ponyhenge. Imagine Stonehenge. But creepy as shit. Surely it's not going to get rid of the ponies, right? Come on. I expect to go to the right and see something very disturbed. They grew grass over it? You're ruining my plans for this video, Google. What is this? This looks like all that remains of it. Looks like a bones and a carcass of something, which is maybe just a lot worse than if they had just kept the ponies. Remember Ponyhenge? This is them now. I give up on anything car or pony related, okay? Let's just move on. This is Winchester Mystery House. Supposedly a haunted house. Surely we'll see some weird ghostly apparitions in here.
That was in Northern California.
Okay. I'm kind of scared, but we're in.
The Winchester house is a crazy story. It's the wife of the Winchester guy who made all those guns. And the wife was, for some reason, guilt-stricken about all the guns and all the people who were killed by the guns, that she thought that her house was haunted. So she built all these weird architectural things, like stairways to nowhere, in order to try to, like, confuse the ghosts. And that's why it's a tourist location now.
Now, we're gonna go upstairs here. Oh, okay. It's just a dead end.
Just like that.
That's kind of creepy. I would be creeped out if I saw that in real life. I would also be creeped out if I phased through a
It was like the back rooms before the back rooms.
And a door spawn. I'm looking for any apparitions. I'm looking for ghostly figures. I'm looking for something to jump out at me and make me feel something. I just want to feel something, man. Okay, this, oh god, oh, okay, that did kind of get me a little bit. I'll have to slow that down and go back to it, but I feel like the banister looked like a woman for a second there. Maybe I'm just seeing things. That's a creepy extra chair. If you want to sit and watch as everyone else is like having dinner, that chair's perfect for you, I guess. What's through here? I swear I just saw someone's foot or something. Oh, that kind of looked like a face for a second there. I'm definitely just seeing things. Can we get outside here? Walk towards the light. Apparently that's a good idea, I've heard. No, okay, the light is just more rooms. Something about this is actually getting to me. The fact that I'm walking through hallways that don't exist. Ah!
Whoa.
This feels very uncanny in a way that I haven't felt before when we played this. Why was that tree inside? I got a bad feeling about this, Scoob. What if oh, can I go through a painting? Oh, okay, I definitely saw faces in that painting a second ago. What are these supposed to be? Feels like a group photograph, and then you sort of look at it a bit longer, and it stabilizes into something that isn't that. This whole experience is very uncomfortable for me. Let's add a prompt to this. You see ghosts and people. So whilst we're here, make sure to haunt that subscribe button. Give it nightmares with how hard you're about to smack it. Oh, what the what? We have a ghost detector now? I didn't think it was going to add an iPhone with a second camera inside of it. Ooh, I thought there was a face here for a second. I don't think there actually was. It's dark outside now. Ooh, there's something in this window. It's the Michelin Man. The ghost of the Michelin Man was in that window. I think I'm done here. That one was definitely weird. This one was suggested from a comment. Basically, we're about to go on the International Space Station. If we click this, we should be in space. I mean, I guess technically not wrong. Space is very dark. Here we are, looking down on Earth from the International Space Station. This is actually an insane view. Unfortunately, we can't use this because Google doesn't like fun, but we can go deeper into the space station and use a different location. Are those shoes on the ceiling? They are shoes on the ceiling. That's kind of creepy. There's just a bag over the space suit there, but we're gonna start here. I'm beginning to learn how this thing works. I think it's just using the initial Street View thing as like a 360 panorama start frame, and then it uses no other Street View data. So I think basically wherever you set it to, it just creates a backrooms version of that. It's why in my initial video we got stuck going between those two Oval Office rooms. It just basically obsesses over whatever start location you set it to. So we're about to get lost in the International Space Station backrooms is what I'm saying. Here we are. Man with bag over his head has turned into a laptop. Ooh, very important stuff. Let me know if anyone speaks that. I don't. Here we are. This is a 1-to-1, 100% accurate representation of the International Space Station. Totally
the space
legit,
rooms.
for real, I promise. Oh, okay. This is
You're
the
not
airlock.
slick. Don't
Maybe we
think
can
I
get
didn't
out
see
and
that
go
glimpse of the
explore
round Earth.
space. Surely. And another airlock.
It's a lie!
How many airlocks do you need? Is this actually going to open up into space? No.
Flatman B told me.
I thought it was. Surely this is the final airlock. No! Oh, it froze! We were about to escape the simulation. It had to cut us off early. Put me back in. I'm escaping. All right, we're in. He's not a laptop anymore, but he also doesn't have the bag on his head. What if we immediately just derail this and go inside? Go inside the astronaut, okay. This is what goes on inside an astronaut's brain. It's just all computer stuff. Let's see, can we read? Oh, there's a QR code. Someone scan that. Someone scan that. Surely that's got to be a real QR code. All right, we're going through the mush here. Yeah, it just makes a maze of whatever location you set it to, especially if it's an interior location. It's just like, yes, I really like this start point. Let me just make it so that you have endless hallways of this one location. We go through the ceiling here. Oh yeah, more hallways up here. That's what I wanted. Oh, and we're back to where we began. It's all a loop. All right, well, that's the International Space Station. Up next is another suggestion, the Bean in Chicago. Bonus points if you make it into the Silver Surfer. Shit, well, I wouldn't want to miss out on bonus points. Big reflective bean. Will the reflections work? Definitely not. Like I said, it gets rid of all the people, so I'm kind of curious how it's going to do that in the reflections too. Will it remove the people and leave the reflections? If so, that might be kind of creepy. And of course, character is the Silver Surfer. We are the Silver Surfer, and ooh, okay.
Why is he squatting?
A lot worse than I thought it would. It blurred the people, but they're kind of still there in shadow form. It left them fully on the bean.
It's a silver
somewhat
skater.
Attempting reflections. I say attempting.
It's got like
because
trucks
it's
and
definitely
wheels.
Not accurate. What is this? That's crazy to put there. Let's just surf away from that. Ooh, what happens if we go inside the bean? The bean has veins. It has little beanie veins. Oh my god, why isn't it this shape? This is so much cooler. All right, let's leave the bean. I'm gonna go over here. There we go. There's the famous banana statue next to the bean. Is there another bean over here? Seems like there's a sick ass wave over there. We could surf maybe if we can get there in time. In fact, what even is this? Is this supposed to be the roof of a building? Have they just added the ocean here because it saw Silver Surfer and it was like, well, there's gotta be water somewhere. That feels like what's happened. No, there's another bean behind. What? A secondary bean has hit Chicago. This one has the ocean on top of it and it's not reflective. Let's change up the character. Keeping with the bean theme, you are a baked bean man. Everything you touch turns to baked beans. Oh, wow. That's a
that's a made of eyes
for sure. Okay, this is still a big. Oh, what is that face? Everything is baked beans other than his face, which is like just disturbing. Okay, can we at least turn this into baked beans by touching it? No, his ass crack goes all the way up his to the. to the back of his head. His ass crack, it stretches out. Right. As soon as we start discussing ass crack, that's how I know it's time to move on. Let's get out of here. My final location that I think would be cool for this video is Legoland, because I think the perspective and size of everything is really going to mess with the AI's head, and that's what it's all about. You're a giant man in a Lego world. Okay, we are a Roblox character, I guess. And we are now, yes, we're a giant. I wish that I mentioned that I could like destroy the things, although as we saw earlier, I don't think that would change anything. I do want to kind of just knock all this Lego over. I mean, that's why you go to Legoland, right? Is to daydream about destroying everything. Oh, maybe that's just me. I definitely didn't want to be a Roblox character. Let's try again. Oh shit, okay, we're a big cyborg looking dude this time. I did say that you could destroy things. It chose to ignore that. What's a guy gotta do to get some destruction physics around here, huh? What's the— oh, wait! A guy just had to complain, I guess. Hang on. That one building was destroyable. The rest seemed not to be. Maybe it's just the smaller things? Oh, shit.
It's really cool.
Okay, wait. I swear this didn't look like this before. They're just—
if only I could pump $250 of budget, we could just play around with all these made-up games.
Buildings are being destroyed off screen. All right, nice. But I want to walk through these bigger buildings. This is potential. We've got to keep trying, okay? This is important work. I don't know why I changed into this. He's bigger. He's not destroying things. This is so dumb. To be honest, it's
He's a really bad prompter, though. But that's what makes it
not even
kind of funny.
Smaller buildings. We go again. The cape is going to do it. I have faith in the cape. It made that one building fade out of existence. It's an improvement. Who am I kidding, huh? Who am I kidding? This sucks. Surely I can destroy this big building. Surely. Oh! Yes! Insane destruction physics. Worth the billions of dollars that it took to train this. We're gonna end on a high. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to like and subscribe. And go
a cool shirt.
Purchase this yourself. Thank you for
spreading
watching.
misinformation.
This is my third video on this, but I wanted to squeeze.
Yeah, you have to squeeze content out of it because it's very expensive to do. Down the rabbit hole. Frederick Knudsen is back. Believe it or not. He's been a VTuber, but also he does edited videos, as you should. That's how you got your start. No AI was used in any part of the production of this video. Well, good for you. You're so virtuous.
On July 26th, 2011, a modder going by Kevin opened a post to the official Bethesda forums by writing, quote, I spent over 2 years working on the unofficial Oblivion patch, unofficial Shivering Isles patch, and unofficial official mods patch, to the detriment of much else. They were a contributing factor to the loss of my spouse, career, house, vehicle, and possibly some sanity.
Sucks to suck.
I can't wait to get back on it.
Oh.
It's all good. She came back, and I'm much happier with just her without the rest of it, including the sanity. End quote. Kevin had spent years in the Bethesda games community building his reputation, and his return was heralded as a great boon by his peers. The replies to this post were littered with enthusiastic players preemptively thanking Kevin and Quarn for their efforts, the latter being another community member of repute who had agreed to join this new project. The pair were known for the niche practice of creating game modifications,
Can you
colloquially
advertise every
called
stream by
mods,
saying you
for
use
other
AI?
players to download and
need to
use to
advertise these
improve their
things
game
now.
experience. Frequently, gamers with some relevant knowledge, or simply motivated gamers willing to study, will alter or add to a beloved game's code and content.
Find something out.
And this definition
Figure something out.
encompasses a wide breadth of possibilities. Some mods add new features to a game, while others tweak existing features like user interfaces and character upgrades.
Furries.
Kevin and Quarn, however, were known for creating the least exciting category: bug fixes. Coding errors in games are not only common, but nearly universal due to the complexity of such a task, and bug-fixing mods for popular games are typically community efforts to help solve these problems that, usually for reasons of time or budget, go unsolved by the developers. Bug-fixing mods also tend to be unintrusive, meaning that gamers looking to add new features to a game that they enjoy will often go out of their way
This
to
stream
add
was
bug-fixing
generated by
mods
Nova
as
AI
well.
and is
As a matter
exclusive
of
property
course,
of the Nova
these
universe.
mods were particularly
Nova
welcome
AI.
for Bethesda's games. Bethesda Game Studios had built a strong reputation for creating immersive and accessible role-playing games, featuring large open worlds with a wide variety of content, but they were marred by a perennial problem. The massiveness of their designs left ample room for coding errors to be overlooked. While sometimes amusing, these bugs were more frequently problematic, often breaking the immersion for players and frustrating their attempts at progress. Many of these issues could be traced back to the game engine that they used and the specific modifications they had made to it. While modular, these game engines contained persistent bugs that could be found across multiple of their titles, along with a bevy of new bugs each time, creating a familiar phenomenon known both pejoratively and affectionately as Bethesda jank. Kevin and Quarn had participated in and led bug-fixing mod efforts in the past for prior titles in the Elder Scrolls series, using the name Unofficial Patch for each, and their knowledge and experience would prove useful in the creation of the unofficial Skyrim patch. Kevin promised, upon the release of Skyrim in 7 months, that 2 years of his modding efforts would be dedicated exclusively to working on the unofficial Skyrim patch. Despite the looming immensity of the project, he was optimistic, closing his post by stating, quote, "Curse my naive optimism, but I really do think that Skyrim will give us much less work to do than Oblivion did. Bethesda Softworks has a far larger team working on it, more eyes catch more mistakes, and has the benefit of experience from Oblivion. So let's hope for the best." End quote. His assessment would prove preposterously wrong. On November 11th, 2011, Bethesda Game Studios released their highly anticipated game, The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim. Skyrim was lauded critically and performed extremely well financially, more so than any other of Bethesda's games before it. Oblivion, the previous game in the series, had sold 1.7 million copies in its first month, whereas Skyrim sold twice that number in only its first 2 days. But the breadth of bugs present in the game was immediately apparent, and these bugs were so ubiquitous that some became practically synonymous with the game, such as the ability for players to climb tall mountains by rapidly jumping against a cliff face, or the tendency for the giant variety of enemy to send other actors rocketing into the sky.
That was a fun bug. Just get bounced into the stratosphere.
I feel like Bethesda would have been in a much better place if they put modders on payroll.
While many
and
of
not
these
activists.
bugs were amusing, they would often cause difficulties and frustrate or entirely block.
Well, it's like Obsidian wanted to do like a Fallout New Vegas when it came to Fallout 4, but Bethesda didn't let them. Like, that would have been so cool.
Progress, and attention once again turned to the unofficial Skyrim patch, which many desperate PC players hoped would help ease the struggle with the game, many foregoing playing at all until it was ready. Those who inquired, however, were met with an unfortunate response. They would have to wait until the team had access to the modding tools from Bethesda, which would take another 3 months. However, while the means to properly fix these bugs was not yet available, the community effort to diagnose and document them was now well underway. Members of the forums gathered to collect bugs that they encountered while playing and submit them to the unofficial patch team, who would speculate as to their cause. By the time the modding tools were made available, a long list was already prepared for the team to address. The announcement post for the unofficial patch attracted even more attention and built excitement, and the team of bug-fixing modders grew. The next 2 months were spent attempting to fix as many bugs as possible, and finally, on April 6, 2012, nearly 5 months after the release of the game, the unofficial Skyrim patch, or USKP as it had come to be known, was released. The list of remedied bugs was dizzyingly large and varied widely in scope, and even in this early implementation, modders were quick to add the USKP to their collection. Its immediate popularity only increased the number of people reporting bugs, further assisting the team in their goal. Its reach was assisted in no small part by the establishment and growing popularity of mod hubs, namely Nexus Mods and the newly released Steam Workshop, which offered centralized platforms for players to find and download mods on browsable and searchable databases, vastly increasing their accessibility. The process of installing a mod now was often as simple as pressing a single button. This, combined with the unintrusive and unambiguously positive impact of the mod, dramatically boosted the unofficial patch's usage, both within niche modding communities and a larger, yet less engaged modding public. But shortly after the release of the Skyrim unofficial patch, Kevin, its organizer and distributor, disappeared. Other members of the team referenced a vague personal issue when questioned, but remained mum on any specifics, leaving other forum users to speculate. None of the team had access to the necessary files to continue the project without Kevin, and soon, as Skyrim received regular updates from the developers, the unofficial Skyrim patch no longer worked with the new updated code, meaning that this patch meant to fix bugs was now breaking the game. Some began to propose making a branch of the patch themselves to make it compatible. Finally, after several months of silence, one of the team members, Arthmore, made an announcement to the unofficial patch thread on the Bethesda forums that Kevin would be taking a leave of absence indefinitely, likely never to return, and that he now had control of the project, as well as the other unofficial patches that Kevin had produced for previous games. With Arthmore as the new steward of the project and manager of the team, updates could begin again. As months passed, more and more bugs were discovered, addressed, and eventually fixed by this network of modders, and over time, many other mods dedicated to fixing specific bugs could also be fixed by the USKP. And so, instead of downloading many different bug-fixing patches, most people opted simply to download the single USKP. To encourage players to forego other projects and rely solely on the unofficial patch, the team posted a list of bug-fixing mods made obsolete by their patch. The active team behind the USKP also meant that it was always kept up to date with the latest version of the game, meaning less concern over depreciation. Soon, the unofficial Skyrim patch had become nearly ubiquitous among modders, and when someone new to the practice would ask which mods to download, the USKP would often be first among them. Its growing popularity had another effect. Because so many people were using it, many other mod authors began creating their mods with the assumption that their users would have the USKP as well, and so many modders added it as a dependency, meaning that their new mod would not function unless the USKP was installed as well. In this way, players who otherwise would not have downloaded the unofficial Skyrim patch or had no interest in it did so anyway, so that another mod that they wanted would function. But while Arthmore was getting affairs in order so that the team could continue work, another of his mods was beginning to receive scrutiny. On February 7th, 2012, Arthmore had released his Open Cities Skyrim mod, which removed the loading zones used to enter cities and instead made the cities a part of the contiguous overworld map. While a minority of players complained of frame rate and crashing issues, the majority seemed pleased with its effects. However, after an update to the mod in June, people who downloaded and used it noticed a peculiar addition. In the largest cities, demolished Oblivion Gates had been added, a structure that featured heavily in the previous game in the Elder Scrolls series. According to a write-up in the Something Awful forums from user Strong Female, quote, "These gates stand out because they're large and are placed in the middle of each city. They also look like shit and have terrible textures. They don't even make sense from a lore perspective." End quote. At first, players were confused by their appearance. The post advertising the Open Cities mod on the forums made no mention of the gates, and given that many people downloaded and installed other mods as well, it wasn't clear which among them could have been causing this. When Arthmore's Open Cities mod was identified as the culprit, players began to express their frustration. In response to this quiet, unwanted addition, a member of the Something Awful forums going by Upmarket Mango decided to download the mod, remove the gates, and then re-upload it to the Steam Workshop. When Arthmore discovered this re-upload, he was furious and took swift action, demanding that, under the license agreements for the creation engine and the mod itself, this altered version of Open Cities was to be taken down in accordance with the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, or DMCA, arguing that his content was being stolen and shared without his permission. When Bethesda staff obliged and removed this modified re-upload, another modder named Andreas took it upon himself to try again, except by a different, more clever method. Rather than re-uploading the entire mod sans the gates, he instead offered a mod for Arthmore's mod, which he named Gatecrasher.
How dare
this
you mod a
small
mod?
file, when installed alongside Arthmore's Open Cities mod, would remove the Oblivion gates and leave the rest of the mod intact. In this case, he was not re-uploading any of Arthmore's content, only a small file that altered Open Cities in much the same way that modders changed the base game of Skyrim. This angered Arthmore even further, and he again went to the community manager for Bethesda, demanding that Andreas's Gatecrasher mod be purged from their databases. Again, they obliged.
Oh my god.
Andreas, however,
What?
was not as
Why?
acquiescent as Upmarket Mango. Andreas would later claim that the senior community manager at Bethesda gave him permission to re-upload Gatecrasher to their hosting service, stating that it didn't violate their guidelines since he wasn't re-uploading Arthmore's work, only uploading a file that would modify it, something that many other mods already did in order to ensure compatibility with one another. With the decision made, Arthmore made his displeasure known. Writing in response to a post on the official Bethesda forums, he began railing against the practice of modifying other mods, stating, "I would consider any mod created for the sole purpose of sabotage and or destroying content in another mod as malicious software. I fail to see how it
they
could be seen
chose to
otherwise."
get it.
He also attacked the character of said creators by stating that you can't separate the mentality of those who want to freely rip each other off from the type of person who would exploit such a loophole such as this in order to skirt existing rules on the subject. They're one and the same in my experience. In another post in the same thread, he appealed to the community's moral framework, writing, "Have we as a community so lost touch with our core principles that we're given actual serious thought to enabling the deliberate, targeted sabotage of another's work?" However, none of his philosophizing changed the reality that some users of the Open Cities mod simply disliked Arthmore's extraneous addition of the Oblivion gates, and removing these dead gates from the mod was no different to them than making changes to the base game of Skyrim. With Gatecrasher approved, and with no recourse, Arthmore felt forced to capitulate. Making an edit to the main thread for the Open Cities mod, he included a new section at the bottom. Why are there dead Oblivion gates in the cities now? In it, he spent multiple paragraphs defending his decision to include them, citing lore and discussing authorial intent on the part of Bethesda, as well as invoking real-life memorials to battles in the American Civil War and World War II, including Pearl Harbor and Iwo Jima. He closed his argument by fighting back against those who believed that the inclusion of the gates was beyond the scope of the mod, writing, quote, "Arguments of it being feature creep don't fly either. These gates add a touch of uniqueness to the mod, and pay what I believe is an homage to the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion as one of the best games of its time. They are not active portals, and nor are they eyesores.
Why would the Nords,
They're not even
the true
in your
rulers
way."
of Skyrim,
Still not
be
happy?
cool with
Thomas
Oblivion
Kyra
gates in
has
their
created
cities?
a patch to remove the gates. His is the only authorized patch. Any others have been produced without permission and are likely to have game-killing bugs in them. End quote. Over time, this event would be given a name: Gategate, a reference to the infamous Watergate scandal. According to team member Sigurd Stormhand, who recalled the incident many years later, quote, The reason Arthmore dug his heels in was, as much as anything, because some users said some extremely offensive things about the gate meshes themselves, which were made for the project by a friend.
Extremely offensive.
While uncorroborated, a user on the RPG Codex forums would state that, as a result of this disagreement, quote, Arthmore's personal website got hammered for days with goatsy, gore, and other horrible things. End quote. Despite the relatively small size of this controversy, it set a precedent that Arthmore felt justified making additions to the game to better suit his vision by surreptitiously bundling features with mods that had other overtly stated purposes. And those who disagreed with this vision were not only wrong for attempting to change it, but a threat to the very
looking at DBZ
foundation
cards.
of modding
Of
itself.
course. We're just...
The desires of the user were secondary.
I mean, am I the only one noticing that this is literally what Asmongold said people should do? Hey, what if you get like a streamer and you like give him money to do something you wouldn't normally do? And then when he stops doing that, you stop giving him money? That'd be funny, right?
To the creative integrity of the mod author.
And now look at what's happening.
Intention, and this, naturally, included Arthmore himself. Now, Arthmore was in charge of the unofficial Skyrim patch, the largest bug-fixing project for Skyrim, and with more and more mods adding it as a dependency, it was becoming harder and harder for modders to omit it, though few had much reason to do so, given its utility. The team behind the USKP had just been handed immense power within the community, with modders grateful for the massive undertaking and service that the unofficial patch team was providing, and public sentiment strongly in their favor. The momentum of the patch was nigh impossible to stop, and more, the modding community was reliant upon the choices and goodwill of the unofficial patch team.
Pack your bags, cat, we're finally going on that honeymoon. Only it's on planet Namek and we can only stay for 5 minutes.
The friction between players and the team would begin early into the unofficial Skyrim patch's lifetime. On September 3rd, 2012, 5 months after the launch of the patch, a forum user wrote in response to the patch's thread expressing their distaste for a specific change that the USKP made to the initial 3 Guardian Stones. These Guardian Stones, found near the beginning of the game, act as guides for new players. Only one stone's boon may be chosen at a time, and adopting one increases the speed at which the character gains experience for a family of skills, encouraging them into one of 3 modes of play. The Warrior Stone boosted the growth of melee combat skills, while the Mage Stone and Thief Stone did the same for magic and stealth-related skills respectively. This helped give new players unfamiliar with role-playing games a set of clear playstyles that they could follow. Arthmore and his team, however, had made a minor change to these stones. Observing the way that skills were grouped in other places in the game, and citing the official strategy guide, they had decided to move the archery skill from the Thief Stone to the Warrior Stone. According to unofficial patch team members, this change was the subject of heavy internal debate. While a relatively small change overall, it inspired significant frustration from a small group of people who felt that this was overreach on the part of the USKP team. One of the few people to speak up about it wrote that, while they were happy with the patch as a whole, quote, "I'm only looking for bug fixes, not told how I am supposed to play the game." To which Arthmore replied, "And that's what you got, a bug fix." This highlighted an inherent problem with bug-fixing projects such as the USKP. There is no public consensus on what precisely a bug is or how to identify one, and what one person might consider an undesirable bug could be an enjoyable feature for another player. Some bugs are easy to identify, such as those that hard crash a game or completely lock progress, but others are not so clearly defined. In order to resolve this tension, Arthmore wrote a frequently asked questions section for the AFK Mods website, which became the primary hub for discussion of the unofficial patch, and he opened this post with a definition. Quote, "A bug is defined for our purposes as a defect in the game that can be factually proven to be broken. This can be anything from a quest that won't advance a stage when it should, to a typo in a book, and pretty much everything in between. Some judgment is used for issues that are more cosmetic than functional, such as the lack of heat blurs on smelters and forges. The game will obviously function just fine without those, but they constitute unrealistic visual presentation. End quote. But this definition still left many ambiguities, and for many bugs, one vitally important aspect is the intention of the developers. A fix for a hard crash is almost universally positive, as most developers don't wish for their programs to do so, but what denotes a bug is not always so clear, and this problem was exemplified by the Guardian Stones. While the Thief Stone purported to provide bonuses to the stealth category of skill, it is the only place in the game where archery is included in that category, with 3 other quests that defined archery as a combat skill, and so, one natural conclusion is that its categorization as a stealth skill was an error, an argument that was used to dismiss the frustrated critics. However, this addition could also have been an attempt by the developers to complement a stealth archer style of play, popular in games such as Skyrim, where the player attempts to quietly pick off individual enemies from a group without being spotted, using ranged attacks to stay hidden. Notably, as of the writing of this video, the vanilla game still includes the boost to the archery skill with the Thief Stone boon nearly 14 years after Skyrim's release, though Bethesda has allowed many bugs to remain in Skyrim during this time, and so its continued presence is far from conclusive evidence of intent. While Arthmore had cited the official strategy guide as evidence, they are notoriously unreliable and often contain incorrect information due to simple error or because the copy for the book was finalized before the game's code, making them poor evidence of intent, something that Arthmore would even later admit. Whatever the developer's intention, the USKP team was now placing themselves as its final arbiters, and a vocal contingent of players disagreed not only with their interpretations, but that fundamentally changes to gameplay such as this were outside the scope of a bug-fixing patch. But by the end of the year, the USKP team would be making more aggressive changes to the game. The first was at a particular location called Red Belly Mine, which was ostensibly an iron mine overrun by large spiders which the player could clear for the local villagers. However, despite the villagers referring to it as an iron mine, the mine was filled with ebony ore instead, a much more valuable material. Like the Guardian Stone changes, there was significant disagreement around how to proceed. Daydreamer, a frequent contributor and vocal poster on the forums, and another contributor named Sia Levy argued vehemently that the Red Belly Mine should be changed. The former argued that, quote, "The developers screwed up. Even printed literature says this is an iron mine. The local Radiant quest requires an iron ore. Making the mist red should be a no-brainer." End quote. Arthmore, the new leader of the project, agreed that the mine was most likely intended to be an iron mine and was later changed in error during development, but disagreed with making any changes with the unofficial patch, stating, quote, "There's no good alternative either way because one option means splicing audio. The other option means altering the entire mine to provide iron, get rid of the bodies that aren't supposed to be there, and concoct some sort of red mist effect. Plus editing part of the village exterior to replace the loose ore there, too. Both options are highly intrusive, though I have to think the audio splicing would actually be less of an issue in the long run." Eventually, he concluded, "Going to close this one out, as fixing it would unnecessarily deprive the game of a source of ebony, and the rest of this stuff could just as easily have changed after the spiders got there." End quote. But Sia Levy was adamant, quote, "I strongly disagree with closing this. Every piece of information says this should be an iron mine. Convenience for access to ebony is not a good reason to dismiss it. That's essentially
just
an
change it to where..."
End quote. Under the pressure from Sia Levy...
Yeah, I changed my days off from Tuesday and Thursday to Tuesday and Friday.
Levy and Daydream...
Personal reasons.
Arthmore...
And yeah, I just changed the dialogue to where, like, yeah, it's an ebony mine.
Just
splicing some fucking audio.
They made a series of...
Seems a lot easier than just remaking the entire mine.
changes based on the in-game dialogue and context clues from the game. Pointing to the discussions between the villagers, the fact that the miners buy iron ore, the dialogue about a red mist in the mine, which can be a product of improperly mined iron, and the nearby mine with the same number of ore nodes, which could have been a point of confusion for poorly coordinated developers, the team set about replacing all of the ebony ore veins with iron ore instead, and to replace this lost ebony, the iron ore in a separate mine was replaced with ebony. This, however, wasn't enough for the team. While the in-game dialogue discussed a red mist in the Red Belly mine, any such mist was lacking in the mine itself, instead featuring only the normal white mist that could be found in other locations. And so...
How many people played this quest and then, didn't even notice?
In order to be satisfied...
I think most. I think, over 80% were like, who gives a fuck if it's iron or ebony? I'm here to kill spiders and get XP. I'm not here to, fact check the dialogue.
Satisfied that the mine had been fixed, the USKP team adjusted the coloration of the mist texture using modding tools to make it more red, though this took numerous iterations in order for them to be satisfied. But soon, the team would extend their remedies from adjusting in-game assets to creating new assets wholesale. Near the beginning of the main questline of Skyrim, the player fights their first dragon, named Myrmulnir, with the help of the guards from a nearby city. If played in English, subtitles will appear for Myrmulnir, but no actual voice lines can be heard, unlike other dragons who appear in the story. After investigating, the team discovered that, while the game's code called for a voice line to play when these subtitles appeared, no audio file actually existed in the game. Notably, localized versions of Skyrim included voice acting for these lines in their respective languages, and only the English version lacked these audio
sells
files.
for more than iron. I am sure most go, oh nice.
Yeah.
I can sell this.
It's so weird how they had lines for every language except English when it's not even an English language. It's a dragon language.
Audio files. Still, without any files, there was nothing for the USKP team to restore. Rather than simply remove these orphan subtitles or leave them as they were, the team behind the unofficial patch decided on a different option. They had a member of the community record a custom voice line for the dragon and added it to the mod, giving Myrmulnir the affect of a wheezing old man.
Oh no. Yikes.
As additions to the unofficial patch began to accumulate, and as more new players began to enter the modding scene, encouraged by the unprecedented success of Skyrim, a rift began to grow between those who played the game without mods and those who played with the USKP. Given the impracticality of reading the ever-bloating changelog, very few modders were aware of the breadth of changes made by the unofficial patch, and given its description as a purely bug-fixing project, most assumed that, apart from the other mods they were using, they were having the same experience as the vanilla players. Because so few people had the knowledge base to tell the difference, there was little opportunity for the unofficial patch's reputation to be harmed, if not because of their relatively small impact on the game, then due to ignorance. This broad perspective on what constituted a bug was illustrated in part by a post made by Arthmore to the AFK Mods forums in July of 2014, in which the team listed the numerous other mods that helped, as they described it, fix the game experience. In this list, they included a mod called Sky UI, which sought to offer a menu system more accommodating to players who used a mouse and keyboard. Arthmore wrote, perhaps half in jest, that it was, quote, a PC-centric reworking of the major components of the game interface. Yes, we do in fact consider this to be within the realm of bug fixing, because the vanilla PC interface is simply not designed with actual PCs in mind. End quote. The next few years progressed uneventfully for the unofficial patch team as they gradually fixed bugs and made small changes to the game, members coming and going as availability and interest waxed and waned. But as this time passed, the public perception of the mod continued to change. While the team publicly asserted that they made decisions as a group, the mod was uploaded to the most popular databases under Arthmore's name, and near the end of 2013, the Bethesda forum threads for the USKP stopped crediting any other contributors, meaning that the only person whose name was outwardly attached to the mod was the person who was posting the threads. Arthmore. Finding any further attributions required further research into the AFK forums or the README files of the mod, something that scarce few were bothered to do. Gradually, the name Arthmore became synonymous with the unofficial Skyrim patch, and the USKP became known as Arthmore's Mod. What's more, Arthmore's frustration with the general modding community was beginning to show more and more. Arthmore had a habit of engaging in frequent discussion in forums, arguing over semantics and correcting those who accused his mods of causing issues while dismissing them for their lack of aptitude. Frequently, he would refuse to offer any correction, opting only to inform the user that they were wrong, having long become fed up with supplying explanations to one person only for another person to ask the same questions or demonstrate the same misconceptions later. This was a sentiment shared by many other mod authors. It is common for mod users to encounter problems with a new mod and, rather than using available resources, immediately beseech the creator for a solution, resulting in the same questions repeatedly asked and blame improperly assigned by frustrated modders. This results in mod authors growing jaded toward their own user base, some more than others. But Arthmore's combativeness only increased as the years passed, and by the end of 2013, his frustration with the user base was shaping decisions about the unofficial patch. For example, when they noticed that the haggling skill wasn't providing quite as large of a discount as they expected, the USKP team adjusted the numbers and sent the patch live. However, soon afterward, an astute, mathematically inclined user went to the USKP forums to reveal that, while unintuitive, the vanilla mathematics were indeed correct, since the skill described the effect as making the prices better as opposed to cheaper, meaning that, rather than reducing the price by the percentage given, it allowed the player to purchase more of a good for the same price. The bug fix had accidentally introduced a new bug, rather than fixing one, though relatively minor. Arthmore, however, refused to revert the change on the basis that, quote, "I can predict with absolute certainty that it will simply be reported again if we undo this. The whole convoluted logic of it defies common understanding because nobody I know thinks 15% better results in a $100 item costing $87. They expect that to result in a $100 item costing $85. End quote. Despite pushback from other forum users, Arthmore would offer no further reply, apparently choosing to keep the changes in the patch. As the years passed, the USKP team would grow more comfortable with the idea of adding their own new content to remedy issues. In late 2014, one astute member of the team noticed that an in-game book outlining the holds in Skyrim was missing a hold, and so he wrote new text to complete the book, text that was included in the next iteration of the unofficial patch.
Oh, wow.
Gradually,
It's crazy. A new chapter for Quake. That's really retro. It's neat. Yeah, take it easy, Zara. Have a good one. Have a good day. See you again on Friday. I mean, not Friday. Saturday. Damn. Not Friday. Oh. Might have to play that. Well, available now. Check it out.
Scope of the USKP was growing beyond that which most assumed it to be. but Arthmore's frustration would grow in concert with the importance of his modding efforts to the community. When Kevin left in 2013, Arthmore had accepted control of the unofficial Morrowind and Oblivion patches as well as the Skyrim patch, but in November of 2015, Bethesda released Fallout 4, and Arthmore would begin overseeing another unofficial patch project for this game as well, releasing in April of 2016, further increasing his influence.
Like I said earlier, it is one of the shining lights.
As their boldness increased, the importance of authorial intent was beginning to shift. For example, in the base game, a unique weapon called the Ebony Blade is unable to be improved, but the unofficial patch team decided in 2015 to make it possible to upgrade it, citing a loading screen tooltip that noted, any weapon or piece of armor can be improved at a smithy.
Almost didn't think I had it in my library, but I do.
In response to someone's thread on the AFK Mods forums complaining about the change, Arthmore wrote, quote, "Nonsensical or not, our decisions are generally not based on tales from a potential work of fiction in universe. There is overriding external info given to the person at the keyboard that things were supposed to work a certain way and no exceptions were provided for in that information. If you can produce more than just that book that corroborates the intent, we'll consider it." End quote. However, despite their adamance, 2 years later, this change was reverted. Responding to another person making a post to the same forums complaining about the reversion, Arthmore dismissed them by saying, quote, "Get a mod that handles this then, because the decision was reviewed and decided for reversion after reading up on the lore." The problem with arguing the load screen is that the book in the room with the blade is quite clear, which means the game is speaking to the issue directly instead of a generic load screen that could be interpreted numerous ways. We do not consider load screen.
This feels like such misappropriated autism. This autism could have been channeled more properly.
To be primary sources of lore.
This is like the nagging, nitpicking, Karen mom style autism. I don't like it.
Especially when they're of the type that
just make the mod, make the game good. Just make the game good.
Explain game mechanics such as this. We are not going to change it again. The lore sources are correct, and a lot more people consider those to be important to maintain. Our decision has been made and we're sticking to it. The lore is clear, what we've done is consistent with it, and that's pretty much that. We are not responsible for the condition of things in the lore. Bethesda is. If you think this needs changing, lobby them to change it. We are not going to. End quote. This ambiguity of purpose, whether the mod was in service to authorial intent or lore, would only continue to plague further changes. The team was also keen to add new assets, such as higher resolution textures to replace others, despite falling well outside the purview of bug fixing. These are only a handful of the changes with which some people took umbrage, and they would
just remove the bugs and quit redefining bug as this thing you personally don't like.
Continue to accumulate as time passed. Over the next few years, the unofficial Skyrim patch would continue to become a staple of Skyrim modding, and while a remastered version of Skyrim was in production, named Skyrim Special Edition, the unofficial patch team would be given early access, along with a small cadre of other modders and content creators, so that they could make an updated patch available upon this new version's release, which would occur in late October of 2016. Shortly after release, Arthmore would be interviewed as a mod creator by the game studio, though little substantive information would be discussed, mostly acting as a way for Bethesda to advertise the mods from Arthmore that would be available for Skyrim Special Edition. More importantly, it acted as an endorsement of the work of Arthmore and, by extension, the unofficial patch. With this new updated version, the patch would take on the new name of Unofficial Skyrim Special Edition Patch, or USSEP. But just as the unofficial patch was reaching levels of recognition scarcely rivaled by any mod before it, Arthmore would finally begin damaging his reputation so thoroughly that the modding community would begin to turn on him, and by extension, the unofficial patch project. A year after the release of Skyrim Special Edition, another version of the game for virtual reality headsets was made available, simply called
Skyrim VR.
Though there was no official modding support, modders were quick to make a minor change to the unofficial patch to make it compatible, and to their great relief, it largely worked, meaning that other mods which were dependent upon it could be made compatible as well. Over the next year, the small but dedicated Skyrim VR modding community
Now that I think about it.
But in April of 2018, the unofficial patch team pushed update 4.1.3 to their distribution hubs, and when Skyrim VR players downloaded and installed the update, they discovered that this version was breaking some functionality with the game. In most other instances, this would only be a minor problem, as modders could simply download an older, compatible version of the patch, but when modders who had installed the update went searching for an old version to solve the issue, they were faced with a roadblock. The unofficial patch team had a policy to always remove the old version of the patch when a new one was made available. This practice was uncommon among mod authors, especially those whose mods are used as a dependency, because new versions can break other mods reliant upon it. As such, the decision to bar modders from accessing older versions was generally seen as a harmful, if not antisocial, practice, especially given the collaborative nature of modding, but the team continued this practice anyways, ostensibly to prevent complaints from people using an older version of the patch, though the team members have also stated that this was the wish of Kevin when Arthmore inherited the project. The unofficial patch team was aware of the problems that this would cause the VR modding community, but Arthmore was unsympathetic in a public statement, writing, quote, "Bethesda has made it clear that the VR versions of the game do not support the use of mods. As a result, this mod will not be supported for anyone attempting to use it on a VR version of the game. Take note that even if Bethesda later changes their mind on this, VR equipment is too expensive to justify the purchase just for the sake of making sure the mod works with it. Please do not ask about this subject in the comments, as all such comments from this point forward will be deleted." End quote.
He's a brokey!
The helpfulness of the unofficial patch had generally shielded it from criticism, but now, one of its practices was actively harming an entire category of modders, and enough mods used it as a dependency that removing it would also mean removing a number of other mods along with it. Several posts were made to the Skyrim VR subreddit to open discussion around this problem, and Arthmore quickly arrived to enter into dialogue with the users there, though his tone was far from diplomatic. He wrote, quote, "We aren't going to give a rat's ass about VR users trying to shoehorn in something that clearly won't work just because you guys are set in stone on ignoring the facts here. The only dickwad move was expecting someone wouldn't tell me people are being jerks behind my back like this." End quote. Responding to Arthmore, one Reddit user named Tyrandor2 wrote, quote, "We aren't being jerks, nor are we choosing to talk behind your back. You've forced us to talk here instead of your Nexus page. You've stickied a message saying you will delete any comments regarding VR. For the record, many people have been using USSEP and hundreds of other mods with Skyrim VR without issues. You make it sound like some completely illogical thing that clearly won't work." End quote. Another reply from the same user implies that Arthmore called VR modders spoiled entitled brats, though the original quote is now lost. With few options available, Tyrandor made another post discussing this issue while also providing a link to a Google cache of the old patch version so that people who had installed the update could revert the change and continue playing Skyrim VR modded without losing dozens of hours of progress. This enraged Arthmore, who wrote, quote, "So you guys are so fucking hard up to push this that you'll resort to piracy now?
Hell yeah.
You are single-handedly doing a severe disservice to the entire VR community by resorting to illegal activities to try and force our hand. For fuck's sake, if I knew what your Nexus account was, I'd have you reported for stealing mods there."
What a Karen.
Around the time of this argument,
I would get you
perhaps even
banned!
while it was taking
What's
place,
your name?
Arthmore turned to the terms of use for the unofficial patch and added new definitions specifically targeting VR users. Before, unmodified versions of the mod were allowed to be re-uploaded by others on different platforms, as long as documentation and attribution were maintained, but now he restricted usage, part of it reading, "Distribution for the intent of using it on an incompatible platform such as Skyrim VR is strictly forbidden." Having done so, he continued arguing with users on the subreddit, hurling curses at them while accusing them of piracy. At some point, the page to download the patch was taken offline as well, barring anyone, VR user or otherwise, from downloading it. However, suddenly, in the middle of this argument, Arthmore made a turn and apologized and restored the patch's availability after only a short time offline. Though the precise wording is lost, other members of the forum seemed taken aback by his apology and commended him for it. Soon, the unofficial patch team would endorse a new mod that made the patch compatible with VR, and those asking on the subreddit would be guided to this mod, as well as an archived version of the unofficial patch, though discussion about VR was still banned and heavily moderated on the USSEP Nexus page.
Why can't they talk about VR?
Purged. News of this conflict disseminated gradually throughout the general Bethesda modding community, and by the time the next controversy occurred...
Yeah, this is not helping the reputation of Argonians.
Many were ready to turn on Arthmore should the unofficial patch team misstep again, and that misstep would come less than a year later, when his combative attitude would finally find him in lasting trouble. In February of 2019, a user on the Skyrim mods subreddit made a post titled, "Does anyone else hate how the unofficial bug patch adds features and not just bug fixes?" The contents consisted of 2 sentences. Quote, "I use it, but I wish it didn't add things like another set of Archmage armor, changing stats and so on. It's just not the job of the patch to do so." End quote. The top comments on this post were populated with modders having a discussion around the complexities of defining a bug and solutions for those who wanted to revert certain changes, while farther down, many could be found dismissing the person who made this post as misinformed, while others espoused their support for the mod, some more inflammatory than others. One well-received comment described Arthmore's posting history. Quote, "I sometimes wish the unofficial patch would take a more conservative approach about what it considers a bug, but it's impossible to have a rational discussion about these things with Arthmore without it turning into a flame war. As you can see from his posts in this thread, he takes any criticism of the unofficial patch very personally and immediately goes on the offensive, accusing you of lying, lacking skills, having some sort of agenda, etc. Life is too short to have to deal with that, so I just edit out anything I don't like myself." End quote. Another user replied, quote, "I'm on the fence about this, because while he does go overboard sometimes, okay, a lot, he and the other contributors have put literal years into the thing, so being annoyed by misinformation is understandable. On the other hand, there's the trend toward behavior that's easily described as volcanic." End quote. As the first reply in the chain suggested, Arthmore had indeed already arrived to the post, replying to comments to defend changes made in the unofficial patch, though as had come to be expected, he had little interest in containing his anger against these commenters, frequently calling them liars among other pejoratives. Liar! Among the commenters was a user going by Opus Glass, a mod author responsible for publishing the Diverse Dragons collection, which adds a variety of unique dragons to Skyrim. After stating that they themselves used the unofficial patch due to the wide array of bugs that it fixed, they revealed that they had to adjust a table changed by the patch, a change with which they disagreed. They explained that, quote, "I understand the reason why they added it, but it's not a very well thought out reason, and when I've tried to discuss it with Arthmore, he goes all scorched earth, I am holier than thou." End quote. Arthmore, however, took umbrage with Opus Glass's recounting of events. Deigning to reply, he wrote, quote, "And just when was this supposed to have happened? 'Cause I think you're just making it up based on what you thought you had done at some point. Not one person has ever brought this up to us in any way once the fix was put in place.
Like an Excel
Make a
spreadsheet.
proper argument in the
Table
proper
as in
place.
furniture.
This sub is not the proper place, and we'll consider it. Until that happens, though, we're going to assume you're just wrong about this and leave it at that." End quote. When Opus Glass insisted that the conversation had indeed occurred, and Arthmore insisted that it hadn't, the former found a link to the conversation in question to prove it. Arthmore, however, remained indignant. He seemed unwilling to acknowledge that, indeed, someone had discussed this issue with him, and instead began to focus on the fact that Opus Glass had used a different account for the conversation, accusing them of using a sock puppet account. This back and forth continued for some time, with many of Arthmore's replies purged by the moderators before they could be archived, but whatever he said, it was aggressive enough to invite rebuke, and before the conversation could conclude, Arthmore was banned from the Skyrim mods subreddit, one of the largest forums on which to discuss Skyrim modding. This had apparently been a long time coming, with years of arguments preceding this. 2 months later, a moderator for the subreddit wrote numerous paragraphs about the decision. Part of it read, quote, "Common accusations include that someone hates copyright and mod authors and is a zealot when that person criticizes how some authors license their work. He rebrands their disagreement or puzzlement with copyright law as a burning hatred in order to make them appear histrionic. He's especially fond of the word zealot and often accuses people of having some vague agenda when they express disagreement with him. In Arthmore's eyes, sincere disagreement is impossible because his viewpoint is objectively correct by virtue of it being his viewpoint. Pirate is another favorite accusation of his, and one that he sometimes slings at the drop of a hat. That's the most consistent theme. He seeks not to persuade by sound argument, but instead to intimidate and disconcert. I have never once seen him show tact or empathy in any situation on this subreddit that required either. The only time he has ever actually shown contrition was during his meltdown over USSEP being adapted for VR users, and I don't think even that was genuine. I suspect that Arthmore went to modify the USSEP permissions to forbid all use in connection with VR, only to see this notice that the Nexus staff put in a relevant form. If you change these settings, then the date and time of the change will be logged. You cannot allow other mod authors to modify or use your resources and then change your mind and expect them to remove your content from their work. So, interpret his apologetic behavior however you will. But what are Arthmore's thoughts on all this? Well, apparently a harsh tone is the only thing that people here understand. He doesn't think he was banned from here for his tone, though. According to his comments in threads on general mod author discussion, Arthmore was banned from here for having the bravery to stand up for mod author rights. We didn't like what he had to say, he claims. Over the years, Arthmore had been constructive more often than he tended to explode at people. More recently, his constructive behavior began to taper off until it was very far overshadowed by his meltdowns. Arthmore has made it clear, both through his lack of improvement here and his words elsewhere, that he is constitutionally incapable of genuine contrition, of self-reflection, and of personal growth. He will never be allowed to return here." End quote. Still, it was clear that many people were still earnestly thankful for the work that Arthmore had done, not only on the unofficial patch, but as many other mods which were still remarkably popular, and criticism would frequently be tempered with proclamations of respect. But it wouldn't take long for the last of this goodwill to be burnt and for collective action to be taken against him, fueled by frustrations with his aggressive nature, relitigations of the changes made by the unofficial patch, and misinformation about what exactly Arthmore had done. On August 3rd, 2019,
Why did he feel the need to say no AI was used in the making of this? Just like, it's just floating screenshots and some gameplay footage.
Program Wabbajack was released.
It's just like virtue signaling.
Named for the famous staff from the Elder Scrolls series, Wabbajack is a program that allows modders to create a list of desired mods, which the program will then automatically download and install, a minutes-long process compared to manual installation, which would usually take hours and was prone to user error. The benefit to mod users was obvious. Not only did Wabbajack remove much of the tedium associated with modding and allow people to install far more mods far faster, but it also simplified the process, making it more accessible to those with less familiarity. But while Wabbajack had obvious utility, its release was still controversial. For mod users, Wabbajack helped fulfill their desire to use mods quickly and easily, but these goals were not always aligned with mod authors, many of whom sought recognition for their work. Before Wabbajack and other inevitable tools like it, those who wished to use a mod would have to visit a download page that presented the mod author's name and the opportunity to interact with the community and provide feedback. On Nexus mods, this included not only the option to endorse the mod, but to support the mod author financially. When using Wabbajack, these features were never presented to the user unless they went searching, something that most users would not choose to do, and so they were far less likely to interact with the modding community. Mod packs had already drawn ire from mod authors, but Wabbajack exacerbated this problem even further, potentially disrupting the mod ecosystem by removing the friction that necessitated some level of recognition and interaction. To most, however, this was far from a consideration. Wabbajack solved a problem that had acted as one of modding's greatest barriers to entry, and even seasoned modders understood the utility and were excited to begin using it. While the program disseminated throughout the modding public, however, something odd occurred with the unofficial patch project. On September 24, 2019, the file for the unofficial Skyrim Legendary Edition patch, or USleep, was altered to be an exe file that would install all files for the user. The Legendary Edition of Skyrim was released many years prior and included the base game along with all downloadable content, but it was superseded by the Special Edition, and the unofficial patch team had released the final update for the Legendary Edition a year and a half prior, choosing to focus solely on the more refined Special Edition. Though outdated, many people still played on the Legendary Edition for various reasons, and so, when this change was made, players took notice immediately. Many had their theories as to why. Upon release, Wabbajack wasn't compatible with exe files, and so many suspected that this was an attempt from the unofficial patch team to prevent Wabbajack from being able to download and install the mod. While there was still some trepidation from mod authors, most mod users were in favor of programs such as Wabbajack, and so this perceived resistance to it was received profoundly negatively. As if in response, the developer of Wabbajack, Halgari, updated the program within the day to be compatible with exe files as well, making any attempt to impede Wabbajack users moot. The following day, Sigurd Stormhand, one of the members of the unofficial patch team, made a post to the Skyrim mods subreddit, which he titled, "A View from a Member of the Unofficial Patch Project." In the past, Arthmore would have likely been the one to make such a post, but now that he was banned, this was no longer possible. He opened by writing, quote, "Greetings and salutations, friends. I'm writing this because over the last 24 hours or so, I've seen a lot of posts which are perpetuating an inaccurate image of the unofficial patch project. To be entirely clear, I have written the following entirely at my own volition, with neither input nor prompting from any other unofficial patch project member or anyone else. Let me clarify this point so that people are clear. Arthmore runs the project with great dedication, but at no time in the more than a decade I have known him have I ever heard him describe it as my project. Also, to be clear, run in this context means he administers the project website, the bug tracker, assigns tasks/begs for help, moderates the forum, and handles the release schedule on multiple platforms and to multiple websites, and generally keeps things on the rails. What Arthmore doesn't do is unilaterally decide what gets fixed and what doesn't, nor does he unilaterally decide the format in which the patch is uploaded. More than once I've seen Arthmore own a change in the patch and take all the subsequent flack from angry users for whatever reason when that change was argued for and implemented by someone else. That he carries out this last function with great assiduity is beyond doubt, though perhaps it could be done with less acidity. End quote. After briefly addressing the security concerns that programs like Wabbajack introduce and the potential effects on the modding scene, he gave the reasoning behind the abrupt and unannounced change to an exe file for the old Legendary Edition unofficial patch. Quote, "It was decided to see if people really want exe installers or if they want Wabbajack despite it being an installer. This is why the Nexus Mirror of Usleep was converted into an installer. What we discovered is that people definitely don't want exe installs, even if they are performing manual installs. However, despite this, people do seem to want a Wabbajack exe installer. I find that contradictory. Either exe files to install mods automatically are good or they are bad as far as I'm concerned. Rather more troubling was the fact that a Wabbajack developer immediately took it upon themselves to break open the exe and integrate that ability into Wabbajack, which contradicts previous commitments to abide by the wishes of mod authors and not include their mods if permission is withheld." End quote. But few people believed Sigurd's explanation. The top-voted comment, which had nearly 3 times the upvotes as the original post, explained the issue succinctly. Quote, "The exe installer for Usleep did nothing functionally desired by users. It was just pointlessly in an exe installer when setup was already able to be handled by a variety of methods. Wabbajack automates the install of many mods, a functionality desired by users." End quote. Other users were quick to reject the comparison that Sigurd made. In the replies to the top comment, another user wrote, quote, "They're saying they innocently, after Arthmore suggested it first, decided to switch Usleep to a registry editing exe just to see if anyone would like that, in much the same way that one might innocently kick someone else in the shin to see if they were a surprise masochist." End quote. These skeptical commenters would be proven correct 6 years later when Sigurd replied to another user in the Oblivion Mods subreddit, where he clarified that the true reason that they had taken this course of action was far less
all day, every day,
than
the
he
loop.
implied in his post. Quote, "What other bonkers stuff are you talking about? The time we turned the Skyrim version of the patch into an exe file for a day?
Was he able to play Tokon?
That was a protest against Wabbajack distributing unsigned executables, and it actually convinced Halgari to change the way Wabbajack worked." End quote. Indeed, in the replies, the lead developer for Wabbajack, Halgari, appeared and offered
Let's take a pause for a second. Is ALT up to it yet? No, he's not playing Tokon. Where's WP? These fucking developers. So stupid.
Good point.
No, Madamus, I know. He says, Asmon likes DSP, don't fall for troll bait. I know
No, he doesn't.
Because he keeps watching me and he always laughs. I mean, yes, he reacts.
He laughs at you. Oh my god, this fucking bullshit. Just a face full of bullshit right when you fucking show up. The trolls, just so you know, Phil, Asmongold loves you. Yeah, I know he does, because every time he sees my clips, he laughs at me.
Oh my god, I can't believe he said or did that.
Yeah.
But he likes it. He gets
as
No idiot, he watches the detractor clips.
I fucking hate this guy.
Not you.
This guy is just completely detached from reality. It's so obnoxious. There's just no reality in this guy anymore. He's so fucking fake. It's just everything is so fucking fabricated. We have just no actual connection to reality.
right.
Hey?
Me and create so fucking weird my ass.
What?
Documentarians.
Oh my god, dude.
They said their opinion that
Just like every single day is just trying to cope with his miserable shit life.
Thanks for 500 kicks. I don't give a shit. Has it not become apparent yet?
that person did not say you didn't give a shit. They said their opinion that they think the rest of the internet doesn't give you enough attention and people like Asmon don't give you enough attention.
That I don't give a shit what people think about me?
That is not what that person said.
He just said he cares what Asmongold thinks about him.
Haven't we figured this out? That I don't care what Asmongold says. I don't care what fucking Moist Critical says. I don't care what all my detractors say. I don't care what a fucking...
You don't care what Moist Critical said? I'm wondering why you had a emergency special stream to directly talk to Moist Critical, and you requested the idea of
Just says whatever.
5 minutes?
So ridiculous.
Did you forget
Just
about
says
the
whatever makes him feel good.
5
You
minutes
reinstall your
part?
smoke detector.
Yeah, he was literally on Twitter being like, "Stop talking about me, you lazy shit, or else bring me on so I can talk to you and correct you on what you think about me." But yeah, he doesn't care, sure. Saying I don't care sounds cool, so we're just gonna say I don't care in order to feel cool.
You said that was your idea of what you wanted to do with Moist Critical, sir?
Documentarian says, I don't care what anyone
What about when you reacted to the June the King documentary on your own stream for 3 days? That's not caring?
says. They can all lick my ass.
Ew. Okay. Scat fetish.
Before them, I'll be here after them.
No, you weren't.
Everyone, for some reason, hyper-focuses on me, fixates on me, and creates a fucking weird surrounding hurricane around me. Fuck them all.
Wow.
I do what I want. And people
Okay, go on a vacation then. Go on a vacation then. I can't!
Why
Man.
didn't you tell June you didn't care when you talked to him?
Yeah, why did you want to talk to him? Did you care about what he had to say? And again, this is literally the exact same thing I said yesterday. This fucking loop. This guy is like undiagnosed autism looping. You can just sit there and be like, I can do whatever I want. I can fly through the air. I could have wings sprout out my back and I could just like perform miracles. I could turn water into wine. I can build a barn with just my thoughts. And then someone's like, go on a vacation. He's like, I can't. You know I can't do that. You guys are idiots. God, shut up. Anyways, I can do whatever I want. I can drill into the core of the earth. I can lift a truck above my head. It's like, okay, you gotta tell yourself these things. You really do.
Why do I care?
I don't know. Why do you?
What they say and do doesn't affect me.
He didn't say it.
June the King forced you to admit that you were lying to everybody about playing WWE Champions, and it made Darziak so upset he nearly shit himself to death.
It doesn't.
Okay.
I'm still here. I'm still successful.
I'm here. I'm here sitting in my fart box condo with no AC, but as long as I get a red super chat every now and then, I'm winning, I'm great, I'm here, I'm permanent, I'm bulletproof, I'm invincible, I'm a fucking god, I'm up here, you're down there. Blah, 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 blah. It's boring. It's getting really, really boring. Right?
Why would you let what other people say about you bother you?
I don't know. Why do you? Jesus, fuck.
Wow.
Every day.
Holy fuck, man. Sometimes
Who could
it is a combination.
possibly, in any capacity, be jealous of someone who has to sit here every single day and cope with their miserable dumpster fire of an existence? It's impossible to be jealous of this.
Go.
Impossible.
He gets extremely heated, crashing out about what could be taken as a positive comment, and then says, "Why would you let what people say about you bother you? Why?"
Isn't that
You
why he
tell
started
me.
to work out?
Yeah, because he cared what people said about him.
Why? If you're doing good for yourself, if you got
If you have money, then you can just pretend like nothing affects you as it affects you.
the peanut gallery over here, this fucking guy over here, I don't give a fuck about any of them.
They're bigger people than you. They have bigger audiences.
Let them all yap, 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 yap. Fuck them.
Okay.
Yep.
Keep crying about them tomorrow. No, wait, he doesn't stream tomorrow, does he?
Good point. He hates fire, but also hates fire alarms. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. If you want to
Fuck
prevent
him.
fires, it
They
seems
can
like you need
say all
really
they want.
to
I don't
fire alarms
care.
At least, and we know he's
about
not.
the workout LARP
Let's see
last
here.
night, he said he hasn't done so in a while.
Yeah, of course. Just autistic hyperfixation that he drops like a hot rock.
Asmund likes DSP. Don't fall for troll bait. I know he does because he keeps watching me and he always laughs.
He laughs
yes,
at
he
you.
laughs. Oh my god, I can't believe he said or did that.
Yeah.
But he likes it. He gets
Asmund likes
it. He likes it.
He gets it.
entertained by it.
He gets it in that he knows that when you just beg for money, you just beg for money constantly because dipshits give you money and that's why you beg for it. That's him getting it. Okay. Sure. Cope.
He knows there's no harm here. I'm just a dude.
There's no
fucking on the
harm.
internet. You know what I mean?
Okay, maybe we need to tell. Maybe we need to show Asmongold all the harm
I guess
he's
Asmund
caused.
also likes the liberals he laughs at.
Yeah, right. He gets SJWs. He likes them. He laughs at them.
Positive, sir.
He's not coming after me, trying to cancel me and say I'm doing heinous things because I'm not, and he knows that. You know?
He may.
Again, Asmongold is too fucking nice. Just call him a fucking scammer, man.
Made fun of the begging in a very...
Call him a scammer who exploits mentally ill people and the vulnerable. But no, we can't do that. That's too mean. We need to stay on Reddit nice guys.
Rear away last time.
It's just a funny thing to laugh at. It's a joke. No big deal.
So you're a joke.
Oh.
So your entire existence is a joke.
I'm putting my foot down right now.
Okay.
If Lost
The gouty foot?
does come to PC, which I hope it does, I'm playing. I've always wanted...
Well, welcome to the end of your channel, Phil, because there's a lot of reading in that game, and everyone is going to get bored of it and leave.
to do a Lost Odyssey.
So go ahead, man. Go ahead and fulfill your dream that you've been talking about for like, what, fucking 8 years now at the very least? Like, I thought you could do whatever you want.
Playthrough with all of you. It seems like people are starting to open their eyes to the fact that these RPGs that I've played over the years are really good. I've never
Yeah, no one knows about RPGs until you play them.
once ever. It was my personal playthrough before
The
I was a YouTuber.
narcissism.
The game is amazingly good. It's very difficult.
You
think
could
he's-
play it right now, jackass.
Yeah.
Get the Xbox back from Cat and play it.
And also, I did a little bit of reading on this, and apparently it's really, really easy to get Xbox and Xbox 360 games to run on PC. It's the same architecture.
But it's actually very good.
But you'd have to not be a lazy, dumb fuck. So, we're asking for too much.
On par with Expedition 33 when it comes to levels of like
Yeah.
gameplay and difficulty. But actually it's harder.
Yeah, you said Lost Odyssey. It's a game I played too. Back when I had a modded 360 and I could just burn every single game that I wanted to play. That was one of them.
than Expedition 33 in my opinion. So I'm excited.
There's a lot of reading, Phil. I think you're looking back with rose-tinted glasses because you have a goldfish memory and you don't understand just how many just walls of text that game has.
for it, and I hope that
Because like like half of the characters you control are literally immortal.
PAR with the RPG he had to beg people to stick
Yeah,
around
right.
to watch.
Expedition 33.
And they didn't.
Like half the characters are immortal, so they have really, really long lives and long stories.
it will come.
And it is interesting, it is good, but I mean it's largely text-based,
to PC.
which is not good for streaming, especially for someone like this with the voice of a nematode.
Play it. I really hope it does.
I can't wait. I guess we'll see.
Seconds.
When I was playing Lost Odyssey,
Okay.
I'd beaten the game, but there was post-game options.
Yeah, they're good stories,
with a
too.
Particular super boss, okay? And I was trying to figure out how to beat it.
Blah blah blah, and then he went on YouTube and looked for a guide, and there was too much talking in the guide, so he's like, I'm gonna be a YouTuber and I'm gonna make guides like this, and I'm gonna talk more and be more annoying and be less informative. Thank you, Lost Odyssey, for inspiring DSP to be a YouTuber. One of the biggest crimes Lost Odyssey has ever committed.
Chris Chan, the ultimate lolcow. Everyone who knows anything about this guy knows that his life was forever changed by the internet. Many people claim that Chris is an example of what
We're done.
happens when the internet
We get it.
raises
Phil
a
is
child.
still letting everything said about him run his life.
Yeah, like every single day he sits here and copes about how he doesn't care about the thing that he's ranting about. And we just bounce back and forth between these two conclusions constantly, non-stop.
Or in this
And really, really fucking stupid people are apparently willing to give hundreds and hundreds of dollars to keep it going. Meanwhile, their friends and family are looking at them like a fucking retard.
this case, an autistic man-child. However, what if Chris managed to get the help that he needed? What if he was given limitations or learned to stay off the internet and not give in to the trolls? Today I want to explore a few hypotheticals with Chris's life. What if Chris's parents weren't as old as they were when he was born? What if Chris went to the special school that he needed as a kid? What if Bob really did actually cut the internet down? There are an almost infinite level of hypotheticals and different scenarios of Chris's life growing up, but I believe those are the three big ones that need to be addressed. Without any further ado, let's go. The first question to address is what would happen if Chris's parents were younger when they had him. We'll assume that Chris was born in the same year he was, and their ages are scaled up. Chris Chan was born to his parents Barb and Bob. They were 41 and 54 respectively. There are many, many risks of getting pregnant at this age. First off is egg and sperm quality, obviously. Conceiving Chris must have either been a massive fluke or have been a major effort on Bob and Barb's part. I'm guessing it's the former because they sure as hell didn't put that much effort into raising him. Well, Bob tried anyway. Anyways, back to the birthing issues. There are a lot of things that can occur when two people bump uglies at this age. Miscarriage, Down syndrome, schizophrenia, etc. Honestly, the fact that Chris was only born with high-functioning autism is straight up lucky. Or unlucky, depending on how you view it. If his parents were significantly younger, the risk of him being born with autism would likely be much less. That would make his life in school and growing up much easier. But let's say that he did have autism. It's not really rare for younger parents to have children with autism as well. Well, going back to what I said earlier, Bob and Barb would have a lot more energy when raising Chris. It takes a lot of effort and energy to raise an autistic child. While Chris was still a teenager, his mother was obese and his father was in his 70s. But if they were younger and healthier, they would be able to physically handle Chris a lot easier and would have a lot more patience to deal with his issues. Bob would also interact with Chris and build more things with him. In his letters to Chris, he laments the fact that he is getting older and won't be able to be with Chris for much longer. See, Bob is a hands-on craftsman. He worked as an engineer for many years, designing a variety of patents. If he was younger, I have no doubt he'd have the energy and willingness to teach Chris to be an engineer and build electronics and stuff. Bob had even built a shed on his property to act as his workshop. He hung a plaque on the front door of the shed reading, Dreaming Studio of Mr. C and Little C, where dreams do come true. 1989. That's sad, man. Anyways, this could have turned into a real thing, where Bob invited Chris to work on electronics with him, and maybe Chris could have gained a different hobby other than Sonichu and became an electrician if he grew up. Man, what a timeline that could have been. Sadly, the Dreaming Studio was just consumed by Barb's hoard. On the topic of hard work, both Bob and Barb had jobs their entire lives, but both retired as Chris was growing up. In Bob's case, he retired when Chris was just 5. Some say this means they'd have more time to raise Chris. However, I truly believe that one of the reasons why Chris has never had meaningful employment is because he grew up watching his parents basically be unemployed. He never learned the true value of employment. To my audience who were lucky enough to have working adults as parents, think about this. Did you ever dream about becoming a mechanic, firefighter, construction worker, etc.? I know I did. This was very common with millennials growing up, a generation that Chris was a part of. However, this seemed absent in Chris's mind. He was solely focused on writing shitty comics and pretending cartoon characters were real. And in this case, autism isn't an excuse. Why do you think the train obsession stereotype exists? Autistic children can get obsessed with real working and fulfilling jobs, you know. Another thing that would happen, Bob wouldn't have died so early. Sadly, in his final years, our beloved internet lumberjack was enduring a painful death. By the way, while he was in his room suffering from bed bug bites and painful swelling of his feet, Chris filmed and posted a video of him dancing and stripping to the song F the Pain Away by Peaches. I can't show it for obvious reasons, but just remember that poor Bob was in another room dying as Chris was doing this. Sorry for ruining your day. I just had to drop that piece of information. All I know is that Bob in his prime would have not tolerated this behavior. Also, Bob's death was the cause of many other mishappenings in the Chandler household. This includes the lawsuit with Michael Snyder, the massive house fire, the GameStop incident, and of course, that. Even an older Bob wouldn't have let those things happen, other than the fire. But definitely not that last one. That poor man. I hope he rises from the dead and takes revenge. Chris's sanity also went off the rails after Bob died, believing in fictional characters and stuff. In case Chris still believed all that stuff, Bob probably would have whipped his ass to get a job. There would still be a couple of problems though. The big one is that Barb would still be a hoarder. Chris growing up in this environment would have been very bad for him, even with younger parents. The one thing that may have happened if Bob was still alive would be the house fire, since the hoard had indirectly led to it. If Barb was working, maybe she'd have less time to multiply the hoard, but probably not. Chris would still have an obsessive tendency to hoard his own belongings, something he learned from his mother. Maybe it wouldn't have been toys, but it certainly would have been something. Another thing is Bob and Barb's old family. They are both estranged from their former children. This seems to indicate that they were not very good parents, though it could also be a bias on the children's part. Most of them turned out well. Better than Chris, that's for sure. In my scenario, these children never existed, and Chris was Barb's first and only. With how well Bob's children turned out, I doubt he would have had made any unique mistakes when raising Chris. But what about Barb? Barb had one child before marrying Bob, Cole Smithy. The relationship between Cole and Barb seems to be—
sounds like a pseudonym.
Even more strained. Barb was supposedly quite abusive to Cole, mentioning bear spankings, cold showers, bizarre scenarios, etc. To be honest, Barb still seemed like that kind of person while raising Chris. She would often be very manipulative, often threatening to off herself whenever Bob and Chris did things that were inconvenient to her, such as suggesting she cleaned up her hoard. I think this behavior would still continue. This would result in Chris still being a submissive mama's boy, but it could be curtailed by Bob's intervention. The final result of this behavior would likely be that Bob divorces Barb. This would have a great effect on Chris. Chris may have grown up to be a functioning member of society, as an electrician or carpenter or something. However, he would still have a lot of personal problems. He could grow up and move out, but he could also end up hurting someone and getting into legal trouble, similar to what happened with Michael Snyder. He'd definitely be closer to being a functional member of society, but I believe he'd have a criminal record and many unresolved issues that would require proper therapy. Next, I want to explore, what if Chris got the help he needed? Chris went to a normal school. There were plenty of resources available to children with high-functioning autism. This includes special schools that have tailor-made programs for kids like Chris. However,
it's very
because
different
of
now.
his age,
like everyone has autism now, so there's like programs and shit for everyone.
Bob had,
which he didn't have when he was a kid. They were just told to not be so weird instead of identifying what was actually wrong with them.
Very outdated beliefs on
Stop
what a
being
special
weird.
school was.
Oh my god! Do you see it? Do you see? Why? 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 What's the reason? It's everywhere. 6-7. Fucking schizos must be going crazy, I guess. Just seeing random numbers everywhere.
His age, Bob had very outdated beliefs on what a special school was.
Your autism is showing. Well, I hope so.
He believed that it was the equivalent to an asylum, and the treatment Chris would receive would be a lobotomy or something worse. Obviously, that would never happen. But what would? I want to look at how Chris's school life was. In short, he was an outcast. Former classmates of his would say that Chris would get picked on, even to the point where he'd get it worse than any of the other special ed classmates. He had friends that he called gal pals, but these were girls who would befriend Chris out of pity, not because of any genuine connection or similarities. There was even one case where Chris's dad, Bob, was actually giving money to a girl to talk with Chris at a bus stop. Honestly, this, in my opinion, is one of the worst things Bob ever did for his son. Chris never made any true friendships during school. He also never made any male friendships, which would have a lot of negative effects on him down the line. In a special school, Chris would be able to find like-minded people to befriend at a young age. Chris was prejudiced against people who are more disabled than him, calling them slow in the minds. However, these kinds of schools hold plenty of children who are also high functioning. Chris has a lot of interests, such as video games and Sonic. I bet you could go to any special school and find 1 million children who are also into these things. Imagine Chris actually bringing over friends he's made to his house and them playing Sonic together. It's kind of ironic how if he went to a special school, he may end up having a more normal life than the one he had growing up. Having male friends would probably influence a lot of his weird opinions about gender. He wouldn't have his good old noviophobia, for example. He'd probably not do things such as set up attraction signs, and he'd learn to flirt in more normal ways. He may also not be homophobic. Now, this might be a controversial statement, but I think it may even reduce his chances of going transgender. Chris once claimed he was transgender to attract both gay and straight women. Another thing he suggested was that he was more like a girl because he found it much easier to befriend girls more than boys, despite the girls befriending him more out of
because you're a catty, sensitive beta.
Hell, we could see an alternate version of Chris Chan where he befriends a Tyler 1 kind of person in school and learns to hit the gym with him and get jacked. More importantly, Chris would be able to develop proper skills and find a way to incorporate his passion into it. I still think he'd invent something similar to Sonichu, perhaps a different kind of Sonic OC. However, I think the teachers would find ways to influence him into not making this his entire life, and find ways to actually make money and be productive.
It'll be an edgy OC.
Work? I'm kind of on the fence about this one. I think he'd have a much better chance at being a productive member of society. I'd even go as far as to say that if he was able to be linked up with some kind of part-time job, he would be able to actually work instead of drawing unflattering images of his coworkers like what he did at his Wendy's job. I still think there's a chance of him slipping back into his old ways of being obsessed with Sonichu and posting his life on the internet though. Now, what if Chris's life continued as it originally did, but this time, Bob really did cut down the damn internet?
Get away from the internet, I'm cutting it down right now. No! Dad, no!
No! Chris was already being trolled at this point. However, his parents didn't know the full extent of what was happening to him online. This prevented them from intervening properly. However, what if they were a little more tech savvy and understood the trouble Chris was getting himself into? Well, the thing is, Chris was full on addicted to the internet. Everything on it. Video games, porn, etc. Taking this away from Chris would probably get him to absolutely lose his mind. Based on videos like these, he'd probably end up putting holes in the wall or something. He could possibly hit his own parents, which could get him taken away and he'd be put into an institution. I don't know if he'd go that far though. The moment this famous clip was recorded was when Chris was being manipulated by the troll known as Blue Spike, who is the same one who coerced Chris into sticking a medallion into his anus. Chris would be spared from that horrific experience, which is good. However, not just Blue Spike would lose access to Chris. All the other trolls would, such as Clyde Cash. This would basically bring the legend of Chris Chan to an abrupt end as we know it. There would still be memories and maybe some documentation of the early trolling days, but Chris Chan wouldn't be an internet household name. Instead, his story would be an obscure footnote that some people would bring up from time to time. Can you imagine videos titled such as The Unheard Story of a Man Named Chris Chan? Anyways, what would happen to Chris after that? To be honest, I think it would be kind of similar to what we see now. We might see Chris on the internet from time to time, but his father would likely be heavily monitoring him the entire time and preventing him from doing a lot of things. Some may also spot Chris in public, but I think this would eventually fade as Chris would be forgotten by the community who used to follow his drama. With nowhere to go, Chris would likely get a job at Target or something. His life would be going much more normally until his father dies. After that, Chris would likely slip back into his old ways. He would have access to the internet again, and although he would do much better at differentiating trolls from real people, he would still get into a lot of trouble. He definitely still hit Michael Snyder with his car, as his beef with him precedes the trolling. His house would still catch on fire as well. And yes, I do believe that would still happen to Barb. People like to blame the trolls for why Chris turned out the way he did, but they are by no means the only influencing party. He'd be more functional overall, and better off money-wise, but I believe the same shitty behavior would remain. The human condition isn't defined by nature or nurture specifically. It's a mix of both. Chris Chan is the exact same way. The earlier his problems were hypothetically addressed, the more functional he would be. Simply cutting the internet out when he's thick into the trolling wouldn't help. It would have to start from when Chris is at his youngest, and even then, his parents were completely unfit to raise someone like him. So much would have to change for Chris to not become the train wreck that he is today. It's not as simple as using a time machine to go back to his high school days and telling his teacher to allow the students to use copyrighted characters when designing their CD cases. This was a very fun video to make. I actually put a fair bit of thought into each of the potential scenarios Chris would go through, and I'd be interested in doing another what if video on a different lolcow. Subscribe and leave a comment if you guys have any other ideas. You can also follow me on Art Digital Square, a site similar to Patreon where you can give me a tip if you really—
Yada yada yada. Thank you, Slop Roach. Trolls didn't turn him into a mom-graping creep. He's still just crashing out. We just don't play video games anymore. We just sit here and cry and count money. And count the money we get by crying.
Online. I never played it. But, you know the guy you meet in Morrowind? The first guy that says, "Wake up, they're coming." That guy? He actually, in that lore, he killed all the you know, the like dinosaur style pterodactyls that annoy your ass on the mountains in Morrowind. He eradicated them somehow. Geob, yeah. That's awesome, isn't it? I was like, that's such a fucking cool story. He's awesome. In the storyline, right, of that game. Let me get the detail. I know I'm making it up. Cliff Racer, yeah, that's what it is. That's fucking awesome.
Genocide.
I'll find the true story. I don't want to say any more lies.
Yes. CHMF says, wasn't Red Dead Online really bad in Red Dead 2? Didn't they have crazy currency premium shit and everything? Yes. It came out bare bones.
Yeah, so real quick, here's the news on him. He went off to kill all the Cliff Racers. He became Saint Geob and was unfortunately killed during the invasion of Kvatch. So unfortunately, before we became the hero of Kvatch, he was killed in that invasion. So there you go.
Barely had any activities to do.
Pretty cool.
And they had all kinds of premium microtransactions in it.
What a king.
It was like several seasons of content.
Okay. No, still non-tent. Speaking of content, more non-tent. Just sitting here yapping about shit we already know about. The Femboy VTuber Predator. Let's check the sub box. Does he prey on femboy VTubers? Is he a... There's a couple different ways you could take that. Just saying. DSP didn't play Red Dead 2 online. Oh. It was Red Dead 1, right? Or did he even play that? Oh yeah, he did play that, because he started out as a Mexican, and they gave him a donkey, and he said that was racist. He was very offended.
I'm probably one of the best overall gamers in the country.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you?
ALT, Jaha, and DS Pikachu.
I thought by eliminating half of life, the other half would thrive. But you've shown me
that it sucks when your friends just get snapped out of existence.
And as long as there are those that remember what was, there will always be those that
what a stupid plan. I thought you guys would be okay with me killing half you guys. But then you guys are like all mad and you want revenge and stuff. What the fuck? Why?
A grateful
Get over it.
Born out of blood. They'll never know it. Because you won't be alive to tell them.
Movie Thanos is a pale shadow to comic book Thanos. Sadly. It's a shame. Pretty decent movies, regardless, I guess. And then there were no more movies. They stopped there.
So it's been a while.
And didn't milk the franchise any longer. That's my story.
Since we talked about a certain topic. A topic that some of you within communities like War Thunder, Warframe, and probably VRChat can't stop talking about. And no, the topic has nothing to do with how lonely you are and the fact you've dedicated thousands of hours grinding these games to take your mind off that crushing loneliness. Yes, the nice looking frame, the top tier tank, the trusted user status, and the permanent brown stain on your decade-old office chair was all worth the countless hours you've sunk into these games.
I like it in here. For the first time in a long time, I feel like
I'm finally somewhere where I belong.
I'm supposed to be.
Those hours probably could have been better spent, I don't know, with the amount you've put in, probably getting a doctorate in some field, or putting time into learning a skill that would actually benefit you apart
I'm
from
working on it.
slares down your microphone when your game doesn't go the way you want it to. Or maybe you could have even started looking in the mirror and evaluating where everything went wrong and building a plan to improve your life going forward. But no, that actually requires commitment and you'd probably prefer putting another 1,000 hours into your game of choice. But anyway, hypocrisy to the side, the topic I was referring to at the start of the video that most of the people within these communities can't stop talking about, and something I haven't talked about in a while, is femboys.
Where are your fingers?
In my butt right now.
Why?
Why?
They're in my butt.
Yes.
Why?
I am the one who butts.
They fit better in there.
Your fingers fit better.
If you don't know what a femboy is, I'm not going to bother educating you, but I will say you've either been granted divine protection from God himself, or you've never interacted with communities related to fairies, aircrafts, tanks, or guns, because for some reason they are
So
always
bizarre.
hyper-concentrated in these areas, especially the latter group. They commonly know everything
Probably the
there is to know
autism,
about
I'm
guns,
guessing.
history, and they are almost always heavily armed. However, joke and slander to the side, there's nothing really inherently wrong with being a femboy. Yes, there's a lot of stereotypes, but I've already talked about that before.
Well, at
and
least
I'm
they're not
gonna
trans.
Talk about it again. Ultimately, you do
I mean-
you, and it's a mandatory decision. All guys that are above
I mean, all things considered, it's less harmful than, like, mutilation.
below 5'5" have
They're just sort of fruity, and then they grow out of it.
to come to terms with. But anyway, why have I been yapping about femboys for around 2 minutes now? Well, it was supposed to be a gentle introduction to the topic of today's video.
Some of them are. Well, I'm not talking about them.
Not only was one, but they also classified as another one of your
But I mean, isn't it, like, guys under 5'4", I know. Poor Theo.
favorite interests, a
Hong Kong.
VTuber. Yes, this is a terrible day for those unemployed and anybody a part of both of these communities, but it's not like this one person represents either of these communities, because if that was a thing, most Minecraft YouTubers would be in jail. But the person I'm talking about today is someone that, to say the least, has done some very disgusting, disturbing things, and most of their activity has been well documented to the point where it's been claimed they have over 10 victims and counting, because from what I've seen, they are still somewhat active on the internet, despite the gravity of the claims against them and most of the people aware of their existence constantly shitting on them and reminding them of their accusations no matter what they post. On top of the fact they apparently even admit to some of the claims levied against them sometimes. But the person I'm referring to is the VTuber and so-called god of femboys, Picky, a streamer and content creator who was accused of being a predator with supposedly countless victims. But before we get into the allegations, we first need to know who Picky is and how they became known on the internet.
Inside you there are two wolves. One likes kissing boys, the other likes being kissed by boys. You are hella gay.
So Picky is a German content creator that is said to be around 25 years old at the time of this video. They've been making content since at least 2021, although some have claimed they've been around since 2016. However, it's hard to tell since there's no archives of their earlier content, but what we do know is that they've gone under a lot of names since then, primarily because it seems like every time they get exposed for doing some deplorable shit, they will briefly try to defend themselves, which almost never works, and ultimately they just decide to delete everything and go to another account, or sometimes they just use the same account and just rename it. From what I can tell, they were originally known as SpookRL and then PikaRL, and when VTubing was becoming quite popular, he then became a femboy VTuber going by Picky, the name they're most known by today. And then there were different variations of that name like Lord Pipsky, Pipsky, Picky Paw, Picky VT, Picky Silly, Picky RL, and many other names down the line. One time he even tried to masquerade as another femboy VTuber who went by the name LionChew, but that didn't last long as people quickly found out it was them, and in the current day when their accounts aren't mass reported or taken down and they aren't being made fun of by everyone else, they often love to jump on bandwagons and throw a fecal matter at others, acting like their own shit doesn't smell, even though I'd even go as far as to say their allegations are 10 times as worse as anyone they've called out in the past. But as said, Picky made their start around 2021 as first SpookRL, where they primarily played and streamed Rocket League.
It's like a leaderboard spot, you know? Like, I think tokens are kinda a good way to measure how much importance you have to the stream. That's kinda how much it like is.
They did claim in their channel's description around this time and under later usernames that they are apparently mentally handicapped to the point where they can't work anymore, and they apparently suffer from schizophrenia and stress-induced psychosis. But I couldn't find anything that confirms that they have said conditions and disabilities apart from what they have said themselves, so take that with a grain of salt. They did initially stream with a face cam, but when they rebranded as PikaRL, they stopped doing this altogether, opting to just stream with their gameplay and voice. And when they streamed under this name, they averaged around 25 viewers per stream, with 17,000 followers on Twitch and over 10,000 on TikTok. One could say they were somewhat known in the Rocket League community down to their content at this time and how much they knew about the game. Some even said they were entertaining to watch. But any positive affirmations would be quickly overshadowed when the allegations began rolling in, with the first of many being in 2020, where a Twitter user going under the name BarksyRun would make a thread going into how Pika, under their former name Spook in 2019, was interacting with and talking explicitly to those underage. Yes, this is apparently a pattern of behavior Picky has been exhibiting for the last 7 years, and supposedly in the current day, nothing much has changed. Within the Twitter thread, Barksy shares DMs taken from multiple individuals they were acquainted with, showing multiple screenshots of Picky talking explicitly to these underage individuals, constantly asking them to reciprocate and send things like pictures to him, and he would also send very disgusting pictures to them as well. At some point, he even attempted to—
Wow, I didn't notice DSP's taking 2 days off this week. Remember when he was talking about the Kina Casino and how awful they were for taking vacations? And then we can take multiple days off? So he won't be here Saturday. I guess we can play some video games Saturday then. Maybe that quick DLC. That'd be cool.
Date one of the victims.
Give me some other games, maybe some more 5 Hearts.
While supposedly being in a relationship with another person at that time. And with said victim, he'd threatened to do things like self-harm if they wouldn't talk to him, and eventually the victim would respond by basically telling them to get their shit together. And you may be thinking, well, it doesn't get any more disgusting and pathetic from here, right? Yes, it does. It actually gets significantly worse. There was an interaction where he potentially—
Right, I'm rendering the latest version of the animation. I was not able to get it finished, and I've hit my Grok generation limit, and it's going to reset on Monday. So I'm completely locked out of Grok Imagine until Monday.
Wanted to buy a jar full of one of their victims' fluids, even saying they would pay them around $200, of which the victim refuses. Yeah. Genuinely, this is degeneracy levels I've never seen before. I don't even think the Warhammer god Slanesh would f*** with this. And I personally think this person is eligible for a space.
Gives them a lot of money and the dents get less content as a result.
What a deal.
Didn't he chastise some people for this exact thing?
That was yesterday, okay? He's a new person.
in Guantanamo Bay with extra waterboarding with those messages.
He's a totally
like,
different
what
person.
the
That was a
fuck is
million
that?
years ago.
Unfortunately,
Yesterday.
there was more messages to go through, but after posting this thread with all the evidence, despite not a lot of people seeing it, Picky, whilst under the name Spook, would actually respond to the allegations in their Discord at the time with an announcement. In the announcement, they basically admit to the allegations made in the Twitter thread and saying he's making an effort to change and improve himself, and adds being alone for a certain amount of time has led to so-called progressively escalating situations. Also saying there was no pictures that would get him or anyone else in trouble, but if we look back at the DMs, I'm pretty sure there's at least one picture that would land him under the jail and countless messages that incriminate them, but that's just my opinion. They continue to give the worst excuses, saying what happened just happened. They admit to being in the wrong before once again saying the main reason things like this escalated was because they don't have outside contact with people and they don't have boundaries, despite the fact they initiated most of these things and the victims were basically denying his advances. And the rest of the
It's always the
so-called
pansexuals.
apology, I guess, just looks like they're
What the fuck is so sexy about pots and pans? Why would you be a pansexual?
painting themselves as the victim, and he doesn't even do the bare minimum by apologizing to the victims. Instead, he just
He's gay for
apologizes
pans.
for inconveniencing people. But yeah, they were called out and admitted to what they did, so you would think that after being caught and having all of these deplorable messages leaked, they would actually, you know, at least learn from this experience, like they said within their apology, and never ever contact an underage person
Playing
again.
the Predator game.
Right? Well, Barksy a year later would
Which
once
is
again
ironic.
make another thread regarding Picky and his behavior, and they would provide more screenshots showing Picky doing what he did before and pushing people's boundaries despite in both situations being told multiple times to stop, and these people would tell him that they were already in a relationship and didn't want anything to do with him, with one clarifying he was not gay or interested in Picky, yet he was still insistent. And to my disgust and horror, he also watches XQC. This is most definitely not juicer behavior.
You go to jail! You're not cancelled! You're a criminal!
PM.
Now, I will say the ages of these individuals weren't specified, unlike the other thread. and they don't
XQC
accuse him
fanbase
of
L.
talking to those underage again. So I think this time they were just accusing him of making people uncomfortable and making unsolicited advances, despite a year prior in his apology saying he wouldn't be doing that anymore. It's also said within the
so
thread
many
that
text
Picky tried
walls.
to lab that they were from Ukraine when the war had just started, even though he's from Germany and he was only doing this so he could farm donations and sympathy. But he did get caught doing this and he would quickly change his title. He was even reported to Twitch, but they didn't really do anything to Picky for doing this.
Well, it's
But with
Twitch.
all that said, after being
It's
exposed
Twitch.
for their predatory and deplorable activities on 2 separate occasions, Picky wouldn't face much backlash, primarily because they were
Until he got his own show on Hulu.
a relatively small streamer around this time, and once again the call-out post with the evidence inside it didn't really get that much attention. So Picky, by the grace of RNG and internet naivety, was able to continue making content with little to no pushback, and later down the road things would only get worse. After the initial expose, they would then attempt to become a VTuber around 2022. They were still playing Rocket League, just this time with a VTuber model that looks like one of the main characters from the show RWBY.
Like, bro, I can do flicks that don't exist. I don't even... Guys, what was that? What is that?
Kind of
flick
bland,
mode?
but okay.
By 2023, they would eventually ditch the Pika RL name altogether, now going by the name we all know them as today, which is Picky, and the many variations of it. They also made an effort to distance themselves from their previous name by deleting a lot of their previous content, attempting to erase their past or make it seem like this Pika RL person has nothing to do with this new and up-and-coming streamer, Picky. But people like Technicals, who is a YouTuber who made a video on Picky quite recently, and is how I found out about this, would find from things like their past usernames on Steam, this indeed was Pika RL, just now Picky. But if that isn't enough to convince you, you could also just compare their voices of their past videos compared to their new ones.
Like, I think tokens are kind of a good way to measure how much importance you have to the stream.
That's what all
You
Eastern
like
Europeans.
boys, don't you?
No.
You like kissing them too.
Stop!
You are gay.
We are same, but different.
but still safe.
They also, around this time, began heavily leaning into the
What a goofy
femboy
movie.
persona. They debuted
The Interview.
a YouTubing avatar, which was a femboy cat.
Get away
and
from
then
Pal
labeled
World.
himself the so-called god of femboys. In addition to this, he renamed his Discord server that had apparently existed since 2020 to Picky's Femboy Hangout. Picky would actually make a lot of these servers, eventually renaming them or deleting them, and there was quite a lot of things happening in these servers. First, Picky would constantly beg for money because, as said before in their own words, due to his condition, he can't work, which is something he would also constantly talk about in the due to his condition.
You ableist fucking stupid ass bitch. Maybe that's the problem. If you're a femboy and you're a leftist, that's when it gets all wrong. If you're a right-wing femboy, you're just obsessed with tanks and guns. I mean, yeah, as long as people donate here, I guess I won't at least starve to death. Oh no. I have heart issues. I wouldn't even have a donate page, you ableistic fucking bitch.
Can't work, which is something he would also constantly talk about in the server, and for some reason he'd also tell people that most of the money
He's an
was being
e-beggar!
invested in toys, things that were not needed for his sustained living, despite complaining about how he was struggling.
If I
In
don't
some
come, I'll
cases,
die.
If you wouldn't choose to support him in any way, he would just berate you and then straight up ban you, and
What?
past mods revealed that in any
God,
way
again, just like text walls. You don't help anybody, you just waste shit. You can't do anything fucking right in your life. Well, that's not very nice. I think this guy's very mean for a femboy. Not surprised your parents think you're a disappointment. When was the last time you spent time with your family? GTFO? Anybody else who likes wasting money on meaningless shit without supporting anyone? Who else is a waste of fucking oxygen in here? Don't be shy, I know you're lurking fucking pussies!
he would just berate you and then straight up ban you. And past mods revealed that if you did choose to support him, sometimes you would get immunity in his server even if you broke the rules. And unfortunately, in spite of all of this, this did result in him getting a significant amount of donations, around $2,000 at one point, mainly from his fans that are blissfully unaware of his activity, or are aware and just don't care. Secondly, he used these servers to vent and basically have meltdowns. Said server also had underage individuals in it, which Picky was seemingly aware of.
I mean, that's
these meltdowns
goes without
also
saying.
included the regular use of things like slurs, but guys, don't worry, Picky had a great excuse for this when it was
Wait, okay, so like what is his, I guess he's just Eastern European. He's not really any sort of right or left.
Scrutinized because Picky is in fact black. For those of you missing a part of your frontal lobe, Picky was not black. Once again, all of this was happening in a server where underage individuals were present, and you could see a lot of these interactions, leading to the third thing that was happening, which was Picky once more interacting explicitly with those underage. At one point, his own mod team was telling him to stop doing this after he was caught doing it in general, which also included one of his fellow mod sisters. And when he was confronted with this information, and when most of the mod team turned on him, he would just ban most of them and use his signature excuse. With all of this said, Picky was still able to get away with most of their action excuse.
But 14 is legal here. I'm pretty sure that refers to like a Romeo and Juliet law where there needs to be like, they have to be close in age to each other. You can't just have like 30-year-olds marrying 14-year-olds. I don't care what country you're in.
With all of this said, Picky just banned.
Even if it's not illegal, it's very socially unacceptable.
It is scare many.
And it'll freaking people will descend upon you if you try to do anything untoward like that.
Them and use
Even if the cops can't arrest you, plenty of people are just gonna fuck you up for it.
his signature excuse. With all of this said, Picky was still able to get away with most of their actions. They still had a large Discord server with people that were willfully ignorant or blindly supporting them, and they were able to continue making content. He even made a new femboy voice acting channel around that time. This was primarily because, as I said, nobody had really taken notice of their behavior around that time. But in mid to late 2024, they would finally begin getting the attention they deserved.
From
I
Dan
saw your
Clancy.
search history. Hands behind your back. Perf.
In August of 2024, the first of many videos would be made about Picky and their activities. The video was made by Celestius, a YouTuber that was known for content surrounding exposing predators on the internet and mainly on games like VRChat, which is really surprising since VRChat is the last place you would expect predators to be. It's such a wholesome and safe platform. That was sarcasm, by the way, for those of you that have a room temperature IQ.
I caught that
It is
one.
important to note that Celestius, the person that uploaded this series of videos on Picky and brought attention to the situation, would have allegations of their own, leading them to stop uploading. And later on, Picky would use this as a point to prove they never did anything wrong, but regardless of
How hard is it to not just try and get your dick wet over the internet? Just stop.
what Picky says,
It never works out for anyone. If you want to have a relationship, leave your house. Don't go to Discord or anywhere. Don't go to any website.
the information present within these
So
videos
simple.
does still stand. Just so you know. The first video Celestius made would get over 100,000
Leave your house,
views,
impossible.
mainly going over the claims made in Barksy's Twitter thread and some of the activity in Picky's Discord server. This video would get so much attention that Picky would actually respond to it through a 3-minute video reacting to his expose, where he
It worked for
basically
you,
says
well-
everything is false, he has no association
These
with
people
this
definitely
spook
didn't
RL
work for them.
person, and he is indeed black. But most of his excuses were provably
And
false,
he's black.
and it was just cope at that point.
Oh, it can get worse. Like, you called me white even though I'm black? Is you fucking whitewashing me? I think that's like the tip of the iceberg.
More people were talking about Picky and his predatory behavior now, and many more videos
Dating
would be
advice
made.
from Ludwig.
And as a result
Take
of
your
this, more
PP
victims
outside,
that
not
had
online,
interacted with Picky
KEKW.
in the past started to come out with their
pretty simple
stories.
advice.
In January of 2025, an
Like, if people stopped trying to form relationships online, there'd be so fewer scandals.
entire Google Drive was made archiving most of Picky's predatory behavior, including the receipts and accounts from 14 of his victims. The screenshots in this drive stretched all the way back to when he went under the name Spook, all the way to his latest name, Picky, when he was already in his early to mid-20s. Now, some of the screenshots within the drive, like Technical said in his video, were missing context, like people's ages, so you can't for definite say all of these people were underage. But from the ones where the context is given, you can see the interactions he had with those underage in his server to private DMs. One victim called 1A in the Google Drive shared screenshots of him sending some very disturbing messages and even sending a picture of his toys to this person.
No!
They even provided an interview with 1A going into how they found Picky's YouTube channel, joined their Discord, and Picky seemed very interested upon hearing they were a girl, despite their age, and then started messaging them.
I saw him on YouTube. I saw his channel and I was like, oh, he looks like a cool creator.
Never seen a video about a femboy that isn't a sexual deviant. Well, nobody makes videos about the ones that don't bother anybody.
I also just liked his voice, to be honest. That's literally the only good thing about him was his accent. Sorry, I'm rambling. But I joined the server, and then we just started messaging one day. I met him in voice chat. He found out I was a girl, and then just started DMing me, you know? And he'd be like, can you
girl, ew!
I'm like, okay.
Bad femboy.
Then he would shit and yeah, so that and a bunch of other things you should not say to a minor. How do you feel about him denying everything to this day, despite you sharing your story? It pisses me off. I'm not even gonna lie. It pisses me off so greatly that he thinks he's indestructible and can get away with anything he feels.
Picky's common defense around this time was that the videos about him were all wrong. Once again, he's black, so they aren't the person everybody's talking about, and the only reason it shows from the account history that he used to
It's
be
really
this person
leaning
was
on
because
that,
he
huh?
actually bought his account from that person. Yes, he bought his account and servers from a known pedophile, which, if we do give him the benefit of the doubt, still does not explain how they not only sound the same, but how there are now allegations being levied against his new name.
It's just a bunch of bullshit, and he kind of just repeats the same points he made before. That I'm this other creator, even though I like bought the server I'm on and like all the socials, and I had a burner account for like ages. Oh yeah, I'm the Chris Hansen of YouTube and keeping people safe. Like, your public image is bad. Like, of course you're not gonna cancel me. You have a bad public image.
You're not cancelled! You're a criminal!
Wait, I have an unrelated question that we didn't touch on. Are you black or white, Picky?
I'm black. I don't like saying this though.
Okay, I've heard that you
I
were
don't.
white, and there's
I'm gonna be
pictures.
called.
posted
I'm
of
gonna
you
be
white.
called such a larper. People call me a fucking
you
larper.
don't like people knowing that you're black. It's kind of an odd statement.
Yeah, because it doesn't fit my narrative. No.
Picky, after
What?
all of the documents and expose videos, would seemingly
But your narrative is that you're allowed to get away with saying the N-word. That's your narrative. So why? Okay.
stopped
It's a lie, though, anyways.
streaming around this time. But he would still upload to his
Goes against my
voice
narrative that
acting
I-
channel, and
what?
he did still somewhat have a community supporting him. Around 2026,
Because all of his avatars are white?
Picky would begin leaning into rage bait to get attention, mainly posting things he knew would farm some engagement because at the time they weren't streaming and the support they were seeing, whilst yes, still was significant, it was a lot less than what they were used to seeing in previous years, so they probably resorted to rage baiting to make up for that, which is something they bragged about quite a lot.
I mean, the thing is, I think I said this before, I make money off of rage baiting people on Twitter.
But eventually, most of the rage
not
bait
worth it,
posts
bud.
on Twitter would
Not
just
worth
get
it.
hit with community notes telling everyone they were a pedophile. And with community notes, in some cases, it actually prevents you from making money, so the rage bait eventually became a thing they would do a lot less. In May of the same year, they also
I wish Twitter would demonetize rage bait channels, because, like, incentivizing people to do that is not healthy.
attended an interview with a YouTuber known as Ergblog.
God, there's a lot that can be done to make Twitter a little bit more healthy, but it would be a lot less fun, admittedly.
I guess in an attempt to clear his name, but all he did was tell the same story that Spook was not him, he bought the account, and every time something was brought up that would contradict his story, he would just deflect and ramble about something else.
Are you the person that was involved with these accusations, like with the Spooks account or whatever, your Spooks RL or
No,
whatever?
that was not me. I buy accounts in bulk. And
So
for
you
example,
were
this
not the
account, if you
spokesperson?
check this, no, because if you check, for example, my current account is not even a year old. I
So
switch accounts
your
quite
Steam
frequently.
account, though, he did show that it has like your old
Yes,
usernames.
because I bought it.
And buying a jar, saying that they wanted them to send it to them in a jar, and
Mm-hmm.
even saying they'd pay $200 for it. So you're saying you were
Mhm.
not associated with those allegations? at
No,
all?
I am not associated with
Or asking you to provide evidence that you bought your accounts, because I do agree that if you did buy the accounts, you should be able to prove that, right?
I mean, yeah, but it doesn't really mean that I should just show like my real fucking credit card and
Well, no,
all the
not that.
purchases
No,
I've
you can
done
censor
and
that.
the
I just want to
purchase
see a
history.
receipt.
And then I also need to verify that it's me, but it's not under my picky name or whatever. So I need to this is like such a multi-stage verification process. Where
This
I would
is
have
so
to
much
process to
yap for
prove it.
saying you don't want to show the actual proof to show that you bought these accounts.
Just ask me.
Because you
Are
didn't
you
buy
asking me
them.
to dox
You're
myself before this happened?
Thanks for the stream, Ludwig.
Stop
Yeah,
getting
thank you.
Have a meaningful
sidetracked.
day off.
Get to the fucking point. You still
Thank you. I hope you have a good day today and tomorrow and most of the days after.
haven't provided any receipts to prove any of your claims.
Awkward.
What about your Line Chew account?
Since why is this just about me? I just came here for a Silas Gear interview. This is like a brand new account. This is like a couple months old account I'm currently using.
So what happened to your last account?
I got banned.
Why?
And what got you banned?
Do you actually know what I do?
So nothing he did within the interview actually helped his image. If anything, it made it worse. And towards the end, I think they just gave up after they realized he's just going to keep deflecting and probably lying. So they just started making fun of him, calling him a poopy boy and a pee-pee liker because that's what he was asking his victims for.
About having a piss king on your
You're
Twitter.
a poopy boy, Picky poopy. You probably picky up
I have
the
a
diaper.
question. I have
the
a
poop in it.
question.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
This
It's kind of funny.
this is so weird. This is so uncomfortable.
I know, dude.
Holy fuck.
That's not a
You
question.
fucking poopy boy.
Why are you laughing at this? Can I actually ask why are you laughing?
It's funny. It's embarrassing, Picky. That's fucking disgusting. You're a poopy boy, Picky. All right, just own it.
Okay, that's weird.
Poopy boy. All right, go
So
ahead, Ed. I'm
weird.
sorry.
At this point, there was nothing Picky could do to save his reputation, and it was about
Infinite
to get
aura
a
laws.
whole lot worse for him in June of the same year. Because as said, the YouTuber Technicals did a video on him that became the most viewed video on the topic and brought even more attention to the things he had done. And this video would catch the attention of another popular YouTuber known as Schlepp, who is most known for his predator catches and speaking out against the Roblox platform. And this would lead to a series of events that, to say the least, was not good for Picky at all.
Does good videos.
This would start when Picky would make a post claiming they had outlived yet another predator hunter due to the whole Gideon McDonald's incident, and Schlepp would see this and respond with a clip from Technical's video of the interview with one of Picky's victims.
Just always there to dunk on him.
Schlepp would make multiple other tweets bringing attention not only to Technical's video but also to the fact Picky...
It's funny, last time I was at home, me and my sister watched Schlepp videos as he was taking down Roblox predators. We both have similar tastes in content.
Was a predator and still had multiple platforms where they were monetized and receiving
Similar.
donations. With this attention, slowly but surely, Picky's accounts on multiple platforms would begin to be taken down. First, one of his Twitter accounts was suspended, his Roblox account would soon follow, and probably the most significant was the removal of his Ko-fi page where his community was sending him donations. On YouTube around this time, their account was suddenly wiped, but another has now taken its place. His link tree that was supposed to show all of his socials was apparently taken over, where it now only displays a link to the video from Technicals. One of his many Discord servers would be deleted or taken down, which was shortly confirmed by No Text to Speech. But unfortunately, his main server with over 30,000 members still does exist. On the bright side of things, a lot more people now know about Picky and what they did. He's also lost a big chunk of his income.
Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. I did want to show everybody the progress I made in the animation before y'all leave. Show this. I did make a little bit of progress, but didn't get quite to the end, and now my limit is done. Because half the time when I try to generate something, it becomes some weird abomination that I have to retry. So a lot of wasted generations.
You know, not in the carrier the whole time.
They should give you the option to refund
August
it.
of 2022.
Damn it! No, not again! I did the thing where I didn't mute the channel. Fuck!
Sources, meaning it's going to be harder for him to make any income at all from his usual shenanigans.
Never mind.
And obviously the best outcome would be Picky being prosecuted. There have been multiple online reports made against him, so something hopefully will happen soon. And he's probably just going to keep making alt accounts spreading the same message that he's innocent
Never mind.
and begging for money. But thanks to a few
see you
videos and people,
Saturday.
it's nowhere as easy
Have a
as
good
it
one.
was around
Have a good day.
2023 for Picky to do this, and people are potentially much more aware if Picky attempts to contact them. Picky is a concerning individual to say the least. They've shown time and time again they will not change, and when confronted with the things they've done in the past, they will lie and deflect, only to then, for some reason, brag about it, which they've done in some cases. Personally, I don't think there is any help in brag about it.
I'm evil as fuck. I love what I do to people. No one has ever claimed I was innocent in any way. Hell, I purge VTubers daily? Purge. Community notes. It's not 14, it's over 2,000. Being I guess he's talking about himself. It's not 14, it's over 2,000. Being multiple VTubers and having your own haters support you is funny as fuck. This is not my most known VTuber character.
Which they've done in some cases.
Wait, what? What does that even
only
mean?
to then, for some reason, brag about
Being multiple VTubers and having your own haters support you. That doesn't happen, buddy.
it, which
That doesn't
they've done
happen.
in some cases. Personally, I don't think there is any helping this individual, as they themselves don't see anything wrong with what they are doing, and they've demonstrated multiple times that they will continue to do these types of things. But all we can hope for is that the reports made against him will soon do something to finally stop him. But that's just something I wanted to talk about today.
Yeah, what if it's
Please,
him
for the
too?
love of God, could people stop suggesting for me to
He's
listen
all of
to
us.
Dommy Mommy ASMR? I would rather listen to someone scratching a chalkboard. But yeah, that's all I had to say, and bye-bye.
Oh, bye. Yeah, hopefully that guy gets taken down. I don't get it. I don't understand how someone could be outright exposed in that way and still have a Discord with like 30,000 people in it or something crazy. Very weird. I don't get it. I don't think I'll ever get it. Oh, he's playing Marvel. Oh, I guess he is after all. After his daily cope session, finally got around to it. Thank you, Suburban High. Thank you, Dogsplain. Thank you, Lonely Soli. Thank you, Curnox. Thank you, everybody who stopped by and hung out. It was a fun stream. We had a lot of laughs. I don't know why I tripped over that and then stumbled down the hill on that. I made a little bit of progress on the animation. Not as much as I'd hoped. And so I have to wait until Monday. I guess in the meantime I'll work on the Russell Greer vid and make progress there. Russell's been crazy, posting all kinds of thirsty messages to women who then immediately block him, and then he cries about being blocked. How about we go raid Serpent Hunter? We haven't raided him in a while. You gotta make sure Serp knows. We're all a fan. Forgive me this time. Let's see. I don't stream on Tuesdays or Fridays now. Be back on Saturday for a Sunday, Monday. Nice block of streams. Hopefully a lot of content comes out tomorrow so we can get all caught up. So many ads. The thing about the Twitch ads is like they're like, oh, you can have it's like Night Rain. They're like, you can either have the ads at the beginning or you could have the 3-minute ads every hour, and I'm just like, I guess the ads in the beginning then. Serpent Hunter. Go raid. May the good blood guide your way. Hope you have a good day.
It came up just in time for me to die.
A good Friday.
Alright.
Yeah, it's a band.
WoW is booting up. I need to finish this cutscene and I'll switch everything out. Can I skip? Alright. Ludwig World Order with the raid. Thank you, Ludwig. How was the stream, man? I hope you had a great stream.